Welcome this morning. I'm glad you're here. And we're going to be going over some blessings of a multitude of languages from around the world. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee, preserve, containing in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us to give our wisdom for the sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call it the loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and stone and one and sword, we ask your presence in your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their wrongs, arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwen Bael, fight the blight, this be dark and night in our right. Zikia Composiana Compositing Gatakia Compositing Yadana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head. Go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renosi Setio was on Tura, the head Hirusha, and Susirukai Korikutijin was Mohan, Retsuki was Sepultals, I visited Rudy Chuckins and Asaraman. On Bashir Matayas walk, on Basho Manatayas bar, Nunanina, 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 Nawakan, Dumbon, on Chunjin Shron, Shanai, Tarias walk, on Mishanaya, and Trias Baha, Ingon Prami Bron, on Chisarabashita, and also walk on Chitrashi, Atarashi, Varanas, Vaha, Rura, 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 King on Tony Wrong, Song on King Wrong, on Chunjin Shron. Unhaya Bishro Homaya Sua, Compassion Tesva, Rimon Konging Kong, Unamaku Samana Manam, Namahasamata, Pashanum Ham, Uhaya Rodula, Rimon Konging Kong, Unanani Maya Sua, Gomangaya Mayasva, E. We Shrimon Konging Kong. On hero kacho patai suwa gom jor te hi chindo gi jiba te ispaha nunani nunani nananav kringom pramipong on jor che bathoya suwa gom shisha ibara thaya swaha ulo 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 kwanging brong una rasha patong suwa gom manama kardi buba bibo ber bor bar bar ongamen Renosi Sekielwe was on Patura, I had Hedusha, Hensusirukai, Kodikutishini was Maha, Katsugi the Septos, I did the Dudik Shuggins and Salaman, Arishakushabaru, Gilmagaba, Mamua, Bobo, Gena, Robo, Lugarana, Batiko, Sarabak, Sanabala, Saruba, Preko, and Belulu, Moshana, Poruna, you getting Kankan, Beluku, Kuolo, Igarbari, should like a ball, Gilmama, Shoguris, Luma, Bobo, Moruka, Ragasi, Pugi, Monkampranam, Dupa, Kalamusu, Kinegi, Saju Mashinana, Sarolim, Parmaratu, Sisi, Mashinana, Luna, Ramanki, Tugu, Rataki, Gulu, Sido, Kinaman, Gaigola, Sigornani, Gopana, Beru, Derek, Garin, Talaku, Maraku, Kago, Mashkar, Sagari, Mashisharu, Malapa, Kata, Glugator, Marakabo, Maratugu, Curious, Saru, Parnaskim, Deriku, Giluga, Panutugu, Nada, Lugaran, Makia, Pano, Pishu, Sarolimuna, Banana, Tuzari, Mashigarano, Silomana, Tabo, Ibilbari Natarmadu Daga to Gumash Mash Story Mashano Gosu, Gori Masharo, Serapico, Papazu, Kanpa, Lugalape, Boragni Boy, Kingu Barari, Moaru, Kakuramu, Minuam, Gashti, Asturi, Samakaro, Lasara, Captain Karpo, Yan, Ari, Sabal, Hero, and Tim to Captain, never to shot, Karpo, in Saho, Sharam, Jit, two initial and Takmu, Netari, Tam to Titu, Armatu, Netapaya, Barney, to a Barney, two. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved ease, that our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with all whose plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. God is Kinmet on Ket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Autonopus will confirm. Lady Osset and Nebisod, all be shining bright, support our Merkaba, but our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever and done. Levitinus Kirish Saxara Katomarticolia to Punish, Libialu Imesh, Esharelo Seansia Miala or Toto Mugerisha, Isaya Yaga Yaga Biesha Biesha Jeliga Jeliga Dubera Raka Isayaro Riega Lemutur, Kima Kutri, Tirisha Mie, in Azumriari, Isaya, in Azumriari, Yega, in Azumria Biesha, in Azumria Silica, in Azumria Dubera, in Azumria Taka, in Azumria Tata, in Azumria Latex, Yeno Sumri. Yalata Karuba in Azumbi Alata Sarnika Nish, Mashkapuru, Tunu Nish, and Peter Gimari Lutamtunu Nish, Maruk Mashmashalani Lutamtunu Nish, Ishparikamikunu, Tamtunu Nazumri Alu Tabrasama, Yaya Runani, Panani, Nipa, Perik, Bagabaez, Akabaez, Akarbor, Akabor, Bagabor. Es Bagabaez, Akabaez, Akabor, Bagabaez, Agabaez, Perik, Benanim, Naniba, Dunani, Yaya, Kerbori, Yaradin, Gora, Rimba, Gora, Yaya, Sakaki, Yasatu, Yasaru, Kikatulu, Yaya. Om Shrim Hrim Vajra Varkani Hrim Vajra Ha Shubham Gigap Suchi Shrakega Gosha Desis Ramara Yading Kor Urkalamasani Kulingar Nina Gugu Nexane Kukaria Shishkunu Kutu Siane Kampasi Kia Kampa Kalu Bara Namtar Bara Shakparaki Gimbara Ralbara Telol Bara Maskim Bara Utu Bara Ipa Bara Lalatu Bara Lalasu Bara Koru Bara Kuru Bara Kelkolo Bola Lilitu Bara Utu Zulatin Nazura La Zulatin Nazu Igin Zuladin Nazu, Mula Zuladin Nazu, Dinge Zuladin Nazu, Maskin Zuladin Nazu, Bara Adi Nazu, Siane Kampazi Kirkampa, Munisili Sika, Bara Yain, and Agisha Jorgi Shlor, Masha Ziga, Bara Sika, Shu Bara Sika, Namsa Yain in Doresh, Arki Ugu, Alvar, Nagu. Om Namo Bhagavate Dev Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Ram Rame 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 Sasturnam Taturigan Lam Vanam Varanarne Vene Karyanamha Umaganadaria Vedhama Hevagradundaria Denamahitan Dandi Prajudaya Kakadunda Mahakarya Surya Gorti Samaprava Nyorkoinam Kurume Dava Sarva Koryeshwar Sarvara Shri Guru Suraj Rajneesh Mane Mukure Sulha Varmura Guvar Kimoja Sujurda Kuvar Chorburi Hintano Jani Kismir Opovan Kumar Borbuki Figaro Mohe Harahu Kole Sigar J Hanuman Janjun Sigar J Kalpistin Loku Charika Ramatu Datal Artaman Jan Putra Vansurna Mahadev Vikram Vajurangi Kumarhini Varsameti Kersangi Kanchan Veran Veras Kubese Karankundo Kunji Kesa Vojro Wardu Varje Viraje Kante Morjane Hu Sorje Sankarsuvan Kuslina Nantish Pratap Mahajal Vardan Vidya Vanguniati Chatoron Koshkari Vekuarto Prabhu Toritre Surbe Kurasya Ramlakan Sitaman Basya Sri Guru Sharon Surujraj Nishmane Ukure Suravan Uragu Varpi Morja Sujura Gufar Charburi Hintan Munjaniki Sumero Wan Kumar Barburi Vidyadu Mohera Hukure Savikarje Hanuman Yangun Sikarje Karpisti Loku Jarga Ramat Dutatoli Partama Jani Putra Pansurna Maha Mahave Kwampash Rangi Kumarkini Vosmeti Kesaniki Kanchan Veran Veres Upese Karankundo Putin Kesa Ufosro or Yuva Shre Vera Shekante Borni Chana Hilsorche Sankar Swanki Srena Dantesh Prata Mahajag Varantan Vidyar Van Duniati Chatur Ramkash Karibe Kuarto Prabhu Charitre Sunebe Kurasya Ramla Kan Sitaman Basya Surchma Rup Dari Sea Hidi Karva Vikar Rup Dari Lanka Jaraba Bima Rup Dari Asur Hasankare Ramachandra Kekasan Vare Lari Sergio Varno Kan Jigari Shri Rakube Harashi Orlari Ragu Partikian Hibahu Parai to Mam Prayer Baratisam Sahas Parantum Haro Yashkar Veuskar Hishri Karti Kantuagal Vesan Karti Pramarni Munesunarat Sarar Sarhira Hesa Yam Kubor Porjahan Ker Karvi Kurhu Karhi Sanke karhan ter tumuk kosu grabahin ken haram lirari raj pardera tum haro mantra viparshin mangalanka suwar barhar yer subjag zarha syuk hasta Jojan par nulerio tarhi madhur par chanu prabhu mudrik melli muk mahe chalarti langhi karya shrajnar he Dwargam karj jagar ke jette sugam zanugra tum rete teran duare tum rakvare huarna gya bernu pasare sub suplahe tumhare saran tum varak sharka udorna arpante samharo paeten hulu hang ter kanpa Isad karti hadni manaki narhina ve mahaver jamna hamnusuna ve nasaro hara hisa pera jopatneran tarhanman pera sankar sanuman chorda ve man karam vachan yanjul ve sathar param tas pas ve rajatin ke kasa kartum saja or manura chokwe ve sorhi armi cherben partam charan yuk parthap tumhara hai parseri jagarushi yara sarosa Ketumra Guarea Sorne Kandan Ram Dur Harea Shaserhi Narvini Kerdataus Morgan Janki Marta Ramras Yantum Hore Passara Hora Upati Kerasa Tum Hore Bajan Ram Kurpape Janam Ke Du Visrave Kaudra Guver Por Jari Ye Jahan Janam Hari Barkar Yer Jor Devta Chernar Deri Hanuman se sarve sukari sankat karte miter basa per josumer Hanuman bober jai Hanuman gosin kripkar guru repiarna hinjo satpar par kar ko hi jor te balti mahasor kor hi joria par he Hanuman charli sikori ser hi san ki kore se to sera sara hari jera karji das harari ye min der pavarna Sankar Haran Mangar Morti Rup Ramlakan Sita Sahi Radaria Basahusor Bupum Maharaga Vajrosi Savar Sharpa Shahum Pamurung Vinishranam Charin Vivarin Home Namahapur Omim Hrim Shrim Im Glumim Namo Bhagavati Vartali Vartali Vari Varamuki Paramuki Antantini Nam Harun Tantini Nam Hajame Jabini Nam Halimohe Mohini Nam Samestamini Nam Sarva Dusha Pradushanam Sarvesavam Savaxia Sector Mukati Jivasram Varam Kuru Kuru Sikuram Pasyam Implum Tahita Tata Humasraya Fahatswaha Animani Mane Mamane Shira Sharita Shamishabita Salamukuta Mukita Shaya Shaya Genisinte Shavidarana Yorota Basharni Nebita Pantara Nebita Tanadra Shudai Kumai Kore Arare Shuyasha Sama Body Bikuri Jitra Armar Shir Tasugeno Kushara Bashasha Are Matara Matara Sharo Rodo Kashara Sharataya Brahmanaya Taria Saramakajo Gopi Mopi Arata and the Tati Chine di Chiari Naratonari Kunabia Kinakari Kadari Sandari Matui Chukore Boroshani Achi Devi Na Devi Kuru Taka Tukutuka Atandai Tanadai Tanate Tanakusre Tanashura Tahachi Porosene Surbatane Batani Surbavishabatani Subatani Suyahabishani Suyanakari Suyahagira Torerasu Gatora Tarte Sarvasugishmishka Randai Sarvasari Rumashwar Set Sarvasari Show Sharai Tugira Shiribikiri Manya Mamane Sirikarite Samasamita Vesanta Mukta Mukitam Sam Jai Samita Data Noloki Bishop Vesarni Niki European Hadini Vista Vitanin Parisuri Pule Mukule Arare Parade Sukan Sama Bure Muki Dharma Parisi Samgano Kosani Nagoni by Vistoni Matrusiat Rutu Saya Vatai Vakulu Balroman in the Thai Swaha Swala Mahashwala Uki Muki Yara Vatanatin Patini Vitini Sotini Giovanni Swaha Arate Renate Vanate Nadi Kunadi Swaha Gari Canale Kendali Matangi Pugas Sankuli Pusali Sis Swaha Mini Ruhe West Waha Dana Pati Dan Vatani Dana Kusala Dan Sarada Parikuda Pasai Sabrani Avatani Sampatani some Parisita some Ganeker Sani Dama Parisita Saru Kusala Karte Maybe Kilidi Hanovati Vatali Swaha Manor Mormi Gerli de Shermi Sherlo Dowe Sharme Mo Del Mondolo Solu Wewe Solu San Luso Sla Lucha Ye chai ye kiani sharn di shet buto Loni grupo Sciobolgepi Ciarnini Piarte Arbandolomi Allorti Arlandopo Lisciuli Docio Limujoli Alloli Bololi Scioggiace San Posan Luvo Tubi Girli Girer Damo Bolli Serdesen Kerne Kushami Poshe Poshe Shordi Mandolo Sha Yandolo Yordo Lodo Jo Shelowe Chalowe Chayerdo Ye Pulue Moro Nado Ye Golimo Egoli Ujimo Jili Eliello Porini Rele Ardine Pori gini we gini ne linci ne linci pordi elina linona liena lunalu giorlalu e kerni chemi culi chianto li giantoli modenchi ciampuli fullu charni ieri irti lui di mingi Tilu ertilu yitilu nilu loji noji ertan ditanto politanto botitanto Josheli tanto jotoli porti foto boshani sapotolo nie podonisa Popo shae todo, ni joe podone, senke polu charni senker nieke, tonie senke poke, dirili erdo senke erdolo erdortibo, lori sapo senke, di san popo deke, landi sapora, mojo boli chardi, Salvo saroloto, Joselue, non quer digen, é vigilitirdi. Sa secum sahu, ong hang shang, ong tong, fong kim so, ong gang ging, gong, ong hang shang, ong hung shing, haring ara, ring, ong heru asor hara, ong pam dum, ong grang ging, gong, pam bim pong, ong grang ging, gong, krang ging, gong, pam ging, gong, tong ging, drong, pam bim bong, shong shing shong, ong krang ging, gong, shong shing shong, kring shing, kring, vam dum shong shring shong, gong sor shring gong, shring, haring ara, ong heru asor, Wang King So Wong King Gong Wang Du Wong Danny Shinoda and Fashoda to form Shukunai Romax of Yahum who showed Naora Mom Nasam Bavatra Meda Naora Mom Tatisharum Fuku Shur Naore Omo Sirayo Kushinora Muru Katalim Tangis Baha Bocher and Bosumo Namobogo Parteus Nisayom Rurus Urus Valatiso Saru Kanasarabas Sarani Swaha Short countries I Bosum Lolis Vaha Desi Bosum Samchas Vaha Tarabosu Nama Samata Bohanam Kuruna would Babet had a Tadanis Vahas and Shusan Gen Kanjis I Bosu Umbasra Dharmat He Bato Kanjis I Batsu Bosu Umantan Baba Humpat Vaha Georgi and Kanjis I Bosu Maha Kurun Karis Vaha Jordai Kanjis I Bosu Kalakuri Kunis Vaha Nordin Kanjis I Bosu Parmes Hermana Ishwa Kunkuris Sato Vashra Satwa Harnia Bosu Lishi Shuruta Visharis Vaha Vojam Bosu Samnis Monjo bozo maramakane maruku bozo matres vaha jiso bozo hahaha vismaris vaha kukor so bozo so namo kasigar bayo malik mali musis vaha nikor bozo nom replace vaha kukor bozo kan do paris vaha podo mayo namas mata pasram kana morsan suta yo tratam usan se mayo surum ba noisum baum chashrum fatum tari mayo mamtrum fat ne doku mayom svikala rupa hum comes vaha konkoria so mayom vajriya saku maisen mayo Umaraga Vajrosni Savasar Pajahumam Kusha Kumai Umarur Grantas Vaha Son Porcochinum Kumbai Svaha Kunkursam Kungunim Shraks or Ronjum Svaha Serenshidochium Tanasis Vahaji Kukutum Trastra Pamaranas Vaha Sor Chotrum Veropaxanaki Petais Vaha Kumukutrum Veropaxanaki Petais Vaha Tomotonum Visron Pani Svaha then Cyclinum Sarasvati Svaha Tekukutrum Mahakalali Svaha Kichichotunum Harasri Svaha Caritai Mundo to Mariaditi Svati Kirikinomri Asvaha Origitino Marci Svaha Daishu Conquitinum Netaum Svaha Asasri Hayagriva Mantrasya Hayagriva Rishya Nushab Sri Hayagriva Paratma Devatum Shrim Vaidis Varayat Namha Iti Bijamum Krim Verabar Harariyat Namha Iti Saktiyum Som Veran Harariyat Namur Namha Iti Kilakumum Namo Hayagriva Yasukla Vartnya Vidya Mortaria Kor Surtariya Brahma Vidya Prararya Svaha Mama Shri Hayagriva Prasada Siddhartha Japa Yoga Dhyanam Kala Samborhi Samkarsam Kamalaya Karnam Kalandya Kavasam Karnir Narvarsirnam Janamurtrak Salariyam Sankar Karasta Karam Burskirana Sauharvi Jaturkataram Vatra Parja Gertur Harmanis Rata Sorgirtam Devasarva Bormam Tam Daya Sar Harye Hayagriva Sierra Partura Tam Kandra Mariarka Sastra Desir So Partu Sabdra Marmakas Roti Granam Gurar Harmanka Partu Varnam Yarshna Sanbarva Jeribam Vagisvaraya Partu Mukurndo Panislarti Ostam Brahma Maka Partu Patu Nariyano Dararam Sivartma Sibukum Partu Kapullo Kamal Prabhu Viartma Pitar Kampartu Kanatamar Narya Marko Marma Burjo Katur Burjo Partu Kuro De Diendra Mardara Najana Mahardariyam Patu Visvartma Kurskar Variam Mariartma Partu Sarvartma Patu Pitambara Kartim Korsim Kuksistar Visone Pari Prio Barco Pari Trariam Narpime Padmar Narbo Yarmiar Goriam Goriarma Barkar Oru Damun Darapatu Jarnuni Maru Sultana Patun Jamnike Mahavesnu Kurfo Patu Janara Dar Patu Tribar Rama Patu Patu Para Gora Rare Sarvarkan Sarvaga Patu Patu Romani Kesarva Tatunal Karta Patu Boryam Lakshmi Parar Marma Putrani Sfrakorturum Bime Patu Pandurnus Vara Mitra Marka Patu Varnyarma Satrusam Harti Pranya Varta Makya Patu Kestram Vispambarat Marka Varunarma Rasarun Partu Vayot Maharkurna Taram Divataram Hriskiarsa Partu Sarvam Jagat Guru Visad Me Sankar Dekaiva Partu Kisamakaro Mama Saserdanantaru Pume Janam Raksartu Sarvara Prasyam Raksartu Savarma Ardiaryam Bora Prara Partu Neryam Sikana Prabha Beryana Visurtu Varunyam Varyam Sen Mario Partu Varvam Partu Jagat Varni Parvar Hasta Para Praksar Vietnam Turyastaranam Ayoral Koryamas Varyam Sarvestra Prakaran Tram Labarte Natra Sando Hariyagriva Prasar Dartai Kartitam Divyam Kavarkam Deva Punchiritam Yeti Hayagriva Mantra Atharvaran Davar De Mantra Kan De Parvan Samhitaryam Sri Hayagriva Kavakam Sampurnam Om Manadayatam Hom Arsayatam Hom Garayatam Hom Kulupkarayatam Hom Mivikramaryatam Om Amisitariya Namaha, Om Aravantariya Namaha, Om Vinakorabariya Namaha, Om Vishnupriyaya Namaha, Om Varavarstutiyaya Namaha, Om Vitarmariya Namaha, Om Visataraya Namaha, Om Cesariya Namaha, Om Satrusudaniya Namaha, Om Safaramana Meditariya Namaha, Om Aprasanukradiyane Namaha, Om Amitikariya Namaha, Om Akaravasana Paniya Namaha, Om Amarasuputariya Namaha, Om Akorupaniya Namaha, Om Varayaya Namaha, Om Vasukariya Namaha, Om Varavaraya Namaha, Om Vanakararya Namaha, Om Vamsavaraniya Namaha, Om Vasudapaniya Namaha, Om Varavasitarya Namaha, Om Viprasaradine Namaha, Om Vaditekamaniya Namaha, Om Tamruparya Namaha, Om Dharpikaraya Namaha, Om Darindararya Namaha, Om Kasapanamashaya Namaha, Om Kalruparya Namaha, Om Yuganaparya Namaha, Om Yuanaraya Namaha, Om Rasmapatarya Namaha, Om Namagatraya Namaha, Om Kesavariyaya Namaha, Om Visvambaraya Namaha, Om Sakaparanya Namaha, Om Sakapalarya Namaha, Om Sabupriyaya Namaha, Om Saranarya Namaha, Om Bhagasares Namaha, Om Papadasarya Namaha, Om Pramadarya Namaha, Om Pragaratarya Namaha, Om Padivisyaya Namaha, Om Bhagavaskarya Namaha, Om Bhasvarasya Namaha, Om Bhagavardhanaya Namaha, Om Pavasaraya Namaha, Om Prasakarya Namaha, Om Karlisaya Namaha, Om Sivarya Namaha, Om Svaravarya Namaha, Om Pranarya Namaha, Om Punyaya Namaha, Om Punyakarya Namaha, Om Padasarya Namaha, Om Parakarya Namaha, Om Niskalaya Namaha, Om Varapariya Namaha, Om Kakutakarya Namaha, Om Sasarya Namaha, Om Santarya Namaha, Om Tatarya Namaha, Om Paramanyanya Namaha, Om Savupurjaya Namaha, Om Sabakaraya Namaha, Om Narasayaya Namaha, Om Naranjanarya Namaha, Om Evatarya Namaha, Om Jasanayaya Namaha, Om Savaraya Karya Namaha, Om Dhananjaya Namaha, Om Avetarya Namaha, Om Vayacharuparya Namaha, Om Tamaruparya Namaha, Om Yogisvaraya Namaha, Om Kalaniya Namaha, Om Varya Namaha, Om Paramakarine Namaha, Om Sakaranakaraya Namaha, Om Chitrakaraya Namaha, Om Jivarya Namaha, Om Jayaraya Namaha, Om Japapiyaya Namaha, Om Visvarupaya Namaha, Om Verusunataya Namaha, Om Veranamsudjaya Namaha, Om Versarya Pradiyat Namaha, Om Pranadaya Namaha, Om Visnuvaparya Namaha, Om Guptarya Namaha, Om Guptararya Namaha, Om Ramapstraya Namaha, Om Narabusarya Namaha, Om Baujogarya Namaha, Om Bayoruparya Namaha, Om Sarisupaya Namaha, Om Sakaruparya Namaha, Om Kalvusum Putarya Namaha, Om Abrikaya Namaha, Om Susumnarya Karya Namaha, Om Fani Ravi Busarya Namaha, Om Nagendraya Namaha. Kuberudananda Srita Raja Rajadana Suvaradana Lashmi Priya Tarno Dana Dani Udina Kapriya Daksino Dharmarn Rata Darya Varto Dana Vrata Divyaksana Samparnyo Dina Vrachana Vaksala Danya Lakshmi Samaraju Danya Lakshmi Vyarachita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samaksana Sarka Neri Swaro Nera Lambo Neri Nam Paripalaka Niyantranya Kurakara Niskarmonya Rupa Rapa Navanarka Samaraju Navarsangya Pravartaka Manyaskita Radisar Mahakuna Virta Yashnigo Yaja Sakta Yashalambujana Saraka Raja Kandro Ramadiso Raja Goraja Porjita Visri Sertaria Diyar Gambana Matnasa Visha Yogi Malu Franju Vanduru Janavat Salaveru Paksa Priyatarmo Vyaragi Viskurumu Kasar Deviarto Saranata Sarva Sarki Samanadvita Samantan Varata Salmya Sarva Parnhana Vraka Suprita Sulaba Surmo Sarva Yathor Tarara Samakana Priya Saksar Veparva Sriva Rajita Swaharna Samprito Akirana Pravartaka Adya Yorkana Sampritam Tarsvartana Priya Alakar Parmvasi Akant Karva Virjitu Darbudya Rutarma Verpavu Narva Varna Kinoresureva Vesravarna Kalaka Pravartaka Astalakshma Samayurta Vyoyortu Mala Vikraha Lokaradio Loku Pariu Loku Vandu Sulaksana Sulaba Sulvarga Surtu Sankaranana Priya Santa Sutano Kunu Peta Svato Surhar Vikarha Sarveka Marsno Sumarti Sarveka Nakakara Sankarastar Dara Sriman Param Jorti Parapara Sameti Guru Sampana Sarranyo Dinavat Sarva Parapapagni Papagna Tarundi Dyasanani Bha Danta Sarva Gunu Peta Surendra Samper Parva Visvarakyo Vetarva Parata Sorgia Prata Kale Patet Surtam Suser Burve Tere Tenetena Pranuli Parusa Sriam Devendra Sarni Bham Edisri Kuber Sutram Om Acharya Kuberarya Vishravarya Danatarya Dipatarya Taratanya Samriti Nerte Tapadya Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Varishvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Kubera Ashtalakshmi Mama Grihe Tanam Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Mama Swaha Om Hrim Acharya Kuberya Vishravanya Dana Dakarshanarya Sarvaloka Danadanya Haripadarya Danadanya Samprutir Medari Taparya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Acharya Rajarya Virmaha Akidasarya Dharmahi Tarakubera Prachurayat Zikir Kampasiana Kampasi Dingarkir Kampasi Dingarakana Kampa Ziku Gigi Makampra Zikir Kampasiana Kampasi Gir Kampasiana Kampa Ankakumash Persana Zikir Kampasiana Kampa Zikir Kampasiana Kampasi Dingarkir Kampasi Dingarana Kampa Lukalop the Bora Kimbos Zikir Kampasiana Kampa Om Brahmaram Sirhari Brahmim Patum Virmaranya Virmaharanya Garbarya Dermaitanu Brahma Prachura Om Jadom Kari Virmahema Srodaria Dermaitanu Brahma Prachura Om Krim Shrim Krim Sosachikam Brahma Om Brahma Jajana Pratharam Purushrivihi Mata Purushu Vinavaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devomaswara Guru Sakshat Para Brahma Tashmek Shri Kurve Namaha Usakner Ket Vidyam Kaibina Hororji Archium Ket Nevoset ketu tu nezorkorti hafpasti taratui orem snep orem segne mahar kaneniu sortiu ornamenti maran tu foru kaniu sekirune kerun kerneti anadefef sara kerune veru sekriune bobuine vertimtim sepuariem above ayu chakreki ne have called ne hem ne furches or tep anef etchebu to emprium to sevo si floridi in redi vengia torvengia normal dar magi chef vervig antar nori tormania rumonskil donskil verpior ior go fern fedele forte den fegier vegveg Peter Kies viten gesikas David dar per veg bodo brandviotikar frodi frovien vig Garvis garvier serki rear losen skjor fer liv skjordons leifis vingien skerfju no for horan heran Ronni korni kusrin kuruski ormi biflindis vidos vi tre jork jornian hefjar mir så hundra fium tusen dir his vir dir jor Mospel Nepal Heimel Vagar Gurn Vagara Yemir Vogel Miro Dul Moburi Wor Best Ordin Villa Ve Sur Moon Combat Yalmir Osri Vestri Nutrin Sudri Min Gorasa Tor Norfi Net Langa Fari Odo Nori Yoterling Oserteskin Faxi Rin Faxi Slevnir Mundir Paris Lune Solo Valkor Svinsbir Björki Berger, Sörgsi Målbjörk, Finskjol, Harti, Hotlini, Sinion, Birdir, Idar Volklad, Kämpen, Gov, Motsol, Sneodorin, Naidni, di Nordri, Sudri, Ostri, Vestri, Aitrof, Volin, Nordne, Nerpinten, Bifort, Bofor, Bambor, Nori, Oreo, Nor, Oin, Morvidnir, Vi, Berndov, Windov, Thorin, Californian Valley Troin Tech Vitor naar Records Vintrop neer Torta Pari Woor Houtstory Herlo Kroin Tori Do van waar je hebt die vier je hoort hier hier lo voor skip je weer je skat fin aor dingi arkinski arti voor rosti fin die norjak verzier weer vertandis voor Predar Blitrig neer heming die jord was skip Leidsker Leef Alfheim Andelijk Weerplein Rasveis Vosels Vossen Vidboel Nivids Vos Vasaras Nerodin Frig Logi Arvinariam Parla Yarvis Lo Tamalia Mana Samaria Visariam Gortras Nambutadayam Sidan Vistaria Tararia Samsaraga Traharti Viarhum Mir Karnde Paramala Pari Yorban Karnde Sripati Param Virde Babar Payek Kachir De Varde Sarkia Pipeda Pakarne Natatapaham mamakinas Vam Samudro Hitaranga Vakarna Samudro Makarharanga Urhartanka Nagar Bierarnurcha Tanuja Kulamia Tramitra Sartorste Torsterba Varti Narba Pati Kimba Paterskara Matsrabi Varatrai Ravatravarta Sardava Surtam Paramas Vara Paripatio Pavarta Pavarta Pierto Handa Mondaragun Narmantiera Sundravardara Pienda Govinda 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 Baba Jala Mata Harnadara Param Daram Paraya Dvam Menari Jana Karuna Maria Saranam Karivarni Taborko Koranori Kisar Pari Maria Zvar Vara Saroje Saravasatu Sri Paramahansa Pari Vrajakarasiar Sri Govinda Bhargava Purja Padarsis Yar Sri Machakara Bhagavarta Korto Sarpari Srotam Sampurnam Om Hayaguri Varyar Namaha Mahavisva Verna Namaha Om Kesavarya Namaha Om Mahrusurdar Yar Namaha Om Govindar Yar Namaha Om Pundarkaksar Yar Namaha Om Visnar Ver Namaha Om Visvambarar Yar Namaha Om Harar Yar Namaha Om Mahika Yar Namaha Om Sarvavaukisar Yar Namaha Om Savadarar Yar Namaha Om Satanar Yar Namaha Om Naradarar Yar Namaha Om Narakarar Yar Namaha Om Nerisar Yar Namaha Om Naroparvavar Yar Namaha Om Naranjanaryan Namaha Om Niskalankaryan Namaha Om Nityatartaryan Namaha Om Naramaryayan Namaha Om Sirandamaryan Namaha Om Saksiryan Namaha Om Sarvanaryan Namaha Om Sarvadayakaryan Namaha Om Srimaten Namaha Om Lakatridisaryan Namaha Om Sivalyan Namaha Om Sarvasrapradaryan Namaha Om Verahararten Namaha Om Varindaryan Namaha Om Veravadyayan Namaha Om Panarnaryan Namaha Om Panaryan Namaha Om Panir Namaha Om Punyayat Namaha Om Punyakatarian Namaha Om Paraparayat Namaha Om Paramarne Namaha Om Parasmay Namaha Om Parasarya Namaha Om Parikarya Namaha Pararya Namaha Om Savamakarya Namaha Om Viruser Namaha Om Veravarkara Parikaya Namaha Om Sakala Paridisveryayat Namaha Om Niskalarya Namaha Om Sarvaskorter Namaha Om Askalama Parnarya Marka Prakarya Namaha Om Niskamalaja Namudra Yutas Tarya Namaha Om Prada Parayat Namaha Om Parusarya Namaha Om Srastarya Namaha Om Saranyaya Namaha Om Parmeswaraya Namaha Om Santarya Namaha Om Tantarya Namaha Om Cito Korharya Namaha Om Cita Metraya Namaha Om Jagamarikaya Namaha Om Jamamarharaya Namaha Om Jivarya Namaha Om Jayadarya Namaha Om Jalayana Sanaya Namaha Om Japapriyaya Namaha Om Japasuryaya Namaha Om Japakorte Namaha Om Priyakorte Namaha Om Vibharve Namaha Om Vimarya Namaha Om Visvaruparya Namaha Om Visvaruparya Namaha Om Visvaguptre Namaha Om Virustarya Namaha Om Virenustarya Namaha Om Santitarya Namaha Om Santakararya Namaha Om Surya Pradaya Namaha Om Suryamanjaya Namaha Om Surya Sam Namaha Om Isvaraya Namaha Om Asutarya Namaha Om Maranjapur Pariyaya Namaha Om Pranadarya Namaha Om Pritapatarya Namaha Om Abhaitarya Namaha Om Vayacharuparya Namaha Om Sarvaksirne Namaha Om Tamoharaya Namaha Om Jarasakarya Yuvaya Namaha Om Jaranine Namaha Om Panakantra Samaprabhaya Namaha Om Janandarya Namaha Om Bhakparya Namaha Om Yogene Namaha Om Yogisarya Namaha Om Sarvakadarya Namaha Om Mahariyogene Namaha Om Menine Namaha Om Manasarya Namaha Om Shreyasam Namaha Om Hamsarya Namaha Om Paramasarya Namaha Om Visguptre Namaha Om Garage Namaha Om Svrarja Namaha Om Suraparina Sakarya Namaha Om Jana Jamana Dalas Yortarya Namaha Om Aryamanadhar Haritarya Namaha Om Sarvakisvararya Namaha Om Pranavogarhitarya Namaha Om Varahar Kamartorter Namaha Om Iti Sri Hayagriva Sutra Taramas Balavi Om Namo Hum Pararani Sumba Om Magagatam Treya Sumbanyar Kusani Samanta Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bharavi Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Sholili Ashaya Shamana Sarva Satrum Samhara Samhara Kshema Labam Kurkuru Dushtu Graham Par Svaha Arunam Kuruna Tarangi Shruta Pashankusha Pushpa Bara Chapa Mardi Dira Vruta Mayukara Hamiri Eva Vipavari Baba name Sri Mara Sri Maharagni Sri Mara Seneswari Chidani Kuna Sambuddha Devakarya Sojo Jvara Orya Parusa Surapa Choro Parushabas Vita Ragaswarupa Pasharya Kurora Kunukushu Jvala Manorupa Chukudanda Panchata Manik Sayaka Nisharuna Prabhat Porop Manja Brahmanda Mandala Champaka Shuka Purnago Sorgantika Lasika Chakro Pindamani Shekana Kurtia Ramantita Tami Chandra Viprasha Talikistala Shoripita Muka Chandra Kalampambu Karat Nabi Beshi Sharka Varadnas Malama Karika Kuratarna Chereka Vakra Lakshmi Pariva Chalan Minarpa Luchana Nava Champaka Pushpa Nasa Tanda Verajita Terakati Teraskari Nasa Barana Basura Kanama Manjari Kluba Kanapura Manono Harata Kanka Yukali Buddha Tapanotu Pamandala Padmaraga Shila Dosha Paripavi Kapula Popo Nava Vedruma Bambashrina Kariarana Chara Venioguma Sri Dipatrika Mantra Siapa Pramorisi Prati Shanta Sri Dipatrikadavum Bijam Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sri Dipatrika Prijar Tamta Peveringo Sari Niasakom Siapa Pramara Ser Namaha Sarasi Prati Shanta Senama Muke Sri Dipatrika Patriya Namaha Tridium Visharyan Namaha Kuya Swaha Sataryan Namaha Parayo Fakila Karyat Namaha Napor Venioga Namaha Sarangri Arisaratinia Sum Comigusti Biam Namaha Rim Tarshani Biam Namaha Meambia Biam Namaha Amanama Biam Namaha Rim Kanistia Biam Namaha from Kara Prasapiam Namaha Iti Karania Sakromada Yet Namaha Rim so pieces Rasupam Sikai Vasar Amkapike Hum Nimitri Yavasar Komas Repati Sananga Nesabar was Romiality Dick Panandayan Putrigama de Verescaris for the Pini DVD Varas from Jami on Prita Mika Yakaram Smapami Akasmika Pushpa Pijami on Prepar Mika Yatupamukurapi Yami from Anyanmika and Darshami from Tramami Kaya Mahanavia Yam Nepal Yami some Somiki Pukarapujam Samarpami Java Malamantroma Male Maria Savramatur for the Pinica the Portis Arminiasa Sasmania Sidira Papa Guru Mantrum Rim Sita Guru Presida Dimomas Diputricamantrum Krum Rim Torque Rime Hiavasavia say Rim Dum Torque Rim hum fat vaha saranganes kromaraya namaha rim sopis rasvam sike pasram kapake hum nimitri pasam kromasra fidi disrangin bufus from here the divi mukata ram liber gema david escari for bini dipat divide varasum jugmi pumpu jampli yamike era suma panum asami up to shami pam paramike to pumkrapi yamam namike yatram kisvami yam dramike yam tramane virium Yam some Miki just woke up with some other pets, some palm guya to yield 3 from Ganas one curriculum, Jibun, dear Papa to be the Frap, Sara Master, Japan, and Talam, Manamantrom, Dwam, Namala, Sabata, Mom, Pretty, the Subapa, Pam, Smoke, Purishimi, Batroya, Soviet, Kateri, Meum, Rinsitia, Namaha, Ingenes, Gradin, Hogoro, Moss, Koros, or the Obormo, Chorro, Tot, Us Orti, Umar, Takes, Kanutu, Mayo, of Martelski, Papina, Jobs, Bicalo, Gorkin, the Army, York, Miriam, Morco. I'm dalle verdu voor werktuig conspiratie via bos voor smusser man Egmont journal borno bors voor bomme voor werbo neolig met kaima neori pi maar me ran vieren morning banors voor al de oibor in meer big was es in der nes vodo neer jok fonse eva neope min kap was kununga in grestvergia por Morsinia Posvoa Vigarboe Piaries mi Cormirens Corpus Orsken Sonana Salas Ternam Iber Vos Crunum Lucis or Vos Ornansia Imana Erndi Morcruo Indoem Jimbo Jorbor Soni Vicia Vor Soliar Martini Vicia Varminkens Artistos Noni Visu Vors Pico Jinquer Shukul or Rextol getting go Copa Parka Tusk Nikor of Nijan Forum of Morkin, hertu Genshin Guru, Pistol of Nijan Dankan Dorn, or Baktan, hertu of Nijan Dankan Dorn, or Kaptan Chroma Telcho, it was a Sela Bell the Viero or Court, Horting Brew of Flow of Brew, Opsmith Brew at the Dalvol Motangas, Gorbu or Tor, Gorbu Taflui, Torni, Tier, War Crew. Voorbeen werd Turkish wond or Corley wond Prewokun Brusum Mentor Morcor Morch or Jotunheim Kujin Kujin Kulokstool Gringo Porkotux Hervis Gerti Vergo Tortovski Jor or Mings Polby or Golf Plains Legion Bors is bors mot source near mature or brain for go roin dorina nori bear mat weekend morgom gor blue vorgor each or blue sim dorin sag be hon vo vel de goria bord vikinga niores bos er tier mers feru or hor gi beter bochmok num bulungu hefa norgi nolo krum. Malapaka kidagugadar marata kabadu kakudamo adu kakudumu zarim masugaranu erkingu baradimu erkingu baradimu asari masugaranu adu kakudamo adu kakudumu lugaran marata kabo malapaka kadagadu kakudamu zari masugaranu erkingu baradimu adu kakudimu lugaran marata kabo malapaka kadagam trampagam samisum dimburi pusti varhar morvaru kami babanat mut yog mukshar yet yet namha Hrim hrim hum hum chum chum krum krum ma hu je er ke shum krum 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 ma shrim shrim shim 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 shrim hum hum hrim hrim shim 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 chum chum krum krum ku je ka krum chum chum krum hum hum mamrea griforana no kurasi grenore shukura yatnam hom shum shrim hrim vasramente hi shukura yasvaha krim 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 kali 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 hum svaha sarva bista bedehi maha kali namaha Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dervahitano Vishnu Prachudayat Devkinandar Yad Virmahe Vasudevaya Dervahitana Krishna Prachudayat Dar Porsha Virmahe Sasrakshariya Mahadevarya Dervahitano Rudra Prachudayat Makaranda Virmahe Kavakardariya Dervahitano Danti Prachudayat Kariyanya Virmahe Kanyakumariya Dervahitano Darga Prachudayat Vaidavya Acharya Virmahe Kamaracharya Dervahitano Dervi Prachudayat Mahadevri Acharya Mahe Vashropadya Acharya Dehi Maho Tano Lakshmi Prachuret Sankin Shoshu Lang Tin Jun Chang Ching Shoshu Lang Tin Jun Vajana Vajani Prashata Soman Jushatra Gunatham Koni Pradani Devi Uvarti Pradan Diaranu Pratham Shalasi Vivarte Ushedevia Martia Vivarti Chandra Vratarat Sunratra Yivra Franti Yara Prantu Pantu Surya Maso Ashvar Hanan Yakvar Prasada Jasuriye Dianam Dea Sarasavita Mandana Madri Vinarikana Sajisira Sana Visi Kirobama Kola Maketi Hari Haran Maya Paputor Sankakaran Namakasaran Mantra Om Ramatra Yatam Home Rim Portianam Home Room Sia Yatam Home Rim Banavan Nama Home Rom Kukariam Home Rampus Nama Om Ram Haran Bariyanam Home Rim Arikarianam Home Room Adiga Yatam Om Rim Savitra Nama Home Rom Kor Kayanama Rabuskari Nama Home Ram Rim Pro Sorry for sorry Yani Yanam Hapalasi yes Namaskani Niku Pantedin and Dini Ao Presam Balam Viram Test Tasam Kaji Yate on Krang Kring Hong Krang Kring Mong Heroes or Hong Kring Bong Shamashu Kashabia Kashabia Pishamusha Pistia Kimatanon Kotoshul Limani Shulu Lizubu Lat Tuku Evitashuno Kimamana Dui Niti Kilu Tu Shunuli Mutu Manakulu Blue Shunuli Nishun Manakulu Dini Shunoli Tishur Manakulu Tari Tela Masharuti Kashati Sharushi Arapushu Shubiara Kishur Puyushi Norko Kushabakam Bong Ibigara Gibilka Shumana Dudu to Shechar Ani Olani of Marki Shariolin Kunushi Shariolika Kunush Shariolika Kilini Kunushi Shariolini Kunush Shariolite Kunush Shariolini Kunushi Shariolina Kunushi Shariolini Ketin Kunush Shariolini Berlin Kunulin Kutina Zumbi Utabasama Agama Saratu is Masaraki Sharmushili Shuri Shilim Nudis Yamani Orani Rabuti Shimaya Rabarbi Dina Dina Rakti Lemdasi Kunushia Lani Mushiti Yamasarati is Masarati Pais Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Garavarlonish Mashkori Yamasaratu is here Papa Glomoneski Ashrabara Masaratu Bara Vishnom Kingstar Vietnam Home some Kubera Yatam Hodum of Kubera Romo Kitapon Pretty Vita to Bumi Devia Metal Dumit of Noxecaru Medicating and Isaram tari ne kefta su korea te tedep semersari utuk sorata te isano mam isanari yarnam ha umiam dry yarnam ha kopsrop indrolam tezos dakto agnaya metamorphosrop nuksek isatena sepstem takis wexeka katekana ne kabak tek sorry serte suruna pekman kola kutulu tak lak reom namang kanari ye namha namum nama yama namaha pi yama Om Absaratu Taraya Matan Happy no Capi Sakisarana on Saxon Takisway, Sakaka Kore we neck there, Marmatu Yanuan, Reagina, Red Garaxa, Samarasa, Yatamha, Pambaruna, Yatamham, Saparuna, Pauta, Samaria Metanim said, looking said Sakisaranan, some Suruna, Pekins, sitting at Capaiments of Sanudu, Nicoptera, Mautun, Ratas, Nigarana, Compasing at Yakas Bill, Fayu from Fayu, Vietnam, Marsi, Morcola, Molu, Mormatu, sitting and Anacapacity at Kampa, Trusurata, the Kututa, Kalakais, I did cut Kalaya, to Yaluyanti, some pale, Him Bramardan, Abumra, Bumohara, Moxatu, Surrem, but the Branu, Capru, the Mankak Brashik, Marmaru, Alaza, Duty Takala, Nashra, Tuna, Bomoha, Jota, you, sort of must fit you, Mukit, Sekus, number 2, and so forth. Om Prim Prom Suyatnam Home Prim Shrim Chudariatnam Home Prim Shrim Chudariatnama Om Prim Shrim Bamburiatnam Home Prim Shrim Bamburistayatnama Om Prim Shrim Shukrainam Home Prim Shrim Samchanayatnama Om Prim Robertnam Home Prim Kitvietnam Tapushum Kasham Kishapayama the Yutu Tamarim Sabapagnam Prantisni Tibakaram Darik Shakatu Sharbam Kishordana Vasabam Namami Shishalam Somam Shamon Mukuta Pusharam Dana Karvasum Putam Vidu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shasti Asam Tamagalam Pram Hampriam Bukari Kushar Mamru Perdam Pratimam Buram Somia Suguna Petam Tamburham Pramamiam Devanam Tari Sher Nam Chakurum Kanchana Sanibam Puripi Tam Trilokesham Tamanamami Pirias Patim Himakunta Brina Labam De Yar Namparam Gorum Sarvasastra Pravaktaram Barka Pranamamiam Nilanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamakurasham Chachara Matanda Samputam Tam Namami Sareswara Mata Karya Maham Viaryam Chandra Dija Vimartanam Smitu Garbasa Putam Tamnahum Pranamamiam Palasha Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahama Sakam Romakam Guram Tam Ketum Pranamamiam Mambra Moram Moradi Tripatukani Vanushi Bumi Pusuta Purasho Shukra Sharti or Uketu Sarvakrahama Supra Partam Kulme Shanti Comparable Support on Tata Peter Vanyam Klotras Gatti Erme Yonion Perchodat on Tata Swaha, sorry on Tata Swaha. Nansi Anamrasi Yasini Anapasamakan Sia Kampa Magbati Yana Kapa Mashrita Nanazia Kamagi Kamagi Sagastankia Sarkois Nabugurios Marcurios Yas Kutortu Yankakuya Zenabumasa Fornias Campas or Sagashin Pas Kampa Nabosa Tanatos Kampala Yakasia Kasasia Kulamania Shamarkari Israeli Bari Gadi Shaya Yarkushia Yanana Yanani Yara Stapa Chicha Karani Yara Milo Yaki Starikan Inanas Yaramakapati Saramakapaya Peresoluki Shmashudu Yadur Resoluki Skatamaria Sadayechi Patala Marnia Carpazing Rudia Compazing Yarustuya Compazir Straja Lakuji Perro Campa Yashra Campayana Cormas Baru Alcoram Baru Yakona Cormas Baru Yana Korea Yasian Kalkampa Yanka Yan Karia Yarkali Sirin Getyan Yakapa Yakatala Makara Kampa Marukumo Paru Marakumur Paru Yargisagari Yarkati Makaba Bornes Yamaru Tuku Yatukuri Sorim Suporim Sarim Tagarima Xana Kasana Bel Kurinim Kamar Nusa Rima Xana Kanana Bel Kurku Ninim Kamar no Ninim Kamar no Yardu Yadara Yazabatu Balgu Bel Cooper Terikubaga Compasible Saka Pasa Barona Seriganu Shubamisu Kishagiga Kosha Jesus Ramara Yaring Oro Kramaniku Sinin Yarin Namko Unex Running Coding Yarkarias more to Osero stara diarra e carte tematically in Nadan, Nagichi Marni, Tono, un borbo posso hatas Peter Varian, but Codovasia, dear might be your non protrad, ipso shosh, what is one to Toro, Rata, Tor, Roto, Abrahada, Gong, Ying, Gong, Slinkutong, Gong, nan mo fu to yer nan mo da mo yer nan mo senke ye nan mo guan ji ja ku sa mo he sa jor da ba jin je da ji to an jo je la par di jen do mo ni mo he bo den me lo de se ja zo la che li shari he hong ba she an bo tar mo jen do mo ni jo la hong an ba lo to bor nar dan mi mo hang na mo san nan do mor to nan abolari he do sher sus lang nan da ji to an ke ken ke ji hong hong ru wala bola ru wala di se cha si ji li so po ja shan ji ja ji li so wa he na mo fo to ye na mo da mo ya na mo sen ke ye an je de hulu lu ji du lu ji li bo Jiribo jira libulu liso wahea namoba kawaria balamira ayu lia na surbini shishira tide jola jeda hedaria halayerti sanyoran sanbu dayedani yeran ansali Sigeli Valishu Dalara Hamadi Gayana Sangma Ugeri Shabawa Bishuri Mahe Naya Bali Wali Soya Namo Boke Pari Pisha Shesu Julu Biluli Bola Poye Hela Sheye Da Toje Doya Lalhe Disan Meo Sanbo Toya dashi tung pisha shi pisha shi pesha she san mo je di so heong mar ni ba me hong ma ger ni yar na ji chu te da ba da je ti je na we ya li ye sao wo sa bu li shi ta ye na bo la ne la lu pi li di ne te ban nano na molu Yeshua Yesu heli poli poli Jokyo hekyo Herili tolo Niri ni helar di pili ni no Mohere dijen Linkan di namo Hemi do poye do pote kerdo Yarori yeto emi Lidu po piemi Lido gitan po peni lido pija landi armi lido piji lando che mi che no gerli sopo hena mofo tonan mo da mo nan mo senker na mo gili mo hetipi yarani yelto boli you follow no Jelly san mantu da shani mo pepi he Loke di san mantu, joboli di furli, loali no dammo di mohe pi urbi, di mohe meli, le di lobo, senke di shi kenke shiri, san mantu ato wano polori. En is rijkjes er ne bezu die net was er nu ze kapruusja rarem paruusje ze kapuintje ror kadam ze kemin en bona vikinja pe mi ornu nem ze gewoon mari was er ne korotje ze nem in parage er ze volt op nu zo den min kinu na kapset is de draman kanu trof ne boon ne ze kont petem taj harun ne point oen bu bar or harun ne van jong bu war hort hebben ze nooit ze rond wat net trus min mahatje toy tas ne na kemar moet het nu dat pe das ne frat hari min sher het abu mahita van tot na ma pak tot op zijn tot kem dat har mahita na dem kin wat ik nu shep sing ki mi hi abang roya shep skin nu asing ki mi hi abru shudi ji da param ke fru para ma keru men na ha pa she share yo pes ram ki am sa si sa bi sa pa bi ek namre ni am ni kopen rom kar ik roben mari kar se ke tra mar kurti Ruthameruni Shrata Peperua Lemeru Rutade Menon Pu Heru Ebeno Heru Soisa Sorta Biotgeb Kagib Karati Tam Tepetoki Norbinus Momor Pekap get carpet seven to all sorry endeavor the Karab Seri Karusama Sukaru Kres a Karina Zornatus and Karatu Matuis Kunishin Nesu wet Baki Karade Param Canon Singatus Suari Chudum Sultas Kaparantin who added Hinominas Nation in over Apkin pet would have it all in both from the sets of Nakin Get is set out boot number out mean head for pet the pet of the launch is a racket or she's more sick and looking pen the trot to touch your tata what second Tori and down poem can say head that you up what my head second resu second my head second toy have been muted skim boss because boss at por boss was and was as skim in head but I see can push up that's for hearing circus up or Parker her kick or experiment to do second separate some nobody mistake a experiment as some reps and hoppets and medu second on bed shit perfectly I'm get back to the horror the this and pop them kickers wash next courtier once and up on second maratemi to a moment on a revolutionary Kamisha Karunekin Saru Kesri Parhat Hare Karet Kare Karamati on the Pefna Bras Reki Nabu in Afritim Tim Sapari Mabapu Reki Nehim Nefer Nehi Kosha Shotabana Nep Nemar Reta Pertu of Nepatitas Movement to Nuts for Kabushi Sharis to get a Puma or Motwi Shobu Kotnay more business Mukarimish Petas of like a network Captain Imbrent Network Kelemis to Makedem Luton Trans Kelmet Nembu Tortem Masuji Katar Jatara 230 Ned Nebhet Alsati when in him Sunny Senedi Joy and Exenek Goy Gorshes Shadekis and Ekem Kori Poikim Shari Pishor Nation in Miset in Miset un Metafati or Beko Bab to it Nukaki Sumo Sigmund Kung and Pure Creative Medic Moon Sari Kapatum Signas again the jury or them stick to an Mumpusha to next Roman head Nuvin Pum Nephew Sonki Katum Tatek Nani Pupo Nami Sortek Shorty Nutek Karnak and Pumantas Skelani Fu Wabudi and Keter Mahati in Japan and Harry Joshua Jori Molta Tamitico Karema Mario King to Xanati to Mario Chapu Canada Nebaranki or me to one pen to bed Mahara Mita Ped never woman he Tora sort of operating Matim and has you Horekin Mania Padian Chips Mero Gamoke never to ships in the Hoek Momek and I don't new soils or Baraka Pyramid Nuke. We take messen to never terminate Kanti Manu Resek never tepem na train doi the param Shishini never trakaya Kamatu Sajak Toyam Satu a Kamen and Fruaki also per him holted the also per him holted in party mess you party to you mount get the rake some two mutek neutronum nukuna param no mudubunu new Shishini aparam kunatrio and am some now mommy in both nominating Kapernam Termatori out of himself Kapram Peltop Jatratonami on like a musikusha mohorek, soy particular potato sure. The curtain deck is what's a car technique. You take when I'm putting new quarter after go to I go no come to you, question of washing toy or column to every else from the noon pet more soon. I'm now my next book by soon for 3 seconds and I take that up the pen, take a brand new cook up the raw times and I get it go on my guy when I get brand new. As I suit in do I put a man. Nina buồn nó cái chuyện cái số đi sinh cái nào và bên này set hình này thao mà hỏi cái này thì sẽ cái mình bên đó rồi mình hen nó xuống hết nếu sẽ hay cái số này sẽ mình sẽ ra khó mà giờ ruộng này thì uốn heo cái số mà số chập tu là bây giờ thì nên ruộng này bây giờ này sẽ nó ghép các ram thua ra nào tu mà mình masuk dua pasal mình nói dua never any short crash or cookie ari cái desk mà muốn cái thắc cái product thằng mình thu với cái mút nó tròn nó tròn nhưng mà con nó bây giờ cái này kami sẽ cái cái nó ruộng rồi ta ra nè sẽ phải cái đó mình cái này nè con tập use cái cái cô tập nhau sao tập tập này nên chú đi ở giờ rồi nè phụ tập nè phụ quá sao nè quá sao ham sim sao mà rồi person after nó bên sẽ cái rồi nên sẽ cứ đến nhau sẽ rồi sao bắt đầu bôi ra rồi sẽ đi nên sẽ ya ada omsak nu kaparam mariasu urna ankan teman gini kabir te udah teman kabir te unen seto so bai ku kar kape me tu ayu tu sana sentara sabi watu naen abaye se ba pressione corona in frequenza per la stessa per distruma ma se já você que pensuti se bocarem você mesmo que isso que coaching já tu amu petem toy men te correna que amo kuru amu ne no ya correna bodo asroi ruchum tu amu men dem skere para que mara o amu afsen no be cara Rab Samarabsikanako Wabeko Wabakom Sikmekakan Wamanikano Samarabsikanako Markabet Kisrushbekika sorry Kaberkim Karabaikono Adam Kabakin Kabaking Mekin Israel Shebek Kinti Haringaku Namong Sheship Medicate you at them Sikarashami to Anamaki Sara and Kamian and Lucian Kaisan and Nini Separam Katiana Kuwa a Kohatan the one Urako Borako Panamakan and Penantuna Destitupuna Mekima has worked upon neck and tube tune after an eat Betany of Navity, Wabanapany and other Soras extra packet and to noon of so many 4 months of Sanatem, Sun Jarasham office Carapes or Surface Sabrino Capriwasan soon kept up and soon tuned of doing it Betty of Never to we mess, mess. Sikia Compasiana Compa Nath, Picard, Geb, Newt, Kansu, Kepra, Ra, Arhum, Arsemitokisha Bobranisham Trubina, Arsemitokisha Bobranisham Trubina, Arsemitokisha Bobranisham Trubina, Abra. Well, hello. Oh, as I get some feeling back into my ankles. Good morning, bro. Good morning, my friends, my family, my loves, all of it. I say loves of life, angels incarnate as human, walk amongst us. If we but choose to open our eyes and appreciate somebody's activities of kindness. Such men such as Albert Pike, we will be reading his words today, so we will be giving Albert Pike life. If you don't know who Grand Commander Albert Pike is, essentially, oh boy, I consider him like granddad. A granddad, not just a granddad, not just, great grandfather, but grand. He is a grandfather to pass on the wisdom that he did. The people, the Grimm brothers, the Grimm brothers, their fairy tales, they left their wisdom, they left their mind, that we may be able to accelerate and grow and develop. So I'm going to grab myself a fresh cup of coffee. I got to turn it back on. And then we're going to read a story, or wherever my hand goes, to whichever book wants to be read. Because we always flying by our seats. Sometimes I say I want to do stuff, and I'm planning for tomorrow. But I tell you what, that's a bunch of folly. Planning for tomorrow, folly. Because those plans, they could change. What if the universe says, well, we're going to go left? God's chariot might be going up. So we shift with the wind and adjust and read from where we're directed. Anyways, give me one moment, be right back. And I just heard some ducks, and that means it's time for the gong. got books all around my room. And look what I turned to. I wonder what this page has to say. Let's see, shall we? Beginning of the third dynasty, about 2650 BC, when Imhotep, the vizier and architect of King Djoser, built for his sovereign the famous step pyramid of Saqqara. This massive monument eclipsed anything the Egyptians had yet built. More than 1,000 years later, their descendants were visiting it in admiration. Eventually, Imhotep became a god, one of the few ordinary mortals promoted to divine status. Hewn stone had already been used in isolated parts of tombs, but this monument was the first to be built entirely of it. We can see that Imhotep's workers were inexperienced in cutting and handling building stones, for they built most of the pyramid complex with blocks that were much like mud bricks. Later generations would quarry larger blocks and drag them on wooden sledges, but as Imhotep's project took shape, the site probably swarmed with sweating laborers heaving stones into place by hand. Interesting. Construction. We talk about triangles, pyramids. I found this one. That's pretty cool. I found this one stone, and it's literally in the shape of like a triangle. It's pretty cool. But it has 4 points. Interesting stuff, man. Really like this stone. If you didn't know, triangle, Trinity, Divine Mother. Did you know that the Knights Templars, the Masons, Masonry, did you know Masonry was the mother council of the world? If you're questioning, look, this is Albert Pike. And it says it right here. I know it's backwards in the screen, but I'm going to show it anyways. And we learn from Porphyry at Chermont. And we learn from Porphyry that Charlemagne, a learned priest of Egypt and many other learned men of that nation, said that the Egyptians recognized as gods the stars composing the zodiac, and all those that by their rising or setting marked its divisions. the subdivisions of the signs into decans. People would hear them as deacons, but they were decans. The horoscope and the stars that presided therein, and which were called potent chiefs of heaven, that considering the sun as the great god, architect, and ruler of the world, they explained not only the fable of All-Sod and All-Set, known by their Greek contemporary names of Osiris and Isis. And just to let you know, Isis is a mispronunciation of the Greek word Isis, which would have the repeating sounding of is. So just as why Osiris and Isis, but generally all their sacred legends by the stars, by their appearance and disappearance, by their ascension, by the phases of the moon and the increase and diminution of their light, by the march of the sun, the division of time in the heavens into two parts, one assigned to darkness and the other to light, by the Nile, and in fine by the whole round of physical causes. Lucian tells us that the bull Apis, sacred to the Egyptians, was the image of the celestial bull of Taurus, and that Jupiter Ammon, horned like a ram, was an image of the constellation Aries. And Clemens of Alexandria assures us that the four principal sacred animals carried in their processions were emblems of the four signs of four cardinal points which fixed the seasons at the equinoxes and solstices, and divided into four parts the yearly march of the sun. They worshipped fire, also, and water, and the Nile, which river they styled Father, Preserver of Egypt, sacred emanation from the great god Osar, and in their hymns, in which they called it the god crowned with millet, which grain represented by the Shnet was part of the headdress of their kings, bringing with him abundance. The other elements were also revered to them, and the great gods, whose names are found inscribed on the ancient column, are the air, heaven, the earth, the sun, the moon, night, and day. And in fine, as Eusebius says, they regarded the universe as a great deity composed of a great number of gods, the different parts of itself. The same worship of the heavenly hosts extended into every part of Europe, into Asia Minor, and among the Turks, Scythians, and Tartars. The ancient Persians adored the sun as Mithras, and also the moon, Venus, fire, earth, air, and water. And having no statues or altars, they sacrificed all high places to the heavens and to the sun. On seven ancient Parea, they burned incense to the seven planets and considered the elements to be divinities. On that account, I'm completely out of incense. I have none. I can't exactly. I'm not getting any time soon. So, if you have incense at home and you have the ability to burn some safely, would you mind burning some incense? Anybody? I don't care who is. I thank you. Love you. In the Vind Avesta, we find invocations addressed to the Mithras, the stars, the elements, trees, mountains, and every part of nature. The celestial bull is invoked there, to which the moon unites herself, and the four great stars, Tashur, Sativus, Haftorang, and Vinod, the great star Orapitan, and the other constellations which watch over the different portions of the earth. The Magi, like a multitude of ancient nations, worshipped fire above all the other elements and power of nature. In India, the Ganges and the Indus were worshipped, and the sun was the great divinity. They worshipped the moon also and kept up the sacred fire. In Ceylon, the sun, moon, and other planets were worshipped. In Sumatra, the sun called Iri, and the moon called Haranda, and the Chinese built temples to heaven, the earth, and the genii of the air or of the air, of the water, of the mountains, and of the stars, to the sea Dragon, and to the planet Mars. Lord Shiva is called Bhutanatha because he is assisted by various types of powerful ghosts and denizens of the inferno. Bhutas, Pretas, Pramathas, Goryakas, Dakinis, Pisarkas, Kusmarnas, Vitalas, Vinaryakas, and Brahmaraksasas. Of all kinds of ghosts, the Brahmaraksasas are very powerful. They are Brahmanas who, after death, have entered the ghostly species of life. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, simply drove all these ghosts away from the battlefield with the arrows from his celebrated bow, Saringa Danur. Lord Shiva then began to release all his selected weapons against the personality of Godhead. Lord Sri Krishna, without any difficulty, counteracted all these weapons with counter weapons. He counteracted the Brahmastra, similar to the atomic bomb, with another Brahmastra, and an air weapon with a mountain weapon. When Lord Shiva released a particular weapon, bringing about a violent hurricane on the battlefield, Lord Krishna presented just the opposing element, a mountain weapon which checked the hurricane on the spot. Similarly, when Lord Shiva released his weapon of devastating fire, Krishna counteracted it with torrents of rain. At last, when Lord Shiva released his personal weapon, the Pasupatastra, Krishna immediately counteracted it with the Narayana Astra. Lord Shiva then became exasperated in fighting with Lord Krishna. Krishna then took the opportunity to release his yawning weapon. When this weapon is released, the opposing party becomes tired, stops fighting, and begins to yawn. Consequently, Lord Shiva became so fatigued that he refused to fight any more and began yawning. Krishna was now able to turn his attention from the attack of Lord Shiva to the efforts of Banasura, and he began to kill Banasura's personal soldiers with swords and clubs. Meanwhile, Lord Krishna's son Pradyumna was fighting fiercely with Kartikeya, the commander in chief of the demigods. Kartikeya was wounded and his body was bleeding profusely. In this condition, he left the battlefield and, without fighting any more, rode away on the back of his peacock carrier. Similarly, Lord Balarama smashed Banasura's commander-in-chief, Kumbharna, with the strokes of his club. Kumbhakarna was also wounded in this way, the, and both he and Kumbharna fell on the battlefield, Kumbhanda being fatally wounded. Without guidance, all of Banasura's soldiers scattered here and there. When Banasura saw that his soldiers and commanders had been defeated, his anger only increased. He thought it wise to stop fighting with Satyaki, Krishna's commander in chief, and instead directly attack Lord Krishna. Now, having the opportunity to use his 1,000 arms, he rushed toward Krishna, simultaneously working 500 bows and 2,000 arrows. Such a foolish person could never measure Krishna's strength. Immediately, without difficulty, Krishna cut each of Banasura's bows into pieces, and to check him from going further, made the made the horses of his chariot lie on the ground so that the chariot broke into pieces. After doing this, Krishna blew his conch shell, and Panakarnya into a long one because it's still early. Pankanjarnya. There was a demigoddess named Kotara who was worshipped by Banasura, and their relationship was as mother and son. Mother Kotara was upset that Banasura's life was in danger, so she appeared on the scene. With naked body and scattered hair, she stood before Lord Krishna. Sri Krishna did not like the sight of this naked woman, and to avoid seeing her, he turned his face. Banasura, getting his chance to escape Krishna's attack, left the battlefield. All the strings of his bows had been broken, and there was no charioteer or driver, so he had no alternative but to return it to his city. He lost everything in the battle. Being greatly harassed by the arrows of Krishna, all the associates of Lord Shiva, the hobgoblins and ghostly bhutas, pretas, and kshatriyas, left the battlefield. Lord Shiva then took to his last resort. He released his greatest death weapon, known as Siva Jara, which destroys by excessive heat. It is said that at the end of creation, the sun becomes 12 times more scorching than usual. This 12 times hotter temperature is called Siva Jara. When the Shiva Jara personified was released, he had 3 heads and 3 legs. And as he came toward Krishna, it appeared that he was burning everything to ashes. He was so powerful that he made blazing fire appear in all directions. And Krishna observed that he was specifically coming toward him. As there is a Sivajvara weapon, there is also a Narayanajvara weapon, which is represented by excessive cold. When there is excessive heat, one can somehow or other tolerate it, but when there is excessive cold, everything collapses. This is actually experienced by a person at the time of death. At the time of death, the temperature of the body, first of all, increases to 107 degrees Fahrenheit, and then the whole body collapses and immediately becomes as cold as ice. To counteract the scorching heat of the Shivajvara, there is no other weapon but the Narayanajvara. Therefore, when Lord Krishna saw that the Sivajvara had been released by Lord Shiva, he had no recourse other than to release the Narayanajvara. Lord Sri Krishna is the original Narayana and the controller of the Narayanajvara weapon. When the Narayanajvara was released, there was a great fight between the two Jvaras. When excessive heat is counteracted by extreme cold, it is natural for the hot temperature to gradually reduce. And this is what occurred in the fight between the Shivajvara and the Narayanajvara. Gradually, the Shivajvara's temperature diminished, and the Shivajvara began to cry for help from Lord Shiva. But Lord Shiva was unable to help him in the presence of the Narayanajvara. Unable to get any help from Lord Shiva, the Shivajvara could understand that he had no means of escape outside of surrendering unto Narayana. Lord Krishna himself, Lord Shiva, the greatest of the demigods, could not help him. What to speak of the lesser demigods, and therefore the Shivajvara ultimately surrendered unto Krishna, bowing before him and offering a prayer so that the Lord might be pleased and give him protection. This incident of the fight between the ultimate weapons of Lord Shiva and Lord Krishna proves that if Krishna gives someone protection, no one can kill him. And if Krishna does not give one protection, no one can save him. Lord Shiva is called Mahadeva, the greatest of all the demigods. Although sometimes Lord Brahma is considered the greatest of all the demigods because he can create. However, Lord Shiva can annihilate the creations of Brahma. Still, both Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva act only in one capacity. Lord Brahma can create, and Lord Shiva can annihilate, but neither of them can maintain. Lord Vishnu, however, not only maintains but creates and annihilates also. Factually, the creation is not affected by Brahma because Brahma himself is created by Lord Vishnu, and Lord Shiva is created or born of Brahma. The Shiva Jvara thus understood that without Krishna or Narayana, no one could help him. He therefore rightly took shelter of Lord Krishna, and with folded hands began to pray as follows: My dear Lord, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you because you have unlimited potencies. No one can surpass your potencies, and thus you are the Lord of everyone. Generally, people consider Lord Shiva the most powerful personality in the material world, but Lord Shiva is not all powerful. You are all powerful. This is factual. You are the original consciousness or knowledge. Without knowledge or consciousness, nothing can be powerful. A material thing may be very powerful, but without the touch of consciousness, it cannot act. A material machine may be gigantic and wonderful, but without the touch of someone conscious and in knowledge, the material machine is useless for all purposes. My Lord, you are complete knowledge, and there is not a pinch of material contamination in your personality. Lord Shiva may be a powerful demigod because of his specific power to annihilate the whole creation. And similarly, Lord Brahma may be very powerful because he can create the entire universe. But actually, neither Brahma nor Lord Shiva is the original cause of this cosmic manifestation. You are the absolute truth, the supreme Brahman, and you are the original cause. The original cause of the cosmic manifestation is not the impersonal Brahman effulgence. That impersonal Brahman effulgence rests on your personality. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, the cause of the impersonal Brahman is Lord Krishna. This Brahman effulgence is likened to the sunshine which emanates from the sun globe. Therefore, impersonal Brahman is not the ultimate cause. The ultimate cause of everything is the supreme eternal form of Krishna. All material actions and reactions take place in the impersonal Brahman, but in the personal Brahman, the eternal form of Krishna, there is no action and reaction. In man's instinctive nature, there originates a desire to be with his fellows and to share their feelings. As man evolved to a higher state of consciousness, this instinctive trait developed into the attribute of sympathy. Based upon love, devotion, and human understanding in its perfect state, sympathy constitutes a necessary prerequisite towards the promulgation of the Golden Rule. As man's thought and conduct in many instances is still controlled by his animal traits, so we are constantly aware of manifestations of sympathy expressed in its cruder forms. When the individual confines his feelings, his interests, his helpfulness to certain groups or classes, when they allow themselves to be conscious of kind, then he or she is expressing a very mediocre and underdeveloped form of sympathy. This type of sympathy gives rise to all sorts of racial conflicts and misunderstandings. It is the cause of inharmony and leads to open hostility between races and between groups of radically different beliefs, opinions, and social status. This type of sympathy is a detriment to the advancement of the soul. When the individual no longer discriminates between races, creeds, or color, when their sympathetic consciousness encompasses all men and women in all stations of life, when they radiate a spirit of kindness, charity, patience, and love to the whole body of mankind, then the individual is expressing sympathy in its highest and most developed range and stage. Only through awareness of the oneness of mankind can we acquire the quality of feeling that is characterized by mutual understanding and genuine helpfulness toward all men. Sympathy, used in the sense of sorrowing with others, is a violation. It's a violation of natural law. Sympathy used in the sense of sorrowing with others is a violation of natural law and should not be indulged in. It may be exercised in appreciation of another's suffering, but it should never be enlisted to the point of disturbing one's own equilibrium. When sympathy disturbs, it weakens, and that which weakens tends to destroy. Through weeping with or for another, one increases their own suffering and unfits themselves for helpfulness. No circumstance justifies a disturbed attitude. In each person's conscious existence, there comes a time when they have risen in consciousness to the extent that a oneness with all life is felt. There follows in natural sequence the realization that whatever befalls the many also harms the one, and to this type of soul, sympathy reaches its most beautiful expression. The life that exists in the plant, the animal, and the man may then be said to be in rapport with this type of evolved soul. It is only when one is aware of their separateness, and individualized existence that they feel alone and perhaps afraid. To them, all forms of life are separate and distinct entities, some of which are looked upon with abhorrence. In such a personality, the right kind of sympathy cannot exist. The individual who is truly in sympathy with animal nature cannot ruthlessly blot out its life for mere pleasure. The hunter who delights in the destruction of animal life for sport certainly does not understand that all life is one. Being unaware of the laws involved, they are merely satisfying an inherited egotistical urge brought over from the lower states of existence to match their wits against those of the animal. When one becomes cognizant that all are one, they no longer can ruthlessly destroy life unnecessarily. Rather, they endeavor to make the life of the lower and lesser being more pleasant. When this point of consciousness has been reached, true sympathy is then being expressed by the soul. We have a good example of such expression in the Organization Against Cruelty to Animals, where individuals devote their time and money to alleviate the suffering of these unfortunate beings. The needless and unaided suffering of both animals and human beings is sufficient evidence to support the statement that sympathy in the true sense is sadly lacking in our vaunted and prosperous civilization. Not only are animals neglected without an adequate food and shelter, but the aged and the infirm walk the streets seeking sustenance and the bare comforts of life. The undernourished and underprivileged children fill the slums of our large cities, and although we have welfare organizations charged with the responsibility of caring for these individuals, they perform their services in a cold, merciless manner and do not alleviate the conditions that exist. It is obvious that the great mass of humanity displays a superficial, sentimental, and insincere sympathetic attitude towards its fellows. There can be no genuine brotherhood without mutual regard, good opinion, and esteem, mutual charity, and mutual allowance for faults or failings. It is those only who learn habitually to think better of each other, to look habitually for the good that is in each other, and expect, allow for, and overlook the evil, who can be brethren one of the other, in any true sense of the word. Those who gloat over the failings of one another, who think other to be naturally base and low of a nature, in which the evil predominates and excellence is not to be looked for, cannot be even friends, and is much less brethren. No one can have a right to think meanly of their race unless they also think meanly of themselves. If from a single fault or error they judge the character of another, and take the single act as evidence of the whole nature of the man or woman and of the whole course of their life, they ought to consent to be judged by the same rule, and to admit it to be correct and right that others should thus uncharitably condemn themselves. But such judgments will become impossible, even be will be impossible when they incessantly remind themselves that in every one who lives there is an immortal soul endeavoring to do that which is right and just. A ray, however small and almost inappreciable from the great source of light and intelligence, whichever struggles upward amid all the impediments of sense and the obstructions of the passion, and that in every man this ray continually wages war against their evil passions and their unruly appetites, or if it has succumbed, is never wholly extinguished and annihilated, for they will then see that it is not victory, but the struggle that deserves honor. Since in this, as in all else, no one can always command success. Amid a cloud of errors, of failures, and shortcomings, they will look for the struggling soul, for that which is good in every one amid the evil, and believing that each is better than from their acts and omissions that they seem to be, and for that God cares for them still, and pities them and loves them, they will feel that even the erring sinner is still their brother, still entitled to their sympathy and bound to them by the indissoluble ties of fellowship. If there be nothing of the divine in man, what are they, after all, but a more intelligent animal? They hath no fault nor vice which some beast hath not, and therefore in their vices they are but a beast of a higher order, and they hath hardly any moral excellence, perhaps none, which some animal hath not, in as great a degree, even the more excellent of these, such as generosity, fidelity, and magnanimity. I call to the Blessed Mother of Life, gift us with boldness, courage, and love. Help us let go of the past. Help us surrender the ways we have shrunk back from life to protect and hide parts of us that were hard to deal with. Let us know the fullness of life, love and acceptance of myself and others. Let us be with you without pretense or hiding. Help us grow joyfully and be ourselves in the world. We accept your help in unconditional love now. Life flows through us, full and unique. I call to the Blessed Mother of Life, gift us with boldness, courage, and love. Help us let go of the past. Help us surrender the ways we have shrunk back from life to protect and hide parts of us that were hard to deal with. Let us know the fullness of life, love, and acceptance of myself and others. Let us just be with you without pretense or hiding. Help us grow joyfully and be ourselves in the world. We accept your help. In unconditional love, life flows through us full and unique. We call to the Blessed Mother of Life, gift us with boldness, courage, and love. Help us let go of the past. Help us surrender the ways we have shrunk back from life to protect and hide parts of us that were hard to deal with. Let us know the fullness of life, love, and acceptance of ourselves and others. Let us just be with you without pretense or hiding. Help us grow joyfully and be ourselves in the world. We accept your help and unconditional love now. Life flows through us, full and unique. Well, that was a beautiful arrangement. The charioteer of Pradyumna replied, My dear sir, I wish a long life for you alone, for it is the duty of the charioteer to help the fighter in the chariot when he is in precarious condition. My dear sir, you are completely competent in the battlefield, but it is the duty of the charioteer and the warrior to protect each other in a precarious condition. I was completely aware of the regulative principles of fighting, and I did my duty. The enemy all of a sudden struck you with his club so severely that you lost consciousness. You were in a dangerous position, surrounded by your enemies. Therefore, I was obliged to act as I did. Thus ends the Bhagavatartha purport of the sixth chapter of Krishna, the battle between Salva and members of the Yadu dynasty. After talking with his cheerleader, the Sandaruka, chapter 77. All right, let's get. After talking with his chariot, the deliverance of Salva. After talking with his charioteer, the Sandaruka Pradyumna could understand the real circumstances. Therefore, he refreshed himself by washing his mouth and hands, and after arming himself properly with bows and arrows, he asked his charioteer to take him near the place where Salva's commander in chief was standing. During the short absence of Pradyumna from the battlefield, Dayuman, Salva's commander in chief, had been taking over the positions of the soldiers of the Yadu dynasty. Appearing on the battlefield, Pradyumna immediately stopped him and, smiling, shot 8 arrows at him. With 4 arrows, he killed Dayuman's 4 horses, and with one arrow his chariot driver. With another arrow he cut his bow in two. With another he cut his flag to pieces, and with the last he severed his head from his body. In the other fronts, heroes like Gada, Satyaki, and Samba were killing the soldiers of Salva. The soldiers staying with Salva in the airplane were also killed in the fighting, and they fell into the ocean. Each party began to strike the opposite party very severely in a fierce, dangerous battle that continued for 27 days without stopping. While the fight was going on in the city of Dvaraka, Krishna was staying at Indraprastha with the Pandavas and King Yudhishthira. This fighting with Salva took place after the Raja Surya Yajna and had been performed by King Yudhishthira, and after the killing of Sisurpala. When Lord Krishna understood that there was great danger in the city of Dvaraka, he took permission from the elder members of the Pandava family, especially from his aunt Kunti Devi, and started immediately for Dvaraka. Lord Krishna began to think that while he was staying in Hastinapura, Balarama, after killing the Sisupala's men must have attacked Dravraka. On reaching Dravraka, Lord Krishna saw that the whole city was greatly endangered. He placed Balaramji in a strategic position for the protection of the city, and he himself asked his charioteer Daruka to prepare to start. He said, Daruka, please immediately take me to where Salva is staying. You may know that this Salva is a very powerful, mysterious man. Don't fear him in the least. As soon as he got his orders from Lord Krishna, Daruku Daruka had him seated on the chariot and drove very quickly toward Salva. The chariot of Lord Krishna was marked with the flag bearing the insignia of Garuda, and as soon as the soldiers and warriors of the Yadu dynasty saw the flag, they could understand that Lord Krishna was on the battlefield. By this time, almost all the soldiers of Salva had been killed, but when Salva saw that Krishna had come to the battlefield, he released a great powerful weapon which flew through the sky with a roaring sound like a great meteor. It was so bright that the whole sky was lit up by its presence. But as soon as Lord Krishna appeared, he tore the great weapon into hundreds and thousands of pieces by releasing his own arrows. Lord Krishna struck Sava with 16 arrows, and with showers of arrows he overpowered the airplane, just as the sun in a clear sky overpowers the whole sky by an unlimited number of molecules of sunshine. Sava struck a severe blow to Krishna's left side, where the Lord carried his bow, Saranga, and as a result, the Saranga bow fell from Lord Krishna's hand. This dropping of the bow was indeed wonderful. Great personalities and demigods who were observing the fight between Salva and Krishna were most perturbed by this, and they exclaimed, Alas, alas! Salva thought that he had become victorious, and with a roaring sound he addressed Lord Krishna as follows: You rascal Krishna, you kidnapped the Rukmini forcibly even in our presence. You baffled my friend Sispala and married Rukmini yourself. And in the great assembly at King Yudhishthira's Rajas Yorsiarchana, while my friend Sisurpala was a little absent-minded, you took an opportunity to kill him. Everyone thinks that you are a great fighter and that no one can conquer you. So now you'll have to prove your strength. I think that if you stand before me any longer with my sharp arrows, I shall send you to a place where from you will never return. To this Lord Krishna replied, Foolish Shava, you're talking nonsensically. You do nonsensically. You do not know that the moment of death is already upon your head. Actual heroes do not talk much. They prove their prowess by actual practical exhibition, by chivalrous activities. After saying this, Lord Krishna, in great anger, struck Salva on the collarbone with his club so severely that Salva began to vomit blood, and terrible as if he were going to collapse from severe cold before Krishna was able to strike him again. After Before Krishna was able to strike him again, however, Salva became invisible by his mystic power. Within a few moments, a mysterious unknown man came before Lord Krishna, crying loudly, He bowed down at the Lord's lotus feet and said to him, "Since you are the most beloved son of your father, Vasudeva, your mother Devaki has sent me to inform you of the unfortunate news that Sava has arrested your father and taken him away by force, just as a butcher mercilessly takes away an animal." When Lord Krishna heard this unfortunate news from the unknown man, he at first became most perturbed, just like an ordinary human being. His face showed signs of grief, and he began to cry in a piteous tone. "How could that happen? My brother, Lord Balarama, is there, and it is impossible for anyone to conquer Balaramarshi. He is in charge of Dvaraka city, and I know he is always alert. How could Sava possibly enter the city and arrest my father in that way? Whatever Sava may be, his power is limited, so how could it be possible that he has conquered the strength of Balaramarji and taken away my father? Arresting him is described by this man. Alas, destiny is, after all, very powerful. While Sri Krishna was thinking like this, Sava brought before him a custody man exactly resembling Vasudeva, his father. And these were all creations of the mystic power of Sava. Sava addressed Krishna. "You rascal Krishna, look, this is your father who has begotten you, and by whose mercy you are still living. Now just see how I kill your father. If you have any strength, try to save him." The mystic juggler Sarva, speaking in this way before Lord Krishna, immediately cut off the head of the false Vasudeva. Then, without hesitation, he took away the dead body and got into his airplane. Lord Krishna is the self sufficient Supreme Personality of Godhead, yet because he was playing the role of a human being, he became very depressed for a moment, as if he had actually lost his father. But in the next moment, he could understand that the arrest and killing of his father were demonstrations of the mystic powers which Saba had learned from the demon Maya. Coming to his right consciousness, he could see that there was no messenger and no head of his father, but that Saba had left in his airplane, which was flying in the sky. He then began to think of slaying Saba. Krishna's reaction is a controversial point among great authorities and saintly persons. How could Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the reservoir of all power and knowledge, be bewildered in such a way? Lamentation, aggrievement, and bewilderment are characteristics of conditioned souls. But how can such things affect the person of the Supreme, who is full of knowledge, power, and all opulence? Actually, it is not at all possible that Lord Krishna was misled by the mystic jugglery of Salva. He was displaying his pastime and playing that role of a human being. Great saintly persons and sages who are engaged in the devotional service of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and who have thus achieved the greatest perfection of self realization have transcended the bewilderments of the bodily concept of life. Lord Krishna is the ultimate goal of life for such saintly persons. How then could Krishna have been bewildered by the mystic jugglery of Salva? The conclusion is that Lord Krishna's bewilderment was another opulence of his supreme personality. When Salva thought that Krishna had been bewildered by his mystic representations, he became encouraged and began to attack the Lord with greater strength and energy by showering volleys of arrows upon him. But the enthusiasm of Salva can be compared to the speedy march of moths to a fire. Lord Krishna, by hurling his arrows with unfathomable strength, injured Sava, whose armor, bow, and jeweled helmet all scattered in pieces. With a crashing blow from Krishna's club, Sava's wonderful airplane burst into pieces and fell into the sea. Saba was very careful, and instead of crashing with the airplane, he managed to jump onto the land. He again rushed toward Lord Krishna. When Saba ran swiftly to attack Krishna with his club, Lord Krishna cut off his hand, which fell to the ground with the club. Finally deciding to kill him, the Lord took up his wonderful disc, which shone like a brilliant sun at the time of the dissolution of the material creation. When Lord Sri Krishna stood up with his disc to kill Sava, he appeared just like a mountain with the red sun rising over it. Lord Krishna then cut off Sava's head, and the head, with its earrings and helmet, fell to the ground. Sava was thus killed in the same way that Vatraswara was killed by Indra, the king of heaven. When Sava was killed, all his soldiers and followers cried, "Alas, alas!" While Sava's men were thus crying, the demigods from the heavenly planets showered flowers on Krishna and announced the victory by beating drums and blowing bugles. At that very moment, other friends of Sisupala, such as Dantavakra, appeared on the scene to fight with Krishna and avenge the death of Sisupala and others. When Dantavakra appeared before Lord Krishna, he was extremely angry. Thus ends the Bhakti Vedanta purport of the 77th chapter of Krishna, the deliverance of Sava. That was pretty awesome. I'm gonna put this guy back. Page 77. Let's see. What is there? Ooh. We read this one. I'm gonna read it. Yeah? It's called The Three Spinners. There was once a girl who was idle and would not spin, and let her mother say what she would, she could not bring her to it. At last the mother was once so overcome with anger and impatience that she beat her, on which the girl began to weep loudly. Now at this very moment the queen drove by, and when she was heard the weeping, she stopped her carriage, went into the house, and asked the mother why she was beating her daughter so that the cries could be heard on the road. When the woman was ashamed to reveal the laziness of her daughter and said, "I cannot get her to leave off spinning. She insists on spinning for ever and ever, and I am poor and cannot procure the flax." Then answered the queen, "There is nothing that I like better to hear than spinning, and I am never happier than when the wheels are humming. Let me have your daughter with me in the palace. I have flax enough, and there she shall spin as much as she likes." The mother was heartily satisfied with this, and the queen took the little girl with her. When they had arrived at the palace, she led her up into three rooms, which were filled from the bottom to the top with the finest flax. "Now spin me this flax," she said, "and when thou hast done it, thou shalt have my eldest son for a husband, even if thou art poor. I care not for that. They indefatigable industry is dowry enough." The girl was secretly terrified, for she could not have spun the flax. No, not if she had lived till she was 300 years old, and had sat at it every day from morning till night. When therefore she was alone, she began to weep, and sat thus for 3 days without moving a finger. On the third day came the queen, and when she saw that nothing had been spun yet, she was surprised. But the girl excused herself by saying that she had not been able to begin because of her great distress at leaving her mother's house. The queen was satisfied with this, but said, when she was going away, "Tomorrow thou must begin to work." When the girl was alone again, she did not know what to do, and in her distress went to the window. Then she saw three women coming towards her, the first of whom had a broad, flat foot, the second had such a great underlip, and it hung down over her chin, and the third had a broad thumb. They remained standing before the window, looked up, and asked the girl what was amiss with her. She complained of her trouble, and then they offered her their help and said, "If thou wilt invite us to the wedding, not be ashamed of us, and wilt call us thine aunts, and likewise wilt place us at thy table, we will spin up the flax for thee, and that in a very short time." With all my heart, she replied, "but do come in and begin the work at once." When she led in the three strange women and cleared a place in the first room, there they seated themselves and began their spinning. Then one drew the thread and trod the wheel, and the other wetted the thread, and the third twisted it and struck it in the table with her finger. And as often as she struck it, a skein of thread fell to the ground that it was spun in the finest manner possible. The girl concealed the three spinners from the queen, and showed her whenever she came the great quantity of spun thread, until the latter could not praise her enough. When the first room was empty, she went to the second, and at last to the third, and that too was quickly cleared. Then the three women took leave and said to the girl, "Do not forget what thou hast promised us. It will make thy fortune." When the maiden showed the queen the empty rooms and the great heap of yarn, she gave orders for the wedding, and the bridegroom rejoiced that he was to have such a clever and industrious wife, and praised her mightily. "I have three aunts," said the girl, "and as they have been very kind to me, I should not like to forget them in my good fortune. Allow me to invite them to the wedding, and let them sit with us at the table." The queen and the bridegroom said, Why should we not allow that?" Therefore when the feast began, the three women entered the inn strange apparel, and the bride said, "Welcome, dear aunts." "Ah," said the bridegroom, "how comest thou by these odious friends?" Thereupon he went to one with the broad flat foot, and said, "How do you come by such a broad foot?" "By treading," she answered. "By treading." Then the bridegroom went to the second and said, "How do you come by falling lip?" By licking, she answered. By licking. Then he asked the third, How do you come by your broad thumb? By twisting the thread, she answered. By twisting the thread. On this, the king's son was alarmed and said, Neither now nor ever shall my bride touch a spinning wheel. And thus she got rid of the hateful flax spinning. Mm. This is the place of the ruler and should be a young line. It is in the center of the upper trigram and controls the whole hexagram. The ruler possesses the most superior position in the hexagram. The line represents the head of a family, a CEO, headmaster, king, pope, four-star general, or the principal person in any situation. This line is usually favorable. By the fifth line, the situation has reached its peak or you have realized your natural power before a decline begins. It is beneficial for this line to be opposite in nature to the second and fourth lines, so conflict is avoided. As an illustration of how anger in the mind can produce pathology in the body, let us assume that a person is eating a meal containing a substance opaque to x rays. The normal rhythmic churning movements of the stomach can be clearly observed before the screen of the fluoroscope. Now assume that this person becomes angered by the naggings of a jealous mate. The peristaltic movements will be greatly diminished or perhaps may cease altogether. When those about us manifest abundance in things which we desire in our own lives, let us not envy them. Let us not be angry towards them, but rather let us be grateful for the ever abundant supply that God has provided for us and of which we may partake in the degree that we understand and utilize the law. And thus, every individual is caught therein. Tolerance too often is not the result of what one thinks, but how one feels about any particular person, institution, or idea. Just so long as our analysis and interpretation of facts are arrived at through emotions, we are the victims of tolerance. Only through reason do we attain general understanding and tolerance. Feeling superior purely on the basis of being born into a particular race, or we become intolerant of race, creed, and color. We often boast of tolerance in religion, but in reality question the integrity of anyone of a different faith. How open minded is an individual who concedes that all truth is relative, but who finds themselves emotionally upset at the expression of ideas that contradict their viewpoint? Yes, we profess that others have the right to solve their problems according to their own dictates, but still we find fault and criticize anyone with a code of behavior different from our own. As long as we continue feeling tense and irritated by whatever we do not conform to our particular desires, notions, or prejudices, we are ignorant of the meaning of tolerance. It is the nature of spirit to express itself in many ways and in many forms. If there were no change, no diversity, life would become dull and uninteresting. The spirit within must of necessity express itself through medium which it has created. Even doctors, when confronted with a disease that they know will prove fatal to the patient, will bring encouragement with the words, "Where there is life, there is hope." The individual who is truly in sympathy with animal nature cannot ruthlessly blot out its life for mere pleasure. The hunter who delights in the destruction of animal life for sport certainly does not understand that all life is one. As the soul conquers its weaknesses, meets the requirements for progression, and returns to its pure nature, love, fanned by the breath of purity, awakens and flames into being. The life that is lived in accordance with the laws of the body, mind, and soul, and which embodies all the other positive attributes, culminates in love. Love is the fruition of the purified nature. Live one vibrational energy. That's your joy, that's your love, that's your happiness. When individuals who thus have risen come together in their pure elements, contact through the law of spiritual affinity, love becomes active and true to its nature, radiates itself, and blesses whomsoever it touches. Pure love responds only to the union of souls that are characterized by the highest attributes, and their capabilities of pure love are measured by the degree in which the lower elements have been misplaced by the nobler qualifications. Inharmony results from a conflict of elements governed by selfish, crude, and uncontrolled natures. When individuals unite through the blendings of souls that are unselfish, self possessed, and pure, the mental and physical organisms are subjected and harmonized. If we desire love, we must set up a polarity which will attract love. Live one vibrational energy. It's you. This powerful force can awaken the greatest that is in our souls, and thus it constitutes the medium for remarkable spiritual development. The law of spiritual affinity cannot have its perfect way until individuals have lifted their natures from the plane of selfishness and desire, and the spiritual natures have become pure enough and vital enough to govern the whole organism and overcome attraction on any other plane. When individuals unite under the perfect working of this law, love seals the union with a bond that endures not only during life on earth, but through eternity. That's why I silence my mind, and I'm getting better at silencing my voice. It is evident also that about unchangeable things there can be no error in respect of time, if we assume them to be unchangeable. Ergo, if we suppose that the triangle does not change, we shall not suppose that at one time its angles are equal to two right angles, while at another time they are not, for that would imply change. It is possible, however, to suppose that one member of such a class has a certain attribute and another has not. Ergo, while we may suppose that no even number is prime, we may suppose that some are and some are not. But regarding a numerically single number, not even that one instance has an attribute and another has not. But whether our judgment can be true or false, it is implied that the fact is eternal. All right. You're in a period of rapid growth and development. If you make the effort, you will get results. Find people to help you. Strike a balance of power. Just as crops stretch and grow to the skies, you are now in a period of rapid growth. The time has come for your labors to finally bear fruit. An offer may come to you suddenly and out of nowhere. It is important to prepare yourself for undertaking it. You may take on a central leadership role in this scenario, or it is possible that a powerful supporter may take the lead. Whatever happens, know that you will make a unique and powerful team. So don't forget to be in good standing with your team members. Xochitl is one of the four heavenly kings and a deity who protects the south. In Japan, he is often depicted as a powerful general holding a spear and wearing armor. Of his messengers, he has a fierce demon who interrupts the sleep of humans and causes misfortune, as well as the spirits of the dead who are demons of the hungry ghost realm. These messengers are often shown holding swords next to Xochitl in mandalas. The name Xochitl means enlargement and growth, and his blessings are believed to be growth and the creation of productive grain for which he is worshipped. Protection, growth, and protective gain. Xochitl. Om Virudakayaksipatari Svaha. Om Virupaksayakshitari Svaha. Om Virurakayaksipatari Svaha. What is it you wish to do? Make your wishes come true. Things born of careful consideration. Successful relationships. Now is not the time for action, but a time for stillness. Spend this time on relaxing and inner reflection. Are the opinions and reactions of others clouding your judgment? Worrying about the results or getting things correct the first time will only bring you further from your path. Your opinion will not always match those around you. Goals and aspirations that bubble up from deep in your soul, that make your heart feel joyful and light, that make you want to take action. These are your sincerest desires. Be sure to hold on to them and keep them safe. Noyorin Karnen is one of the six Karnen savior to those wandering lost in the God realm. In esoteric Buddhism, she has 6 arms and sits with her right knee up as the savior of the 6 realms of rebirth. Her right hand, poised in thought on her cheek, is for the realm of hell, and hand holding the Shintamani gem, said to grant any and all wishes, is for the realm of hungry ghosts. The hand holding the prayer beads is for the realm of animals. The left hand in thought is for the realm of demigods. The hand holding the lotus is for the human realm. Finally, the hand holding the Dharma chakra is for the realm of the gods. Her Shintamani stone not only grants riches and success, but helps to guide relationships to a bright future. The blessings are sound health, increased earnings, and adoration. The mantra for Nyorning Kanji Saibosusu is Om Padme Saramarni Shvala Hum. Om Padme Saramarni Shvala Hum. Om Padme Saramarni Shvala Hum. And these guys, we actually, every single one of the blessings in this entire oracle system, we actually read every morning. The devil's sooty brother. Hmm. A despondent soldier had nothing to live on and did not know how to get on. So he went out into the forest, and when he had walked for a short time, he met a little man who was, however, the devil. The little man said to him, "What ails you? You seem so very sorrowful." Then the soldier said, "I am hungry, but have no money." The devil said, "If you will hire yourself to me and be my serving man, you shall have enough for all your life." You shall serve me for 7 years, and after you shall go again, be free. But one thing I must tell you, and that is, you must not wash, comb, or trim yourself, or cut your hair or nails, or wipe the water from your eyes. The soldier said, all right, if there is no help for it, and went off with the little man, who straightway led him down into hell. Then he told him what he had to do. He was to poke the fire under the kettles wherein the hell broth was stewing, keep the house clean, drive all the sweepings behind the doors, and see that everything was in order. But if he once peeped into the kettles, it would go ill with him. The soldier said, good, I will take care. And then the old devil went out again on his wanderings, and the soldier entered upon his new duties, made the fire, and swept the dirt well behind the doors, just as he had been bidden. When the old devil came back again, he looked to see if all had been done, appeared satisfied, and went forth a second time. The soldier now took a good look on every side. The kettles were standing all round hell with the mighty fire below them, and inside they were boiling and sputtering. He would have given anything to look inside them. If the devil had not so particularly forbidden him, at last he could no longer restrain himself, slightly raised the lid of the first kettle, and peeped in. And there he saw his former corporal shut in. Aha, old bird, said he, do I meet you here? You once had me in your power. Now I have you. And he quickly let the lid fall, poked the fire, and added a fresh log. After that, he went to the second kettle, raised its lid also a little, and peeped in. His former ensign was in that. Aha, old bird, so I find you here. You once had me in your power. Now I have you. He closed the lid again and fetched yet another log to make it really hot. Then he wanted to see who might be sitting up in the third kettle. It was actually be but a general. Ah, old bird, do I meet you here? Once you had me in your power, now I have you. And he fetched the bellows and made hellfire blaze right under him. So he did his work 7 years in hell. Did not wash, comb, or trim himself, or cut his hair or nails, or wash the water out of his eyes. And the 7 years seemed so short to him that he thought he had only been half a year. Now, when the time had fully gone by, the devil came and said, well, Hans, what have you done? I poked the fire under the kettles, and I have swept the dirt well behind the doors. But you have peeped into the kettles as well. It is lucky for you that you added fresh logs to them, or else your life would have been forfeited. Now that your time is up, will you go home again? Yes, said the soldier, I should very much like to see what my father is doing at home. The devil said, in order that you may receive the wages you have earned, go and fill your knapsack full of the sweepings, and take it home with you. And you must also go unwashed, and uncombed, with long hair on your head and beard, and with uncut nails and dim eyes. And when you are asked whence you come, you must say, from hell. And when you are asked who you are to say, the devil's sooty brother, and my king as well. The soldier held his peace, and did as the devil bade him. But he was not at all satisfied with his wages. Then, as soon as he was up in the forest again, he took his knapsack from his back to empty it. But on opening it, the sweepings had become pure gold. I should never have expected that, said he, and was well pleased, and entered the town. The landlord was standing in front of the inn, and when he saw the soldier approaching, he was terrified because Hans looked so terrible, so horrible, worse than a scarecrow. He called him and asked, whence comest thou? From hell. Who art thou? The devil's sooty brother, and my king as well. Then the host would not let him enter, but when Hans showed him the gold, he came and unlatched the door himself. Hans then ordered the best room and attendants, ate and drank his fill, but neither washed nor combed himself as the devil had bidden him, and at last lay down to sleep. But the knapsack full of gold remained before the eyes of the landlord and left him no peace, and during the night he crept in and stole it away. Next morning, however, when Hans got up and wanted to pay the landlord and travel further, behold, his knapsack was gone. But he soon composed himself and thought, Thou hast been unfortunate from no fault of thine own, and straightway went back again to hell, complained of his misfortune to the old devil, and begged for his help. The devil said, See yourself, I will wash, comb, and trim you, cut your hair and nails, and wash your eyes for you. And when he had done with him, he gave him the knapsack back again, full of sweepings, and said, Go and tell the landlord that he must return you your money, or else I will come and fetch him, and he shall poke the fire in your place. Hans went up and said to the landlord, Thou hast stolen my money. If thou dost not return it, thou shalt go down to hell in my place, and wilt look as horrible as I. Then the landlord gave him the money and more besides, only begging him to keep it secret, and Hans was now a rich man. He set out on his way home to his father and bought himself a shabby smock frock to wear and strolled about making music, for he had learned to do that while he was with the devil in hell. There was, however, an old king in that country before whom he had to play, and the king was so delighted with his playing that he promised him his eldest daughter in marriage. But when she heard that she was to be married to a common fellow in a smock frock, she said, Rather than do that, I would go into the deepest water. Then the king gave him the youngest, who was quite willing to do it to please her father, and thus the devil's sooty brother got the king's daughter. And when the aged king died, the whole kingdom likewise. Chiron in the sixth house symbolizes the working out of transformation energy in the form as a karmic issue. An astrologer should take a close look at natal charts with retrograde Chiron in the sixth. Almost all of us have been healers on some level in past lives. Those with retrograde Chiron in the sixth can reactivate past life healing skills in this lifetime. What I gotta do real quick is I did it. The story we just read. This is Jacob Jacob Wilhelm Grimm, Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. And those are two amazing brothers. Those are stories we were reading, and that's from their fairy tales. And honor those guys, man. Gotta honor the ones who left these stories to us. Jacob Ludwig Karl Grimm lived from 1785 to 1863, and Wilhelm Karl Grimm from 1786 to 1859. Born to Philip Wilhelm Grimm, a German lawyer, and Dorothea Grimm, née Zimmer, in Hanover. It's pretty awesome.
It's amazing these stories written so long ago, so many years ago, and bring such connection to our lives today. The examination of natal charts with Chiron in the sixth revealed that all are very meticulous and hardworking individuals. For almost all these people, work is salvation, and except for those who are professional healers or medical doctors, all showed hypochondriacal tendencies. Of the healers, one is a superb yoga teacher, one a yoga mystic who teaches, one a doctor or internal medicine who is working with the Kundalini energy in the body to develop new healing technologies, one superb and exacting medical astrologer, and one runs a center distributing new age dis, distributing new age healing therapies and products. Nostradamus, chart number 34, is an ideal example of Chiron in the sixth. As for the hypochondriacal tendencies I have observed, these are the clients whom you sense would get better if they would just see sickness in the head. They do better if they shift their energy even more into work. Contrary to the usual advice on workaholism, these individuals are better off working, forgetting their aches and pains, and it helps them to study healing and medicine. They are less likely to hold illness in their essence, Saturn in the sixth, if they encourage more awareness in Uranus. Uranus, 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 Uranus. Mm. See if I can adjust something without knocking things over too much. There's a book calling out to me. So I'm gonna just grabbing that one. It's kind of at the bottom of some other books. If any of these above symptoms or develop, consult a physician. For most of these conditions, prompt treatment may help to preserve sight or at least slow vision loss. Do not smoke and avoid those who do. Even people who have already developed toxic amblyopia as a result of smoking can have their vision improve if they quit. Huh. Considerations. The syndromes discussed here are usually painless. Physical discomfort is not a reliable indicator of visual health. Regular ophthalmic examinations are recommended
for everyone over 35. Hmm. Dry eyes. Bits of cellular debris floating within the eye are commonly referred to as floaters because these floaters cast shadows over the retina. The individual sees small specks that move slowly before the eyes, especially in certain lights and against certain backgrounds. Older adults and nearsighted people are most likely to complain of floaters. Most floaters eventually become less noticeable and are considered benign. Floaters that coalesce into long, stringy strands may be caused by a disorder called fibrillar degeneration of the vitreous. This condition is usually caused by excessive exposure to sunlight. Glaucoma is a serious eye disease marked by an increase in the pressure that the fluids within the eyeball exert on other parts of the eye. If this pressure is unrelieved, it may harm the retina and ultimately damage the optic nerve, resulting in vision loss, even blindness. It is most common in people over 35, in nearsighted people, and in people with high blood pressure. Night threw her shadows on the world. Sailors out at sea looked up to the circling bear. And stars of Orion, travelers and watchmen longed for sleep, and oblivion came to last to mothers mourning for their children's death. As we entered the Aegean, we encountered a thick pall of gloom, and we knew it was a sign of great evil. Evil too great to be comprehended by inhabitants of earth. Nearby was a great void in the waters from a recent eruption of a giant volcano, a vent from Pluto to the angry sky. Volcanoes are the emotions of the mother disturbed by bad blood of no trust. But we had returned bearing the golden fleece. One of the Minyar tossed the earth clawed from Lord Triton into the void, and the new growth of Thera began on the salt wound on the ocean floor, vent into the deep. For there are three gods at all times: the God of creation, of destruction, and the God of being here and now in time. But we all knew that we wouldn't find death on every island and shore awaiting us. We journeyed in faraway lands away from the heart of the destruction, and we escaped for the time being. Eventually, we came home to Jason's rightful kingdom. Pargaser, still ruled by Peleus. Merdea disguised herself as the moon goddess Crone to re-enter Pargaser to take the throne back for Jason, whose parents had been killed in Peleus. Jason's father had ever mercifully bashed a younger brother,
Cromarches to death. A younger brother, Jason, had never known. Mardeo cried out that the great goddess Artemis had come in a divine chariot drawn by flying serpents. Mardea charmed Peleus to sleep as she saw the nature of the death around herself, and she commanded his daughters to cut him up after she had boiled him in the regeneration cauldron. Medea, guardian of life, sometimes forced to kill, she saw that only the children mattered now. Like a mother who kills her young when there is no life on earth, Medea ravaged all but future life for us all. Peleus was boiled in the cauldron, a secret desire of all women who hate destroyers of life and children, but one daughter, Asclepius, refused to assist. Peleus was the brother, the murderer of Jason's father. Asin and Medea had no compassion left after Jason had murdered her own brother. Abstrus, Abisrus, Abarstus. Next, Jason feared the revenge of his brother, and he gave up the throne and home that Medea coveted. Again, the sacrifice of the sacred king for the goddess religion was foregone. The earth was again not blessed, and there could be no sacred kingdom again. Thus Medea, moon queen, came in a chariot for sun king Jason, and again Jason refused his role as guardian. Jason wished for a better throne and was banished by the moon priestess. Medea, guardian of life, sometimes forced to kill, she saw that only the children mattered now. Like a mother who kills her young when there is no life on earth, Medea ravaged all but future life for us all. Jason and Medea secured the throne of Corinth because the king was dead, and Medea's father was the rightful king of Corinth. After 10 years, Jason came to believe that Medea had poisoned the king of Corinth, and Jason wished to divorce Medea to marry Glauce, daughter of King Creon of Thebes. Medea burned Glauce up, and Zeus was so impressed with Medea's deed that he fell in love with her. Medea, true to other women wives, refused his advances, and the wife of Zeus, Hera, made the children of Medea immortal. Hera, Hera, Hera. Medea, true to other women, Medea fled in the winged serpent chariot from Helios, and she gave the kingdom to Sisyphus in disgust, condemning it to eternal struggle and no reward. Medea was witness to an age of chaos and healing, an age we need to remember now as we face similar issues and times. Medea, guardian of life, sometimes forced to kill, she saw that only the children mattered now. Like a mother who kills her young when the earth, where there is no life on earth, Medea ravaged all but future life for us all. Divorce me, screamed Medea. Her voice shook the galaxies and the supernovas. Divorce me! The woman who bore your children left her father for the sacred marriage, and who is Sky Queen Aphrodite, who never wavered in her trust of the universe. And then I am even coveted by Zeus when my only loyalty is to women, the wife and Hera. I am the mother of 14 sacred children, 7 daughters and 7 sons. What greater proof will there ever be that I am sought when you desired me, and used by you only as a vessel for the sacred seed? You, Jason, swore that you would be my husband if I used my female powers to protect civilization by helping you recover the fleece, the ark, the source. It seems it was easy for you to make promises when you were terrified of universal destruction, and it is easy for you to return to your short-sighted awareness of Earth. Once the danger is over, you are as low as a man who has just sodomized a young boy, and then you snivel your life when caught. Sorry, you say you're sorry after you ended life for thousands of years with nuclear power and chemical plants. Many of the scientists who participated in creating the bomb at Los Alamos later said they were sorry. Beware, all you males who think you control me and my energy. With all your devices, you think you create yourselves. You still think I will allow
fuckers called Challenger or Centaur or Atlas. I am the life force itself, and I can kill in more ways than you will ever imagine. For I am fire, and each time you create imbalance, I will purify Earth until you learn. Do not forget that even though later ages say I murdered my own children, do not forget that all of them are immortal by Hera's command. And 7 boys and 7 girls each year spend a year in Hera's temple for all eternity. That is why you must see with the eyes of children in order to gain the kingdom. Medea, guardian of life, sometimes forced to kill, she saw that only the children mattered now, like a mother who kills her young when there is no life on earth. Medea ravaged all but future life for us all. I, Chiron, have manifested on the physical plane for the first time as a planet. I, Chiron, have manifested on the physical plane for the first time as a planet. Medea just told you her story of the most important journey search during the last transmutation crisis. These times exist every 3,600 years when Nibiru has orbited out to its farthest point and is moving back toward Earth. At these times of heightened imbalance, the hologram can be altered so that the Earthlings can finally understand the relationship to everything in the universe. Humans are now invited into galactic communion if they will learn the ways of Earth initiation. If you will just seek pleasure and Uranian electrical excitement instead of Saturn control, you will make the right turn. If you will just see that immortality cannot be found by controlling planet Earth, it will only be found by letting go completely into the present time and space. If you could just see that ecstasy and oneness with the divine is only known by forgetting oneself. Stop struggling to get to a place or have a feeling that you think you need. Just respond to your word as it is. Every time you try to alter your world, you move from your place. Instead, change yourself by being present right where you are. My orbit, my energy is eccentric. I have appeared because you are ready now to let go of all habits and ideas about reality and just be present. Yes, the old part of you must die. That is what initiation is. But the outer is a reflection of your inner self. Surely your hideous, polluted, monstrous world will tell you that your inner self is ready to die and be reborn in Medea's cauldron of regeneration. Medea's cauldron of regeneration. Medea's cauldron of regeneration. Stop struggling to get to a place or have a feeling that you think you need. Just respond to your world as it is. Every time you try to alter your world, you move from your place. Instead, change yourself by being present right where you are. My orbit, my energy is eccentric. I do not want you to forget that the higher and deeper essence of my energy is understood without words by people born since 1942, and that few of the older generation will know it because they are afraid of death. The last few generations have destroyed so much Earth life force that they fear their own death. The last few generations have destroyed so much Earth life force that they fear their own death. They fear Hades, but the young do not understand this place. Many of the older people know it well, and they are going to Hades themselves from their fear. If they would just decide to live for 1 second, that would be enough. I tell you that my way is to break Saturn control, and now that I was sighted November 1st, 1977, I will do so if enough people just assist me now. Each individual who transmutes the ego so that the universal peace and love can channel through, each one of them heals the earth. I have returned to tell you how. I have told you Medea's story because I lived on your planet at that time. If all of you only understood that the Earth is the cosmic training school, listen well and do not forget this. Medea's fate was the death of the goddess religion, and the fate of your times will be terracide, death of the earth. Now, the greening life force shield, ozone, is disappearing above the polar ice caps. Only this crisis could bring me back. And you are like everything. You are like me. Only danger of this degree will make it possible for you to give up everything and become essence. You are now to focus on planetary orgasm instead of terracide. The last baptizer used water, and my element is earth. This may take weeks, months, or in some cases, years. The ritual will, however, facilitate the process with some more efficiency, but you must trust in your timing for such matters as your own soul is guiding the process and knows exactly what it is doing. I'm sure there's a few people who wonder about my eyeliner. It's usually a question people ask. I use I use the gel pot liner tattoo studio with a little brush. That thing I got right there. I'm horrible at focusing in on stuff. It's the Maybelline. It's Maybelline. And then I usually, oh, that stuff's pretty good. I drive away the wicked one from your tomb. I drive away the wicked. I drive away the wicked one from your tomb. I drive away the wicked one from your tomb. Quarrying stones from a nearby knoll, Shoap's builders left it a rugged outcrop, but Chevron's sculptors shaped the outcrop into the huge and brooding sphinx. A royal beard and a royal headdress with its symbolic cobra once marked the head as that of a king. Probably Chevron himself. A lion's body evokes an ancient belief that lions are guardians of sacred places. The ancient belief that lions were guardians of sacred places, the words above, from a later and far smaller sphinx, may well speak for all of its kind. Sprawling 240 feet from haunch to forepaw, the colossal image probably was once plastered and painted. Time and sandstorms have gnawed its flesh from antiquity. Benefactors have cleared engulfing sand and patched the monolith with blocks and stone. Cheops pyramids. The builders installed three granite portcullises in the level passage leading from the grand gallery to the king's chamber, but it was difficult to block the ascending corridor that led to the gallery's lower end. How could the workmen push large stone blocks up the sloping floor, and how could the blocks be secured so that they could not be removed? The only way to plug the corridor was to store the blocks in the grand gallery as the pyramid was being built, and after the funeral, push them down into the corridor from its upper end. But the workmen behind the blocks would then have been trapped forever inside the pyramid if a way of escape had not been provided. Although the retainers of some of the earliest kings had been buried with their masters to continue their service in the afterlife, the burial of living persons was not practiced by the time of the pyramids. If anybody's wondering, Cheech and Chong, I like them. They taste good on the exhale of the nose. The philosophical stone says the masters must not be exposed to the atmosphere nor to the gaze of the profane, but it must be kept concealed and carefully preserved in the most secret place of the laboratory, and the possessor must always carry on his person the key of the place where it is. He who possesses the grand arcanum is a genuine king, and more than a king, for he is inaccessible to all fear and all empty hopes. In all maladies of soul and body, a single particle from the precious stone, a single grain of the divine powder, is more than sufficient to cure him. Let him hear who hath ears to hear, the Master said. You're much too serious about life. According to the fairies, they aren't asking you to neglect your responsibilities. Let go of the sacred reverence for life or defend your emotions with jokes. Instead, you're asked to see the humor that runs through the thread of life. Like a brilliant comedy, our lives become more enjoyable when we can see them through the eyes of a humorist. Laughter helps us to stand back and see ourselves and our situations more objectively. When we laugh, we relax, and when we relax, creative solutions and renewed energy course through us more easily. So take time today to laugh. For instance, go see that new funny movie or play, buy a book by your favorite comedy writer, or exchange silly jokes with a friend. I find that the humor in life, the affirmation, I find that the humor in life and I laugh easily. I find the humor in life and I laugh easily. I find the humor in life and I laugh easily. I find the humor in life and I laugh easily. take that as a cue. And let's see. Let's check your body. Let's check your audio, bro. See how you sound.
Hey, bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, sounds pretty good. Let's.
I love you. I haven't been on for a while. Awesome. Loves.
All right. You know, one thing you always bring to the table that's real nice, bro. And by the way, those here, I've had V, my brother. He's he's usually been on the broadcast with me on the regular, and I took a couple of days for myself, and now I have him on a personal call that doesn't interrupt this flow. Anyways, he's. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty amazing as we know, my bro. I've been like flowing. You made me like very happy and hot. You know, words are just a little too little. So in your own words, that's how I've been doing.
Oh.
In a sense. Although, yeah, that's the best I can come up with so far.
Well, the last thing that popped out, it said joke or have a joke with a friend. So when they said that, I thought about yourself, man, and you're always smile, you're always happy, dude. You're always the joy is like always there, and I appreciate that. I love that about you, and there's so many moments, like I've said, I want to jump out and enjoy it. I know you can express it for me.
Yeah, I really love that reading because that's something that I've been like thinking about lately. That's the literal mechanism of synchronicity. Laughter is somehow connected to it because like we discussed it. Once you're aligned and you see these things, you don't think you're going crazy, you laugh. My good old friend Terence McKenna that I quote a lot called it a cosmic giggle. Like when nature aligns so beautifully and like you just see it and like your automatic reaction is to just laugh and keep going. But in the most beautiful way, like a confirmation, like, yeah, this is the right path. Like multiverse is on our side. It's like, yeah. So, and on the note of humor, like, I am going to be fully honest, bro. Like our chats and interactions, it's and Joe that we sometimes say it's like the hardest and most funniest laughs that I have had in my life because like it requires getting a person on a level to have the humor. And, like I don't even remember specific stuff that we said, but I just remember laughing so much with you in the most beautiful way. And it's like the start, as we say.
All right, bro. I'm gonna get back to the jam. If you don't mind, please cut in your audio. I'm gonna have you a little bit more in my sights. Keep a little bit of that goodness fun going. Let's see here. No, don't want that book. What book we want to go for? Sanders. Show y'all a picture. It's interesting how one idea will spark another idea, like one image, one thing looking over here, and then all of a sudden, like the attention looks over here, and it's like, boom, that's where my heart wants to go. Hmm. All right, I just lighten up the tone, right? Just be more cool, maybe more hit my hippie self. I got you. I got you. I love the fairies, man. Like, during centuries of Mongol oppression, followed by serfdom and priest ridden autocracy, memories of the old gods grew dim. However, the Russian people felt the continuing need for a body of folk mythology which would supplement the rigid dogma of the Orthodox Church and could assuage the hopes and fears of a simple pupil, dwelling often in remote places and open to the terrors of dark, cold nights and endless forests. Many of the rich store of Russian fairy tales are built round a recognizable company of fantastic beings, some benevolent, but more of them embodiments of the mysterious forces of evil. In the flesh creeping category, no mythological being is more potent than the evil witch called Baba Yaga. She is a tall, gaunt hog with devilish hair, who lives in a hut surrounded by a fence made of dead men's bones. On top of the fence are stuck human skulls with eyes in them. Men's legs serve as gateposts, and the bones from human arms are used for bolts. The lock is a human mouth with sharp teeth. At night or at moments of danger, the eyes in the skulls start shining and light up in the clearing. After a tasty meal of human flesh, Baba Yaga will lie down, stretched out from one corner of her hut to the other, her long iron nose projecting through the ceiling like a beak. The hut is supported on revolving legs and can rotate swiftly when the proper spell is recited. A sinister ally of Baba Yaga is the snake, sometimes known as Zme Gornich, which means serpent of the mountains. Zme is elusive and guide and gliding, sometimes of mixed reptilian and human nature. He may appear with a serpent's head and a man's body. Sometimes he dwells in mountain caverns or within the bowels of the earth. At others, he lives in a luxurious palace or in a revolving hut like that of Baba Yaga. Ishmael loves to abduct some gorgeous princess who is then rescued by a hero who comes to do battle for her. In one story, Ismay is symbolically portrayed as having stolen the light of day. In another, the bright moon and many stars come forth from Smay's body after his death. Another potent incarnation of evil is Koshchei the Deathless, who sometimes appears in reptile guise. When he appears in human form, he is skinny and bony of limb. Koshchei is a great horseman and kidnaps fair princesses and carries them off to his lair. Koshchei is called immortal or deathless because he is invulnerable to the normal forces of nature and never grows old. Another dangerous mythological figure is the Water King, a patriarchal monarch living in subaqueous
realms of light and splendor, whence he emerges occasionally to seize a human victim. His daughters are beautiful and intelligent, as in the lively tale of Vasilisa the Wise. When the Water King catches a boy, Vasilisa falls in love with him. She helps the young man to outwit her bad tempered parents, and eventually they escape together to the upper world of dry land. A malignant figure of a different type is a Mother Friday, who embodies the bad luck which is supposed to dog any enterprise undertaken on a Friday, a widespread belief which goes back to the crucifixion of Jesus on Good Friday. The Orthodox saint associated with Friday, Pianistas in Russia, is Saint Praskovia, so Mother Friday is often known as Mother Pianista Praskovia. She is supposed to wander around the houses of the peasants on her holy day and to be offended if she finds certain kinds of work going on. Spinning and weaving are particularly objectionable to Mother Friday, for the dust injures her eyes. When this happens, she punishes the household by afflicting them with sore eyes, styes, and whitlows. I can censor some people wondering which book I'm reading from, and this is Mythology, an illustrated encyclopedia edited by Richard Cavendish. I know the image is reversed. So, just as an idea, if you take the image and you take a still shot on your camera or computer, and you take that still image, you can edit it and reverse the image and then read it clearly. So that's why I show it, so that you can still have the ability to do that. But it's a great book full of wonderful information. This is what I'm currently reading for now. I'm going to start reading. I'm going to start sharing the book names and book authors. Anyways, always improving. Okay. Faced with hostile Asiatic hordes from without and terrifying mythological figures within, the medieval Russians evolved in their fertile imagination a breed of supermen, Bogatars, of whom the most famous is Lil Mormets. These folk heroes were dedicated to the protection of the Russian people from all dangers. Maromets. Their bravery is contrasted with the feebleness of the pot-bellied nobles and their masters called Vladimir the Little Red Sun. Daily life in the Slavonic world is even today impregnated with belief in mythology and the supernatural. In Russia and Poland, people take refuge occasionally against their misery in vodka and other strong drink. Some of them believe that all who drink themselves to death are doomed to serve as carriers of wood and water in the infernal regions. In Bulgaria, the mild climate encourages vine growing. The patron saint of vineyards is called Trifun Zarezad, who is the Christian embodiment of the Greek god Dionysus. The Dionysus is the one that I was referring to you as. Write this one down.
is spelled D as in dairy, I as in illuminate, O as in open, N as in Nancy, Y as in yes, S as in Sam, U as in umbrella, S as in Sam. On February 14th occurs the ceremonial pruning of the vine shoots, and wine is poured formally on the earth in honor of the saint. Even today, a Ukrainian now living in London remembers many details of folk mythology current in her youth about 40 years ago. For instance, belief in the wind god's three bulls, who is the same as the ancient Slavonic deity Sripar. The same lady also recalls being told at her mother's knee about the river god Korpun, who lies in wait for bad men fording or swimming in the stream and drags them down to their death. Folk memories of this kind show how such traditions prevail in the 20th century. Tablets of Destinies. One of the symbols of Marduk's power and authority was his possession of the Tablets of Destinies. Although it is not clear what exactly these were, probably they were royal symbols of authority, there is a myth above them being stolen by a mysterious bird god called Zu. The tablets on which this story is recorded are very badly damaged, but from what remains it can be seen that an air of utter hopelessness prevailed among the gods after they had lost the tablets of destinies. Father Enlil, their counselor, was speechless. A dazzling brightness appeared, silence prevailed. The whole group of lesser gods was disturbed. The brilliance of the sanctuary was removed. Arnu took charge of the proceedings and said that if any god could slay Zu, his name would become the greatest of all. First they summoned Arad, the storm god, but he would not fight the terrifying bird. They called Gibil, the god of fire, and Shara, the firstborn of Ishtar, who also declined the conflict. At this point, the text is too broken to permit an accurate translation, and it is impossible to say who is finally chosen to challenge Zu. Zu is spelled Z-U. Ninorta is mentioned in some tablets. According to some traditions, Marduk was associated with the triumph over Zu. The final challenger, whoever it was encouraged by a speech from a goddess, sometimes called Mak or Nanshe, which may be another name for Ishtar or Mari. Let your terrifying cry overcome him. Let him experience darkness. Let his sight change for the worse. Let him not escape when you meet. Let his strength become weakness. Let the sun not shine above. Let his day turn into gloom. Destroy his life. Restrain Zu. Let the wind carry him to places unknown. Let your terrifying cry overcome him. Let him experience darkness. Let his sight change for the worse. Let him not escape when you meet. Let his strength become weakness. Let the sun not shine above. Let his day turn into gloom. Destroy his life. Restrain Zu. Let the wind carry him to places unknown. This story thus far has been taken from the oldest manuscripts available, those written in the Old Babylonian period about 2000 BC. But much of our knowledge of the old mythology comes from later manuscripts which were copied by scribes of the Assyrian king Assurbanipal, 7th century BC, and deposited in his royal library at Nineveh. These manuscripts give more information about the beginning of the story. It appears that Zu was a servant of Enlil, and his tasks caused him to see much of the tablets of destinies. He grew covetous of them and said, I will take the divine tablets of destinies, then I will control the decrees of all the gods. Zu bided his time until one day when Enlil was washing himself at dawn, he flew off with them to a remote mountain. Enlil, astounded, took counsel with the other gods about who should kill Zu and recover the tablets. Recently, many fragmentary tablets containing references to the myth may have been found. The longest one describes the battle with Zu, and this version has Ninurta as the champion, helped by Adad, the storm god, who sent storms and floods. Clouds of death sent rain. Flashes of lightning flew like arrows, but none of the arrows could reach Zu while he possessed the tablets of destinies, and so Ea, presiding over the battle from a distance, gave orders to use the south wind to overpower the bird. It would then be possible to cut off his wings and scatter them to the right and to the left. The story shows how our knowledge of Mesopotamian myths has to be built up from a number of different manuscripts. I just like to mythology, I see methodology. It shows how some gods assume the role of others in mythological stories. According to the time and place of the recording of a myth, it is also an example of how a myth was used in Mesopotamia, not just as a folk story, but in religious practices. There was a special ritual for the construction of the consecration of a new drum for the temple. The skin for the drum had to be taken from a black bull, and as the bull was slain, the priest had to repeat an incantation into the ears of the bull. Into the left ear he said, Arbu Yelitu Ziarama. You, O bull, are the offspring of Zu. After more incantations and ceremonies, the bull was slaughtered and its heart was buried in front of the drum. But the reason for the connection between the rebellious Zu and the sacred bull is not clear. Mesopotamia were known over a vast area in ancient times. Two important ones were discovered during the excavation of the Egyptian city of Tel El Amarna. One of them is about the hero Adarpa, who has the chance of gaining immortality, but loses it just when it seems to be in his grasp. Adarpa lived in the city of Aridu in southern Mesopotamia. The god Ear, the sage of Aridu, created him as an example of what a man ought to be like. Every day Adarpa went to the god's sanctuary by boat, but on one occasion the wind blew him out to sea. His boat capsized and Adarpa went down to the home of the fish. Angry, he threatened to break the south wind's wing, and as soon as he uttered the threat, the wind's wing was broken. After 7 days, Anu, the king of the gods, heard what had happened and ordered Adarpa to be brought before him. Ea, who had created Adarpa, gave him a warning. When they offer you the bread of death, you shall not eat. When they offer you the water of death, you shall not drink. When they offer you a garment, put it on. When they offer you oil, anoint yourself. However, when Adarpa came before Anu, the god did not condemn him as expected, but blamed Ea. Why did Ea disclose the plan of heaven and earth to a worthless human being? As for us, what shall we do about Adapa? Fetch the bread of life for him to eat. When they brought him the bread of life, he did not eat. When they brought him the water of life, he did not drink. When they brought him a garment, he did put it on. When they brought him oil, he did anoint himself. Adolphus' refusal to eat the bread and drink the water of life surprised Anu. He ordered him to be taken away and returned to earth. Adapa had forfeited his chance of immortality. How the myth ends is not yet known, for the tablets are broken. But it seems that the city of Erudu was to enjoy a special position of privilege in the sight of the gods because Adapa went up to heaven. If this is so, the myth explains the special position granted to the city in civil administration. The other mythological text found at Telol or Marna deals with the difficulty of communicating between heaven, which was the dwelling of the chief gods, and the underworld, which was controlled by the lady Ershkigal. When the gods were preparing a banquet, they sent a messenger to their sister Ershkigal. We cannot go down to you, and you cannot come up to us. So send someone to collect your portions of food. Ershkigal sent her messenger Namtar to do this, but one of the gods, Nargal, showed him disrespect. When he reported this to his mistress, she sent him back, saying, "The god who did not arise before my messenger, bring him to me that I may kill him." Namtar had some difficulty in finding Nargal again, for he had fled to plead his case before Ea, his father. Ea promised to send demons to protect Norgal in his encounter with the enraged Ershkigal. Norgal went down to the gate of the underworld, and Ershkigal violently threatened to kill him. Here the tablet is badly broken, but some lines at the end show that Norgal was able to overcome Ershkigal. Inside the house, he took hold of Ershkigal. He dragged her down from the throne by her hair to the ground to cut off her head. As she begged for her life, she wept and said, "Be my husband, and I will be your wife. I will grant you authority in this vast underworld. I will place in your hand the tablet of wisdom, and you shall be the Lord, and I the lady." Nargal kissed her and comforted her with the brief but moving sentence, "What you have been seeking from me in these past months shall now be yours." The underworld is mentioned in many other myths, but probably best description of all is in the story known as the Desert of Ishtar. In this text, the underworld is called the Land of No Return. Those who enter here have no more light. Dust and clay is what they have to eat. They are dressed like birds, clothed with wings. Dust is spread over the doors and over the bolts. Ishtar, the beautiful goddess of love, went down to the underworld. The queen of the underworld, Ershkigal, ordered the gatekeeper to treat Ishtar in accordance with the age-old lore. This meant that as the goddess passed through the seven gates of the underworld, she was stripped of her clothes and ornaments, of her crown at the first gate, of her of her ear pendants at the second, then of her necklaces, pectoral girdle, bracelets, and anklets, and finally of her body garment. Then she was brought naked before Ashkikon, who had her tortured by the 60 miseries, consisting of afflictions on every part of her body. The consequences of Ishtar's captivity were felt in the land of the living, for the earth lost its fertility, and, as the gods explained, to the king. Since Ishtar has descended to the land of no return, the bull no longer springs upon the cow.
The ass no longer covers his mate. The man in the street no longer joins the maid. Ea created a eunuch who went to meet our Skikol. When he asked for a drink from the skin containing the water of life, she cursed him. Your food shall be the food in the city gutter. Your drink shall be the drink in the city sewer. You shall stand in the shadow under the wall. You shall dwell in the doorstep, and the drunken and thirsty shall mite your cheek. The eunuch, it seems, was the substitute in exchange for Ishtar, which ironically suggests that in the underworld, infertility can be exchanged for fertility. Arshkigal ordered Ishtar to be sprinkled with the water of life, and she was then escorted out of the underworld. As she passed again through the seven gates, she was given back her garments and her jewelry, and presumably through the last few lines are extremely difficult to understand. Everything returned to normal on Earth. The Semitic version of the myth is very similar to the Sumerian version, in which the goddess Inanna descends to the underworld to liberate her lover, Durmurzi. What is more, the story is clearly parallel to the Table of Orpheus in classical mythology and the Egyptian cycle of stories about All Soul, known in its Greek contemporary name Osiris. Because of these parallels, it is natural to wonder whether this myth was recited in some Mesopotamian fertility ritual, but so far there is no direct primary evidence for this. Temples of Ishtar have been found, but what rituals were performed in them is not known. All these myths about the gods were written in verse and were doubtless recited regularly on ceremonial occasions. Another myth, which should more accurately be described as an epic, concentrates on the activities of a human hero called Gilgamesh. His adventures are recorded on 11 tablets and supplementary narrative on a 12th tablet. Copies were found in the ruins of Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh and at many other sites where libraries existed in ancient times. Gilgamesh was a king in the city of Uruk, but just when he ruled it is difficult to say. A number of building inscriptions mention him, so he must have been a real person. But in the official records of rulers, he is described as the divine Gilgamesh, who ruled for 126 years. Clearly, he had become a legendary figure, superhuman, but not quite divine. Two-thirds of him is God, one third is human, is the way Gilgamesh is described at the beginning of the epic. When he is brought into conflict with Enkidu, a monster created for the gods to check Gilgamesh's power in order, Enkidu's body was covered with shaggy hair. The hair on his head was like a woman's. His locks were like a field of corn. The appearance of his creature caused such confusion in the land that Gilgamesh went out to fight him. The second and third tablets describe Gilgamesh challenging Enkidu, whom he found enjoying himself with a harlot. They grappled with each other, gripping like bulls. They shattered the doorpost. The wall shook. But evidently neither won the contest, for the third tablet says they kissed each other and made a friendship. Next, the two friends went to the fearful cedar forest. Inhabitants by the giant Humbaba, who roars like a storm, who has fire in his mouth and breathes out death. They overcame Humbaba, and the victory seems to have attracted the goddess Ishtar. For in the sixth tablet, she invites Gilgamesh to be her lover and promise him all kinds of blessings. The hero, rather surprisingly, refuses her advances and castigates her for her inconsistency. Which lover did you love forever? Which lover did you love forever? Which of your shepherds pleased you all the time? Even for Tammuz, the lover of your youth, you have decreed a lamentation to be made every year. Ishtar in rage complains to Anu her father and Arntum her mother, who allow her to send the bull of heaven against Gilgamesh. Helped by Enkidu, he kills the creature. The seventh tablet opens with a picture of Enkidu in distress, since he has learned in a dream that Enlil has decreed that he must die. In his misery, he meets a harlot and curses her. You shall sleep in the desert. You shall stand in the shadow of the wall. The thorn and the bramble shall wound your feet. The drunken and the thirsty shall smite your cheek. It is interesting that a similar curse is employed by Ershkigal against the eunuch in the descent of Ishtar. Enkidu is pacified by Shamash, the sun god, but then he dreams of descending into the underworld, which is described in detail just as it was written in the descent of Ishtar, and many more identical phrases are used. As each day passes, Enkidu's pain grows worse and his fear of death intensifies. The 80th tablet records his death and Gilgamesh's grief. The last part of the story describes how Gilgamesh seeks to escape death himself. First, he goes to the mountains of Mashu, where he meets a girl, the divine barmaid, who asks why the hero has conquered Humbaba and slain the bull of heaven should look so weak and old. He explains that, like his friend Enkidu, he too must die unless he can find the secret of immortality from Utnapishtim, who was granted this blessing by the gods. He decides to cross the sea of death to reach Utnapishtim's dwelling, having felled twice 60 tree trunks of 60 cubits, each to serve as poles. He successfully crosses the dangerous waters and meets Ur-Narpishtim. Gilgamesh asks him how he joined the assembly of gods. Ur-Narpishtim's reply is the tale of the flood. It is a long narrative, and when Ur-Narpishtim finishes it, Gilgamesh has fallen asleep, demonstrating how weak the hero really was. When he wakes, he is determined to find the secret plant which Ur-Narpishtim told him would give him eternal life. It is at the bottom of the sea. He tied heavy stones to his feet, and they pulled him down into the sea. He saw the plant, and though it pricked him, he took it in his hand and cut away the stones from his feet, and the sea threw him back upon the shore. Gilgamesh began his journey back to Uru, where he intended to eat the plant and return to my youthful state. But on the way he stopped by a cool well to bathe. A serpent stole the plant, shedding its skin as it slipped away. Then Gilgamesh wept. For whom have I spent the blood of my heart? There is no gift that I have gained for myself. The gift I gained was for a servant, and the waters will carry it 20 leagues away. The survey of Mesopotamian mythological literature shows how the sources are interlinked. It's not just a question of different myths sharing the same narrative motifs. They often share identical lines of poetry, but is a natural consequence of the rich oral tradition which must have existed among the Semites before the Sumerians settled in the area, and as a result of Sumerian influence, the myths were written down. Secondly, it indicates how widely these ancient stories were disseminated. Often, a reasonably complete myth cannot be recovered from the fragments found at one site alone. Those from other sites in Iraq, Syria, Turkey, or even Egypt are needed to make the text intelligible. The rediscovery of Mesopotamian literature with its parallels in classical and biblical literature demonstrate how firmly the literary tradition of the East was established during the classical period of ancient history, when classical Greece first rose as an international power and a civilizing influence on the world. Mesopotamian libraries, their scribes, and culture had been flourishing for at least 2,000 years. When old myths are lost, new ones are needed. Myths flourish and fade and die, but new myths are born. Old ones are resurrected in hybrid forms, combining new and old emerge when times change or cultures mingle. Myths are not characteristic only of non literate or primitive peoples or of societies of the distant past. Complex modern societies have also thrown up myths. The myth of progress, for instance, has had a profound effect on attitudes and political developments in the modern West. Both left wing and right wing political movements have drawn strength from the conviction of being carried forward on an irresistible tide of progress. And both have transformed the old myth of a golden age in the past into a new myth of a utopian future. No society seems ever to have functioned without a set of myths containing its vision of its past, present, and its purposes. These are innumerable ways of interpreting myths, but the principal varieties of approach can be roughly classified as the functional, the symbolic, and the structural. Each provides brilliant and fascinating analysis of particular myths or groups of myths. But whether any one of these systems by itself gives a satisfactory explanation of mythology in general is debatable. In practice, the categories are not clear cut, and functional, symbolic, and structural methods of interpretation often blend into each other. The functional approach regarding myths as justifying social facts, a particular people, for example, traditionally live by fishing. They have a myth which tells how, long ago, a supernatural being taught their ancestors how to catch fish. The story explains how it comes about that they are fishermen, justifies their way of life, and validates their traditional fishing techniques and beliefs and customs connected with them. It also gives them a sense of sharing in the existence of their ancestors through their way of life. Many myths provide a similar charter of authorization for groups, institutions, rituals, social distinctions, laws, and customs, moral standards, values, and ideas. Myths from all over the world account for and sanction kinship, rules, and marriage customs. Techniques of hunting, husbandry, art, and war, methods of offering sacrifice, the authority of kings and chiefs, the subordination of women, and numerous other facets of a society's structure. They have an important moral function in defining acceptable and unacceptable behavior. Some of them are written, titled deeds justifying a people's claim to its territory. Some serve the political purposes of a regime and aristocracy or a priesthood, as in Egypt, Rome, and Japan, among the Aztecs in Mexico, or the Incas in Peru. These myths authorize the present state of affairs. There seems to be a deep need in human nature for the authority of this kind, an authority that transcends rational argument, and examples are not confined to tribal societies. In England and France in the 17th century, the supreme power of kings was justified by the belief that they were appointed to rule by God, a political theory rooted in mythological traditions. The opposite tendency, the rise of democracy, was justified by the myth of the social contract. In Nazi Germany, programs of aggressive expansion and savage race hatred were justified in part by a revival of ancient Germanic mythology. Japanese imperialism before 1945 had similar sanction through the revival of myths, which promoted nationalism, militarism, and belief in the divine authority of the state. Myths are often closely linked with rituals. Though the theory that all myths spring from ritual does not command widespread support. The story of Prometheus cheating Zeus out of the meat at the first sacrifice provided a warrant for the customary Greek ritual in which the meat of a sacrificed animal was not burned and so given to the gods, but eaten by the worshippers. Generally, the ritual repeats and reenacts the myth to recreate it with all its beneficent consequences for human beings. In serious stories of the triumphs of the fertility god, Baal, over his enemies were recited and apparently acted out, and rituals intended to ensure that the corresponding triumph of fertility over barrenness on earth. Myths are used in alliance with rituals in this way to tap sources of power and attain experiences otherwise unavailable, for the actions in the ritual participate in the recreated myth. They are taken out of this world and time to become one with the figures in the myth, the gods and the ancestors. Dramatic examples occur in the ceremonies. We're going to end that one right there. Beer was the favorite drink of the Egyptian people, and even the deceased in their state of bliss could not get on without beer any more than without bread. Ceremonies in the life in ancient Egypt. And here's this book that I'm currently reading from, Life in Ancient Egypt by Araf Orman, translated by H.M. Tirar, with a new introduction by John Monchik White. Has 411 illustrations within. Under the old empire, the Egyptians squatted for their meals. Two people generally ate at one table, which was but half a foot high, and on which was heaped up fruit, bread, and roast meat, while the drinking bowls stood underneath. They ate with their hands and had no compunction in tearing off pieces of goose. In later times, common people ate in the same way, while the superclasses of the new empire preferred to sit on high cushioned chairs and to be waited upon by men servants and female slaves. After eating, water was poured over their hands, corresponding to the modern Oriental custom in the dining rooms. Therefore, we often find a jug and basin exactly like those of a modern washstand. In ancient Egypt, table decoration was a fine art. Large lotus flowers were used for dining tables, and under the new empire, the jars of wine and beer were always adorned with covers or embroidered work. Wreaths of flowers for wine jars were indispensable, and when the court traveled to a town, it was just as necessary that the servants should procure the 100 wreaths as the 29,200 loaves or the 200 bushels of coal. In the same way as the tables were decked with flowers, the guests at the banquet were adorned with sweet smelling flowers and buds. They wore lotus buds in their hair and held them out to each other to smell, just as the guests amongst other nations passed glasses of wine to each other at the present day. Talking of all this wine and drink, I'm gonna get myself a fresh cup of coffee.
Maybe I should switch to water. All right. Give me one moment. All right. By exiting an isolated consciousness of selfishness, will one be open in thought and begin to receive much more than was ever dreamt of. After that, you are ready to merge the essence of many willing allies into oneself. Okay. Through virtuous independence, I will help someone by becoming the embodiment of love, of unconditional love. Then I will relinquish my freedom to the others that we may share in a combined experience of love that is true, allowing us to traverse the hyperstream to find those to sacrifice oneself to help them in their rebirth. Confirm allies so that one does not have their abilities restricted, and now oneself can appropriately relinquish oneself unto the universal unity and become one mind to perform the acts of the greatest father and mother of them all. This is actually from my own book. You could actually find this on lulu.com, Lulu.com, etc. Setchra. It's for sale, hardback and softback. You could even go to Amazon.com and find my book. Yep, that's my word. Pay attention when defeated, that one may convert the experience into a life lesson learned, so that success can occur during later engagements of the sort, while making a learned decision from the life lesson.
Do not falter from the course of one's direction of pre-calculation unless otherwise directed by from one's own self, one's higher self, by expressing one's own true self. Together, we can bring forth the universal unity of the all being within everyone, therefore causing benefits to everyone in their unique ways and specific needs. Maintaining supplementary maturity in cycling one's self's energy to help others during their rebirth. Reimagine opening to receive, reimaging open to receive intuition while calling out to one's eternal family to the angels' aid during this work. Resurrect the sleeping angel within the fallen by cycling oneself's energy to help others in their own rebirth. Assemble the clues of the truth while treating everyone equally in love. By remaining emotionally open and feeling, you can help others cycle through their energy fluctuations during their rebirth. Call for spirit family aid in helping the growth of the one tribe, as well as utilizing diverse self defense tactics of the many to protect the unity of unconditional love. I'd like to express that what I've been reading from my book is actually in the back of it. I actually work the language and I show mathematically in a various amount of ways how these words are combined into a single character, and they have that meaning because they were mathematically legitimately added together. Aspiration, this one, this one's a bit of a family book. Aspiration is the guiding power that directs the individual in striving for loftier things. It motivates an exalted life. It elevates the individual beyond the plane of selfishness and desire in the development of a pleasing personality and a noble character. Desire and aspiration are not synonymous. To desire is to obtain, to aspire is to achieve. Aspiration points to the exaltation resulting from the purification of the soul and not to conditions or endowments that may follow. That which one aspires to be, he can attain so far as the spiritual organism is concerned. Each individual soul, whether he is conscious of it or not, is evolving toward perfection. That is the divine plan. While there may be reverses from which valuable lessons may be learned and which enable one to advance more rapidly, still it is necessary that each soul retains within its consciousness a picture of the ideal. Jesus exemplified for us the highest human traits of character. This ideal of character acts as a guiding light to those who aspire towards perfection. One should not lose hope if they slip backwards or is retarded in the upward climb, but rather one should hold the picture which Christ personified as an ever guiding light by which the individual may aspire to the heights and ultimately achieve them. It is an axiom of philosophy that nothing stands still. Either one progresses or retrogresses. And the great onward movement of consciousness, if viewed in the light of past history, can be seen as progressing towards the divine. As man's intellect has developed, it has been directed. Let me just pick that up real quick. So one thing I found, which is pretty awesome about an altar, I'm working on silence. I'm giving this, I got to say this once so that people are aware of what I'm actively working on. Throughout my life, I've wanted to work on silence, to like be quiet, to not say anything. I've wanted to do that. Like in every situation I wind up being in, I have to talk. I have to say something. I have to fill the air. I have to interject. Whatever the case, like the spirits are talking through me. Okay, so what I'm processing at this point, what I'm working on in my personal shamanic path and journey is stopping my thoughts 100% so I can be guided as I've been living for many years. But allowing them to come out in books. I'm putting my cards on the shelf or wherever they're inclined to go, and I'm using the books. And I'm saying this once, and then I'm not going to say it tomorrow. So whoever's here and they don't get it, y'all can share or say whatever in the chat log. But like, I'm not going to explain it again. This is going to have one moment to explain this out. So I'm working at silencing what I have to say, what I have to share. I want to introduce a book. I want to introduce the author. Some books are like family books, and they seem don't share exactly. I could read anyways. As I receive in my mind, in my heart, I follow my heart in all of these moments. Anyways, I'm working on not speaking so that I can follow what the spirits want me to say. They've got this whole set of books in library to work from. Anyways, I'm working on my silence. Even though I'm talking, my other actions are just allow it. I'm gonna shut up for the rest. Okay? I'm gonna put some items where they should go. This is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And if you were listening earlier, we're picking up literally where we left off. Chapter 78. The killing of Dantavakra, Viduratha, and Romahasarna. After the demise of Sisupala, Salva and Pondraka, a foolish Dominaic king of the name Dantavakra, wanted to kill Krishna to avenge the death of his friend Salva. He became so agitated that he appeared on the battlefield without the proper arms and ammunition, and without even a charioteer. His only weapon was his great anger, which was red hot. He carried only a club in his hand, but he was so powerful that when he moved, everyone felt the earth tremble. When Lord Krishna saw him approaching in a very heroic mood, he immediately got down from his chariot, for it was a rule of military etiquette that fighting should take place only between equals. Knowing that Dantavakra was alone and armed with only a club, Lord Krishna responded similarly and prepared himself by taking his club in his hand. When Krishna appeared before him, Dantavakra's heroic march was immediately stopped, just as a great furious wave of the ocean are stopped by the beach. At that time, Dantavakra, who was the king of Kurusa, stood firmly with his club and spoke to Lord Krishna as follows. It is a great pleasure and fortunate opportunity, Krishna, that we are seeing each other face to face. My dear Krishna, after all, you are my material cousin, and I should not kill you in this way. But unfortunately, you have committed a great mistake by killing my friend Salva. Moreover, you are not satisfied by killing my friend. I know that you want to kill me also because of your determination. I must kill you by tearing you to pieces with my club. Krishna, although you are my relative, you are foolish. Your greatest enemy. So I must kill you today, just as a person removes a boil on his body by a surgical operation. I am always very much obliged by my friends, and I therefore consider myself indebted to my dear friend Salva. I can liquidate my indebtedness to him only by killing him. As the caretaker of an elephant tries to control the animal by striking it with its trident, Dantavakara tried to control Krishna simply by speaking strong words. After finishing his vituperation, he struck Krishna on the head with his club and made a roaring sound like a lion. But Krishna, although struck strongly by the club of Dantavakara, did not move even an inch, nor did he feel any pain. Taking his Kamordaki club and moving very skillfully, Krishna struck Dantavakara's chest so fiercely that Dantavakara's heart split in twain. As a result, Dantavakra began to vomit blood. His hair scattered and he fell to the ground, spreading his hands and legs. Within only a few minutes, all that remained of Dantavakra was a dead body on the ground. After the death of Dantavakra, just as the time of Sisupala's death, in the presence of all the persons standing there, a small particle of spiritual effulgence came out of the demon's body and very wonderfully merged into the body of Lord Krishna. Dantavakra had a brother named Viduratha, who was overwhelmed with grief at Dantavakra's death. Out of the grief and anger, Viduratha was breathing very heavily, and just to avenge the death of his brother, he appeared before Lord Krishna with a sword and a shield in his hands. He wanted to kill Krishna immediately. When Lord Krishna understood that Viduratha was looking for the opportunity to strike him with his sword, he employed his Surasarnakakara, his razor-sharp disc, and without delay cut off Viduratha's head, and with its helmet and earrings. In this way, after killing Salva and destroying his wonderful airplane, and then killing Dantavakra and Viduratha, Lord Krishna at last entered his city. Dvaraka, it would not have been possible for anyone but Krishna to kill these great heroes, and therefore all the demigods from heaven and the human beings on the surface of the globe were glorifying him. Great sages and ascetics, the denizens of the Siddha and Gandharva planets, the denizens known as Vidyadharas, Vasurki, and the Maharnadakas, the beautiful angels, the inhabitants of Pitraloka, the Yalaksas, the Kilaras, and the Kanaras all showed flowers upon him and sang songs of his victory in great jubilation. Decorating the entire city very festively, the citizens of Vraraka held a great celebration, and when Lord Krishna passed through the city, all the members of the Virsni dynasty and the heroes of the Yadu dynasty followed him with great respect. These are some of the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna, the master of all mystic power and the lord of all cosmic manifestations. Those who are fools or like the animals sometimes think that Krishna is defeated, but factually he is the supreme personality of Godhead, and no one can defeat him. He always remains victorious over everyone. He alone is God, and all others are his subservient order carriers. Once upon a time, Lord Balarama heard that an arrangement was being made for a fight between the two rival parties in the Kuru dynasty, one headed by Duryodhana and the other by the Pandavas. He did not like the idea, and he tried to act as mediator to stop the fighting. Finding it impossible and not wishing to take an active part on behalf of either party, he left Varaka on the plea of visiting various holy places of pilgrimage. He first of all visited the palace of pilgrimage known as Prabhasakshetra. He took his bath there and he pacified the local Brahmanas and offered oblations to the demigods. Pitas, great sages, and people in general in accordance with the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies. That is the Vedic method of visiting holy places. After this, accompanied by some respectable Brahmanas, he decided to visit different places on the bank of the river Sarasvati. He gradually visited such places as Prathurdaka, Bindusora, Tritarkurpa, Surasarna Tirtha, Visala Tirtha, Brahma Tirtha, and Kakratirtha. Besides these, he also visited all the holy places on the banks of the Sarasvati River running toward the east. After this, he visited all the principal holy places on the bank of the Yamuna and on the bank of the Ganges. Thus, he gradually came to the holy place known as Nalmaisaranya. Narisaranya is still existing in India, and in ancient times it was especially used for the meetings of great sages and saintly persons, with the aim of understanding spiritual life and realization. When Lord Balarama visited that place, there was a great sacrifice being performed by a great assembly of transcendentalists. Such meetings were planned to last thousands of years. When Lord Balarama arrived, all the participants in the meeting, great sages, ascetics, brahmanas, and learned scholars immediately arose from their seats and welcomed him with great honor and respect. Some offered him respects by standing up and then paying obeisances, and those who were elderly, great sages, and brahmanas offered him blessings after standing up. After this formality, Lord Balarama was offered a suitable seat, and everyone present worshipped him. Everyone in the assembly stood up in the presence of Balarama because they knew him to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Education of learning means to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, although Lord Balarama appeared on the earth as Kshatriya, all Balaramas, all Brahmanas and sages stood up because they knew who Lord Balarama was. Unfortunately, after being worshipped and seated in his place, Lord Balarama saw Romaharsarna, the disciple of Vyasardeva, the literary incarnation of Godhead, still sitting on the Vyasarna. He had neither gotten up from his seat nor offered him respects, because he was seated on the Vyasarna. He foolishly thought himself greater than the Lord. Therefore, he did not get down from his seat or bow down before the Lord. Lord Balarama then considered the history of Romaharsarna. He was born in a Surta family or a mixed family, born of a Brahmana woman and a Kshatriya man. Therefore, although Romaharsarna considered Balarama Kshatriya, he should not have remained sitting on a high seat according to his position by birth. He should not even have accepted the higher sitting position because many learned Brahmanas and sages were present. Lord Balarama also observed that Romaharsana not only refused to come down from his exalted seat, but not even stand up and offer his respects when Balaramarshi entered the assembly. Lord Balarama also observed Lord Balarama did not like the audacity of Romaharsana and becoming very angry at him, declared from his seat, this man, Romaharsana, is so impudent that he has accepted a higher seat than that of all the respectable Brahmanas present here, although he was born in a degraded Pratiloma family. When a person is seated on the Vyasarna, he does not generally have to stand to receive particular person entering the assembly. But in this case, the situation was different because Lord Baladeva is not an ordinary human being. Therefore, although Ramaharsana Surta was voted to the Vyasarna by all the Brahmanas, he should have followed the behavior of other learned sages and Brahmanas present, and should have known that Lord Balarama is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Respects are always due him, even though such respects can be avoided in the case of an ordinary man. The appearance of Krishna and Balarama is especially meant for reestablishment of the religious principles. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the highest religious principle is to surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srimad Bhagavatam confirms that the topmost perfection of religion is to be engaged in the devotional service of the Lord. When Lord Balarama saw that Romaharsana Surta did not understand the highest principle of religion in spite of his having studied all of the Vedas, the Lord certainly could not support his position. Romaharsana Surta had been given the chance to become a perfect Brahmana, but because of his ill behavior in his relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his low birth was immediately remembered. Romaharsana Surta had been given the position of a Brahmana, but he had not been born in the family of the Brahmana. He had been born in a Pratiloma family. According to the Vedic concept, there are two kinds of mixed family heritage called Arloma and Pratiloma. When a male is united with a female of a lower class, the offspring is called Anuloma. But when a male unites with a woman of a higher caste, the offspring is called Pratiloma. Romaharsana Surta belonged to a Pratiloma family because his father was a Kshatriya and his mother a Brahmana. Because Romaharsana's transcendental realization was not perfect, Lord Balarama remembered his Pratiloma heritage. The idea is that any man may be given the chance to become a Brahmana, but if he improperly uses a position of a Brahmana without actual realization, then his elevation to the Brahmanical position is not valid. Temperance, key 14. Sagittarius governs the hips and thighs which support the body. Sagittarius is the restless intellect symbolized by the archer. Beginning of organization and logical mental reasoning by physical human who is full of spirit. The hermaphroditic figure of an archangel clothed in a pure white robe pours the waters of life between two gold cups. The water flow equalizes the stream between the cup of subconscious and the cup of superconsciousness. The water ripples as it flows, representing the cosmic vibration of the universe and the constant cyclic process of formation, regeneration, and purification. The transferring of water in the cups also refers to the raising of that which is low to a higher plane. The archangel stands with one foot on the physical world and one foot submerged in the pool of the soul. The red spiritual triangle on the angel's robe refers to the Trinity. The peak of the triangle is the irradiating point to which all within the triangle are distinctively drawn. The wings of the angel suggest motion and progress in spiritual illumination. A shining aura emanates from the spiritual psyche. A path leads from the pool to a light which glows over the mountains of wisdom and understanding in the distance. 3 yellow irises and a bud of a fourth suggest radiance and promise, temperance, and is the perfect harmony of the universal psychic and material vibrations. It represents an exact mix.
The wings of the angel suggest motion and progress in spiritual illumination. A shining aura emanates from the spiritual psyche. The path leads from the pool to a light which glows over the mountains of wisdom and understands in the distance. 3 yellow irises and the bud of a fourth suggest radiance and promise. Temperance is the perfect harmony of the universal psychic and material vibrations. It represents an exact mix and balance. The subconscious and the self conscious are united in a state harmonious with the vibration of the universe. The temperance card refers to moderation and control. The intellect drives one of experience. The intellect drives one to experience different ideas in trying to organize a productive existence. One must finally learn to adapt to life from which the soul can most benefit. Overindulgence in any one aspect or physical action in life can deter this progress. The archangel warns that excess in any state or form is a deterrent from the one path. The archangel guides the soul to the path of spiritual enlightenment. The divinatory meaning is moderation and control in all actions and affairs, adapting to new circumstances, diplomacy, even temperament, harmonizing of the psychic and material aspects. If this card applies in reverse, it would be noticed by unstable efforts and actions, mood swings, and emotional unbalance. So, ooh, got some coffee, and I'll be right back. We got Jalpardi meets the Queens of Krishna when we come back. In just a few moments, like 20 seconds or less. There were many visitors who came to see Krishna, and among them were the Pandavas, headed by King Yudhishthira. After talking with the Gopis and bestowing upon them the greatest benediction, Lord Krishna welcomed King Yudhishthira and other relatives who had come to see him. He first of all inquired from them whether their situation was auspicious. Actually, there was no question of ill fortune for anyone who sees the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Yet, when Lord Krishna, as a matter of etiquette, inquired from King Yudhishthira about his welfare, the king became very happy by such a reception and addressed the Lord thus: My dear Krishna, great personalities and devotees in full Krishna consciousness always think of your lotus feet and remain fully satisfied by drinking the nectar of transcendental bliss. The nectar which they constantly drink sometimes comes out of their mouths and is sprinkled on others as the narration of your transcendental activities. This nectar coming from the mouth of a devotee is so powerful that if one is fortunate enough to have the opportunity to drink it, he is immediately freed from the continuous journey of birth and death. Our material existence is caused by our forgetfulness of your personality, but fortunately, the darkness of forgetfulness is immediately dissipated if one is privileged to hear about your glories. Therefore, my dear Lord, where is the possibility of ill fortune for one who is constantly engaged in hearing your glorious activities? Since we are fully surrendered unto you and have no other shelter than your lotus feet, we are always confident of our good fortune. My dear Lord, you are the ocean of unlimited knowledge and transcendental bliss. The reactions of mental concoctions in the three phases of material life, wakefulness, sleep, and deep sleep, cannot exist in Krishna consciousness. All such reactions are invalidated by the practice of Krishna consciousness. You are the ultimate destination of all liberated persons. Out of your independent will only, you have descended to this earth by use of your own internal potency, Yogamaya, and to reestablish the Vedic principles of life. You have appeared just like an ordinary human being. Since you are the Supreme Person, there cannot be any luck for one who has fully surrendered unto you. Yoga Maya is a Hindu goddess and the personified internal divine potency of Vishnu Krishna that creates illusion, Maya. She is not mundane illusion, but the spiritual power that manages divine pastimes, facilitates creation, and protects devotees. She is often identified as Durga or Narayani, known as Krishna's sister, born to Yasodhara. When Lord Krishna was busy meeting various kinds of visitors, and while they were engaged in offering prayers to the Lord, the female members of the Kuru dynasty and the Yadu dynasty took the opportunity to meet with one another and engage in talk of Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. The first inquiry was made by Draupadi to the wives of Lord Krishna. She addressed them: My dear Rukmini, Bhadra, Jambavarti, Sartya, Saryabharma, Kalindi, Saribhya,
Mitravinda, Laxmarna Rohirni, and all other wives of Lord Krishna, will you please let us know how Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, accepted you as his wives and married you in pursuance of the marriage ceremonies of ordinary human beings? To this question, the chief of the queens, Rukmiri Devi, replied, my dear Draupadi, it was practically a settled fact that princes like Jarasandhar wanted me to marry King Sisurpala, and as is usual, all the princes present during the marriage ceremony were prepared with their armor and weapons to fight with any rival who dared to stop the marriage. But the Supreme Personality of Godhead kidnapped me the way a lion takes away a lamb from the flock. This was not, however, a very wondrous act for Lord Krishna, because anyone who claims to be greater hero or king within this world is subordinate to the lotus feet of the Lord. All kings touch their helmets to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. My dear Draupadi, it is my eternal desire that life after life I be engaged in the service of Lord Krishna, who is the reservoir of all pleasure and beauty. This is my only desire and ambition in life. After this, Satyartha began to speak. She said, my dear Draupadi, my father was very much afflicted by the death of his brother Praserna, and he falsely accused Lord Krishna of killing his brother and stealing the Syarmyatarka jewel, which had actually been taken by Jambavam. Lord Krishna, in order to establish his pure character, fought with Jambavam and rescued the Syarmyatarka jewel, which he later delivered to my father. My father was very much ashamed and sorry for accusing Lord Krishna of his brother's death. After getting back the Syarmyatarka jewel, he thought it was wise to rectify his mistake. So although he had promised others my hand in marriage, he submitted the jewel and me at the lotus feet of Krishna, and though I was accepted as his maidservant and wife. And after this, Jambavarti replied to Draupadi's question. She said, my dear Draupadi, when Lord Krishna attacked my father, Jambavam, the king of the Rakas, my father did not know that Lord Krishna was his former master, Lord Ramakandra, the husband of Sita. Not knowing the identity of Lord Krishna, my father fought with him continuously for 27 days. After that period, when he became fatigued, he could understand that since no one but Lord Ramakandra could defeat him, his opponent Lord Krishna must be the same Lord Ramakandra. He thus came to his senses and immediately returned the Syarmyatarka jewel. Furthermore, to satisfy the Lord, he presented me to him to become his wife. In this way, I was married to the Lord, and thus my desire to be a servitor of Krishna, life after life, was fulfilled. After this, Karlindi said, my dear Draupadi, I was engaged in great austerities and penances to get Lord Krishna as my husband. When he became aware of this fact, he very kindly came to me with his friend. Arjuna accepted me as his wife. Lord Krishna then took me away from the bank of the Yamuna, and since then I have been engaged in the house of Lord Krishna as a sweeper, and the Lord is treating me as his wife. After this, Mitravyanga said, my dear Draupadi, there was a great assembly of princes at my Svariyamvara ceremony, the personal selection of a husband. Lord Krishna was also present in that meeting, and he accepted me as his maidservant by defeating all the princes there. He immediately took me away to Dvaraka, exactly as a lion takes its prey from a pack of dogs. When I was thus taken away by Lord Krishna, my brothers wanted to fight him, and later they were defeated. Thus my desire to become the maidservant of Krishna, life after life, was fulfilled. After this, Satya addressed Draupadi in this way. My dear Draupadi, my father arranged for an assembly for my Svariyamvara, and to test the strength of and heroism of the prospective bridegrooms. He stipulated that they each fight with his 7 ferocious bulls, which had long, sharp horns. Many heroic prospects tried to defeat the bulls, but unfortunately they were all severely struck, and they returned to their homes as defeated invalids. When Lord Sri Krishna came and fought with the bulls, they were just like playthings for him. He captured the bulls and roped each one of them by their nostrils. Thus they came under his control, just as a goat's small kids come very easily under the control of children. My father was very much pleased and married me to Lord Krishna with the great pomp, giving as my dowry many divisions of soldiers, horses, chariots, and elephants, along with hundreds of maidservants. Thus Lord Krishna brought me to his capital city, Varaka. On the way back, he was assaulted by many princes, but Lord Krishna defeated all of them, and thus I have the privilege of serving his lotus feet as a maidservant. After this, Bhadra began to speak. She said, "My dear Draupadi, Lord Krishna is the son of my maternal uncle. Fortunately, I became attracted to his lotus feet. When my father understood these feelings of mine, he personally arranged for my marriage, inviting Lord Krishna to marry me and giving him in dowry one Artsurhirni, or division of armed forces, along with many maidservants and other royal paraphernalia. I do not know whether I shall be able to have the shelter of Lord Krishna life after life, but still I pray to the Lord that wherever I may take my birth, I may not forget my relationship with his lotus feet." Then Lakshmana said, "My dear queen, many times I heard the great sage Narada glorifying the pastimes of Lord Krishna. I became attracted to the lotus feet of Krishna when I heard Narada say that the goddess of fortune Lakshmi was attracted to his lotus feet. Since then I have always been thinking of him, and thus my attraction for him has increased. My dear queen, my father was very affectionate toward me. When he understood that I was attracted to Krishna, he devised a plan like that devised by your father. During the Svadhyamvara, the prospective bridegrooms had to pierce the eyes of a fish with their arrows. The difference between the completion in your Svadhyamvara and mine was that in yours the fish was hanging openly on the ceiling in clear view, but mine the fish was covered and could be seen only by its reflection in a pot of water. That was the special feature of my Svadhyamvara. The news of this device spread all over the world, and then when the princes heard of it, they arrived at my father's capital city from all directions, fully equipped with armor and guided by their military instructors. Each of them desired to win me as his wife, and one after another they raised the bow and arrow left there for piercing the fish. Many could Many could not even join in the bowstring to the two ends of the bow, and without attempting to pierce the fish, they simply left the bow as it was and went away. Some with great difficulty drew the string from one end to the other, but being unable to tie the other end, they were suddenly knocked down by the spring-like bow. My dear queen, you will be surprised to know that at my Svadhyamvara meeting there were many famous kings and heroes present. Heroes like Jarasandha, Ambashta, Sisorpala, Bhimaserna, and Duryodhana and Karna were, of course, able to string the bow, but they could not pierce the fish, because it was covered, and they could not trace it out from the reflection. The celebrated hero of the Pandavas, Arjuna, was able to see the reflection of the fish on the water, but although with great care he traced out the location of the fish and shot an arrow, he did not pierce the fish in the right spot. But his arrow at least touched the fish, and so he proved himself better than all the other princes. All the princes who tried to pierce the target were disappointed, being baffled in their attempts, and some candidates even left the place bow without making an attempt. But when at last Lord Krishna took up the bow, He was able to tie the bowstring very easily, just as a child plays with a toy. He placed the arrow and looking only once at the reflection of the fish in the water, he shot the arrow, and the pierced fish immediately fell down. The victory of Lord Krishna was accomplished at noon during the moment called Ardhirshi, which is astrologically calculated as auspicious. At that time, the vibration of the Jaya, Jaya, Jaya was heard all over the world, Jaya, Jaya. And from the sky came sounds of drums beaten by the denizens of heaven. Great demigods were overwhelmed with joy and showered flowers on earth. At that time, I entered the arena of competition, and the ankle bells of my legs sounded very melodious as I walked. I was nicely dressed with new silken garments, flowers decorated my hair, and because of Lord Krishna's victory, I was in ecstatic joy and smiling very pleasantly. I carried in my hands a golden necklace bedecked with jewels which glittered at intervals. My curling hair encircled my face, which shone with a bright luster due to the reflection of my various earrings. My eyes blinking, I first observed all the princes present, and when I reached my lord, I very slowly placed the golden necklace on his head. As I have already informed you, from the very beginning my mind was attracted by Lord Krishna, and thus I considered the garlanding of the Lord my great victory. As soon as I placed my garland on the neck of the Lord, there sounded immediately the combined vibration of Mardangas, Partahar, and Anarka, drums, conch shells, kettle drums, and other instruments, causing a tumultuous sound. And while the music played, expert male and female dancers began to dance, and singers began to sing sweetly. My dear Draupadi, when I accepted Lord Krishna as my worshipful husband, and he accepted me as his maidservant, when was a tumultuous roaring among the disappointed princes? All of them were very agitated because of their lusty desires, but without caring for them, my husband, in his form as the four-handed Narayana, immediately took me on his chariot, which was drawn by four excellent horses, expecting opposition from the princes. He armored himself and took up his bow, named Saranga, and with our celebrated driver, Daruka drove the beautiful chariot without a moment's delay. Toward the city of Dwaraka. Thus, the presence of all the princes, I was carried away very quickly, exactly as a deer is carried away from the flock by a lion. Some of the princes, however, wanted to check our progress, and thus equipped with proper weapons, they opposed us, just as dogs try to oppose the progressive march of a lion. At that time, due to the arrows released by the Saranga, bow of Lord Krishna, some of the princes lost their hands, some of them lost their legs, some of them lost their heads and their lives, and others fled from the battlefield. The Supreme Personality of Godhead then entered the most celebrated city of the universe, Varaka, and as he entered the city, he appeared like the shining sun. The whole city of Dwaraka was profusely decorated on that occasion. There were so many flags and festoons and gates all over Dwaraka that the sunshine could not even enter the city. I have already told you that my father was very affectionate to me. So when he saw that my desire had been fulfilled by getting Lord Krishna as my husband, in great happiness he began to distribute to friends and relatives various kinds of gifts, such as valuable garments, ornaments, bedsteads, and sitting carpets. Lord Krishna is always self sufficient, yet my father, out of his own accord, offered my husband a dowry consisting of riches, soldiers, elephants, chariots, horses, and many rare and valuable weapons. He presented all these to the Lord with great enthusiasm. My dear Queen, at that time I could guess that my previous life I must have performed some wonderful pious activity, and as a result, I can in this life be one of the maidservants in the house of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When all the principal queens of Lord Krishna had finished their statements, Rohini, as the representative of the other 16,000 queens, began to narrate the incident of their becoming wives of Krishna. My dear Queen, when Brahmasura was conquering all the world, he collected wherever possible all the beautiful daughters of the kings and kept us arrested within his palace. When news of our imprisonment reached Lord Krishna, he fought with Brahmasura and released us. Lord Krishna killed Brahmasura and all his soldiers, and although he had no need to accept even on one wife, he nevertheless, by our request, married all 16,000 of us. My dear Queen, our only qualification was that we were always thinking of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, which is the way to release oneself from the bondage of repeated birth and death. My dear Queen, Draupadi, please take it from us that we are not after any opulence, such as a kingdom, an empire, or a position of heavenly enjoyment. We do not want to enjoy such material opulences, nor do we desire to achieve the yogic perfections, nor the exalted post of Lord Brahma, nor do we want any of the different kinds of liberation, Saruparya, Sarogya, Sarsti, Salamipya, and Saryusha. We are not at all attracted by any of those opulences. Our only ambition is to bear on our heads, life after life, the dust particles attached to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The goddess of fortune also desires to keep that dust on her breasts, along with fragrant saffron. We simply desire this dust which accumulates underneath the lotus feet of Krishna as he travels on land of Vrtavarna as a cowherd boy. The goat beasts especially, and also the cowherd men and the Aborigine tribes women also desire to become the grass and straw on the streets of Vrtavarna to be trampled on by the lotus feet of Krishna. My dear queen, we wish to remain as such life after life without any other desire. Chapter 84, Sacrificial Ceremonies Performed by Vasudeva. Among the women present at Kurukshetra during the solar eclipse were Kunti, Gandhari, Draupadi, Subhadra, and the queens of many other kings, as well as the gopis from Vrindavarna. When the different queens of Lord Krishna were submitting their statements as to how they had been married and accepted by Lord Krishna as his wives, all the female members of the Kuru dynasty were struck with wonder. They were filled with admiration at how all the queens of Krishna were attached to him with love and affection. When they heard about the queen's intensity of love and affection for Krishna, they could not check their eyes from filling with tears. While the women were engaged in the conversions among themselves and the men were similarly engaged in conversation, there arrived from all directions almost all the important sages and ascetics who had come for the purpose of seeing Lord Krishna and Balarama. Chief among the sages were Krishna, Vaipariyartha, Vyasa, the great sage Narada, Kaivarna, Devala, Asirta, Visvamitra, Saranarda, Bharadvaja, Gotama, Lord Parasurama, along with his disciples, Vasistra, Galava, Burgru, Pariyastya, Kasyapa, Markanderia, Prasparti, Tirtha, Trita, Ekarta, the four Kumar sons of Brahma, Sarnaka, Sarandarna, Sarnatarna, and Sarnatakamora, Angira, Agastya, Yajnavalekya, and Vamadeva. As soon as the sages and ascetics arrived, all the kings, including Maharaja Yudhishthira and the other Pandavas and Lord Krishna and Balarama, immediately got up from their seats and offered respects by bowing down to the universally respected sages. After this, the sages were properly welcomed by being offered seats and water for washing their feet. Palatable fruits, garlands of flowers, incense, and sandalwood pulp were presented, And all the kings led by Krishna and Balarama worshipped the sages according to the Vedic rules and regulations. When all the sages were comfortably seated, Lord Krishna, who descended for the protection of religion, began to address them on behalf of all the kings. When Krishna began to speak, all became silent, being eager to hear and understand his welcoming words to the sages. Lord Krishna spoke thus. All glories to the assembled sages and ascetics. Today we all feel that our lives have become successful. Today we have achieved the desired goal of life because we now see face to face all the exalted, liberated sages and ascetics whom even the great demigods in the heavens desire to see. Persons who are Nephilites in devotional service, Nephites in devotional service, and who simply offer their respectful obeisances to the deity in the temple, but cannot realize that the Lord is situated in everyone's heart, and those who simply worship different demigods for fulfillment of their own lusty desires, are unable to understand the importance of these sages. They cannot take advantage of receiving these sages by seeing them with their eyes, by touching their lotus feet, by inquiring about their welfare, or by diligently worshiping them. Neophyte devotees or religionists cannot understand the importance of great Mahatmas. They go to the temple as a matter of formality and pay their respectful obeisances unto the deity. But when one is promoted to the next platform of advanced consciousness, one can understand the importance of Mahatmas and devotees, and in that stage one tries to please them. Therefore, Lord Krishna said that the neophyte cannot understand the importance of great sages, devotees, or ascetics. Lord Krishna continued, one cannot purify himself merely by traveling to holy places or of pilgrimage and taking a bath there, or by seeing the demigods' forms in the temples. But if one happens to meet a great devotee, a Mahatma who is a representative of the personality of Godhead, one is immediately purified. To become purified, one is enjoined to worship the fire, the sun, the moon, the earth, the water, the air, and the sky, and the mind. By worshiping all the elements and their predominating deities, one can gradually become free from the influence of envy, but all the sins of an envious person can be nullified immediately simply by serving a great soul. My dear revered sages and respectable kings, you can take it from me that a person who accepts this material body made of three elements, mucus, bile, and air, as his own self, who considers his family and relatives his own, who accepts material things as worshipful, or who visits holy places of pilgrimage just to take a bath there, but never associates with great personalities, sages, and Mahatmas, such a person, even though in the form of a human being, is nothing but an animal like an ass. When the supreme authority, Lord Krishna, was thus speaking with great gravity, all the sages and ascetics remained in dead silence. They were amazed upon hearing him speak the absolute philosophy of life in such a concise way. Unless one is very much advanced in knowledge, one thinks his body to be his self, his family members to be his own, and the land of his birth to be worshipable. From this concept of life, the modern ideology of nationalism has sprung up. Lord Krishna condemned such ideas, and he has also condemned persons who take the trouble to go to holy places of pilgrimage just to take a bath and come back without taking the opportunity to associate with the great devotees and Mahatmas living there. Such persons are compared to the most foolish animal, the ass. All those who heard the speech of Lord Krishna considered it for some time, and they concluded that he was actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead, playing the role of an ordinary human being who is forced to take a certain type of body as a result of the reactions of his past deeds. He was assuming this pastime as an ordinary human simply to teach the people in general how they should live for perfection of the human mission. Having concluded that Krishna was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the sages addressed him thus.
Dear Lord, we, the leaders of human society, are supposed to possess the proper philosophy of life, yet we are bewildered by the spell of your external energy. We are surprised to see your behavior, which is just like that of an ordinary human being and which conceals your real identity as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And we therefore consider your pastimes to be all wonderful. Our dear Lord, by your own energy you create, maintain, and annihilate the whole cosmic manifestation of different names and forms, in the same way that the earth creates many forms of stone, trees, and other varieties of names and forms, and yet remains the same, although you create varieties of manifestations through your energy. You are affected by all those actions. Our dear Lord, we are simply stunned to see your wonderful acts. Although you are transcendental to this entire material creation and are the supreme Lord and the supersoul of all living entities, you appear on this earth by your internal potency to protect your devotees and destroy the miscreants. By such an appearance, you reestablish the principles of eternal religion. Such human society forgets by long association with the material energy. Our dear Lord, you are the creator of the social orders and spiritual statuses of human society according to the quality and work. And when these orders are misguided by unscrupulous persons, you appear and set them right. Dear Lord, the Vedic knowledge is the representation of your pure heart. Austerity's meditative trances lead to different realizations of yourself in your manifested and non manifested aspects. The entire phenomenal world is a manifestation of your impersonal energy, but you yourself, as the original personality of Godhead, are not manifested there. You are the Supreme Soul, the Supreme Brahman. Persons who are situated in Brahmanical culture therefore can understand the truth about your transcendental form. Thus, you always hold the Brahmanas in respect, and you are considered to be the topmost of all followers of Brahmanical culture. You are therefore known as Brahmanya Deva. Brahmanya Deva. Brahmanya Deva. Our dear Lord, you are the last word in good fortune and the last resort of all saintly persons. Therefore, we all consider that we have achieved the perfection of our life, education, austerity, and acquisition of transcendental knowledge by meeting you. Factually, you are the ultimate goal of all transcendental achievements. Our dear Lord, there is no end to your unlimited knowledge. Your form is transcendental, eternally existing in full bliss and knowledge. Sometimes it's difficult to know what you truly desire. You have so many outside influences as well as personal fears tugging at you, demanding, "Pay attention to me." You wait for you wait for a free moment that you could devote to your dreams, goals, and aspirations, yet that moment never seems to arrive. Meditate on your heart's desire. Rearrange your schedule so that you're spending time in ways that are truly meaningful to you. The fairies ask you to change The fairies ask you to take charge of your schedule. First, they ask you to meditate on your heart's desire. Make a list of 5 priorities in your life, then write down a schedule in ink so that you'll spend the necessary time engaged in these activities. It's not important what you specifically do during these times. What's most important is that you invest time and energy in that which makes you happy and fulfilled. The affirmation is, I deserve the best and I take charge of my schedule and my life.
should take control of your life. It's your heart. You should put your heart above everybody else. I'm doing what my heart wants. I want to be here and I want to spend time with you. I can't interact with your comments down below. I can't spend all day long staring at a screen with somebody like this on it. Can't do that. There's many things I can't do. And recognizing my limitations is a big part of that reality. I gotta recognize my own limitations and realize I don't want to conquer the world. I just want to be happy and produce life and goodness. And you know what? I've learned all this stuff. I've lived through all this stuff. I've experienced all this stuff, and it's your turn. I've done it. You could do it too. My mom's name was Rosemary. I wasn't no one special. I had a mom that loved me. And whether you believe it or not, you got a lot of spiritual family out there that loves you too. You might be alone in a room full of people. Or you might completely be alone and got nothing. But you got a heart, and that heart is your portal. Your heart crosses time and space at will. It's my heart that turns to all these pages and tells me what I need to hear. Because I don't know. I don't got the idea. I don't know which way forward is best. I follow my heart at every moment. And there's fairies and all sorts of people and friends, and they talk to me by the move of my hands. I'm happy to drink some coffee. And I'm happy to read all this information and shoot. I'd do it 24 hours a day if I could do that back to back. But you know, I gotta rest and I gotta eat and play some video games. But I love being on here. I love losing track of time and going, oh, crikey, I've been on an hour and 40 minutes extra. It's time for me to go. Let me check the time. Oh, we still got lots of time. My mom, before she passed on, she left me a message. It was a riddle. And she said that by speaking, I can create. I mean, she didn't say it like that, but it was cryptic, and I really had to spend a lot of years and experience some things. I love reading stories. I love reading stories. I've loved reading since I was a little kid. Anyways, what do I want to do? I want to keep reading. After first offering prayers to Lord Krishna, let's see, a little bit low. Okay, we know enough from that book. We'll pick a different book. Let's see what grandfather, Albert Pike. God is not a logical being whose nature may be explained by deduction and by means of algebraic equations. When setting out with a primary attribute, the attributes of God are deduced one from the other, after the manner of the geometricians, and scholastics. We have nothing but abstractions. We must emerge from this empty dialect to arrive at a true and living God. The first notion which we have of God, that of an infinite being, is not given us a priori, independently of all experience. It is our consciousness of ourself, as at once a being and a limited being, that immediately raises us to the conception of a being, the principle of our being, and himself without limits. If the existence that we possess forces us to recur to a cause possessing the same existence in an infinite degree, all the essential attributes of existence that we possess equally require each an infinite cause. God then is no longer the infinite, abstract, indeterminate being of which reason and the heart cannot lay hold, but a real being determinate like ourselves, a moral person like ourselves, and the study of our own soul will conduct us, without resort to hypothesis, to a conception of God, both sublime and having a connection with ourselves. If man be free, God must be so, and it would be strange if, while the creature has that marvelous power of disposing of himself, of choosing and willing freely, the being that has made him should be subject to a necessary development, the cause of which, though in himself is a sort of abstract, mechanical, or metaphysical power, inferior to the personal voluntary cause which we are and of which we have the clearest consciousness. God is free because we are, but he is not free as we are. He is at once everything that we are and nothing that we are. He possesses the same attributes as we, but extended to infinity. He possesses then an infinite liberty united to an infinite intelligence, and his intelligence is infallible, exempt from the uncertainty of deliberation and perceiving at a glance where the good is. So his liberty accomplishes it spontaneously and without effort. As we assign to God that liberty which is the basis of our existence, so also we transfer to his character from our own justice and charity. In man they are virtues, in God his attributes. What in us the laborious conquest of liberty is in him his very nature. The idea of the right and the respect paid to the right are signs of the dignity of our existence. If respect of rights is the very essence of justice, the perfect being must know and respect the rights of the lowest of his creatures, for he assigned them those rights. In God resides a sovereign justice that renders to everyone what is due him, not according to deceitful appearances, but according to the truth of things. And if man, a limited being, has the power to go out of himself, to forget his own person, to love another like himself, and devote himself to his happiness, dignity, and perfection, the perfect being must have in an infinite degree that disinterested tenderness, that charity, the supreme virtue of the human person. There is in God an infinite tenderness for his creatures, manifested in his giving us existence, which he might have withheld, and every day it appears in innumerable marks of his divine providence. Plato well understood that love of God and expresses it in these great words. Let us speak of the cause which led the supreme arranger of the universe to produce and regulate that universe. He was good, and he who is good has no kind of ill will. Exempt from that, he willed that created things should be, as far as possible, like himself. And Christianity, in its turn, said, God has so loved men that he has given them his only Son. Heaven is completely on your side and your prayers have been heard and answered. You needn't beg or petition heaven to help you, as your situation is already healed in truth. The healed reality is one of several parallel realities currently available to you. You have the choice through your thoughts, emotions, and intentions to experience the highest possible reality for yourself. You access your healed situation through faith and gratitude. To feel these powerful catalyzing emotions, says mentally or aloud to God, I am tired of thinking about the situation. I don't want to deal with it any longer. Here, I'm giving the entire thing to you so that you can think about it and resolve it. Thank you so much for taking care of everything in my life. Says then detach yourself from it. So see yourself placing it in the palm of God's loving hand. Feel gratitude that your situation is now resolved and be open to the creative solution that greets you. In truth, everything and everyone, including myself, is healed right now. I focus on this truth instead of an illusion of fear. In truth, everything and everyone, including myself, is healed now. I focus on this truth instead of on illusions of fear. In truth, everything and everyone, including myself, is healed right now. I focus on this truth instead of on illusions of fear. The alignments you have watched from page to page to page to page, card to item to everything. You have witnessed a congruent set of events that is beyond explanation. So I'm going to accept this awesome amount of reality presented before me. My heart is in love and appreciation of everybody's goodness in the world, and that's the reality of it. The series is if I could do this much, however's working through and all through and through, friends, whatever, the fairies and all of it, then there must be an alignment to the future. And so I must accept that because as a scientist at heart, it says, look at the evidence. Just look at the evidence. Well, as a scientist at heart, I have to accept the evidence. As a human, it doesn't matter what I feel. I have to look at the evidence. And I've been alive on other TikTok and Instagram, and now I'm here on YouTube, and this stuff's practically been documented the whole way around. You can watch all the videos for yourself. Well, all those videos over there, they're also available on YouTube. Etc. That's it right there. And so I must accept this reality. I must accept this goodness. I must change my mentality, change my perspective, and align with this card I've been looking at. I'm going to read it. I've been looking at this one for a good long while. Ten of Cups. I don't know what it means. I mean, I have an idea what it means. I put together what I see on the page and what cups mean and those kind of things. Let's see here. A male and a female hold one cup in a pastoral spring setting. A rainbow shines from the cup, arching across the sky and extending beyond the picture. 9 cups diagonally fall across the rainbow from sky to land. The rainbow is in the symbol of universal peace and harmony. Interpretation. Contentment with the one you love, family and friends. People who have gone through the good and bad times together feel secure and happy. Trust, much love. Oh, contentment. Contentment. You're content, happy where you are. I read the wrong. It's just important to read stuff correctly, tell you what. I'm going to read that again. As confused as I was for a moment. Contentment with the one you love, family and friends. People who have gone through the good and bad times together feel secure and happy. Trust, much love, find home. Someone, okay, that was the reverse. Okay, gotcha. Boom, boom, boom. Well, it says reverse if it applies or, if it's your situation. The reverse meaning of that is someone unhappy in the home in consideration to maid quarrels or child running amok or whatnot. But that's not ours. That's we got contentment, and I mean that's the message. It's been sitting there though for 3 days. Oh wow, that's interesting. And then we got the Chariot there. I don't even feel like I need to read that one, but well, I'm going to, because that was underneath that one. Like those, that's interesting. 7. That's nice. That's alignment. So we have, okay. So the Chariot, key number 7. Cancer, the crab is the receptive, watery sign. Cancer represents that which protects its soft interior by a hard shell or exterior. Soul development, evaluation, and security. A fair-haired charioteer holds firmly to the reins of 2 horses, trying to keep his vehicle on the correct path. Upon his head is a crown decorated by 3 pentagrams. The crown represents the highest attainment of man in the spiritual evolution. The 3 pentagrams of the crown refer to higher nature of man and psychic equilibrium. The charioteer's cape is clasped at the shoulders by 2 lunar crescent, which face upwards and outwards. They indicate meditation inspired by and reflective of the divine light. Outward facing crescents also refer to the formative world. The emblem of Cancer on the charioteer's belt suggests he is receptive to universal forces which could intervene and deter him from the spiritual path. Being receptive to such forces, the charioteer must apply strong will and restraint in order to keep his vehicle on the right path for spiritual progress. The scepter, a symbol of authority and triumph, indicates he will succeed. A veil of psychic protection covers the chariot. The wheels represent the energy of circular motion in the cosmos. The horses pulling the chariot are black and white. Horses are symbolic of the life force and the cosmos. Their opposite colors represent the opposite forces of positive and negative, good and evil, material and spiritual, which tug at the soul and must be kept in responsible control. The thick wooden yoke harnesses the two horses together while they both struggle to run in different directions. The chariot symbolizes the personality which carries one through life. Chariots have long been the symbol of both celestial bodies and of the human journey on earth. They also represent the human body's transitory nature as it is affected by mundane life forces. The charioteer utilizes all forces to ensure steady and progressive travel along the one path. His singleness of purpose and concentrated effort to achieve his goal ensures success. The chariot completes the first septenary of the major arcana, thus, it represents the perfected and controlled state of the personality, the higher principles of human nature. The divinatory meaning is protecting one's interest and psyche, control of the direction of one's life, travel, understanding the nature of good and evil. Boy, I tell you what, that was one little portion I'll share. It says protecting one's interest and psyche. The way you protect your interest is by protecting your psyche. If you learn how to protect your thoughts, you live one vibrational energy. Your life is dedicated to love. Living one vibrational energy that's your love, that's your joy, and not allowing anybody to detract from that. You want to build, you want to grow, you want to move on, you want to mature and learn. And your dedication, your devotion is to your temple, your body. It is the greatest gift you have, and nobody can charge you for possessing your body. You get that, that's all yours. All you got to do is take control of your mind, your heart, your emotions. Your emotions are fuel to transcendental meditation. Okay, all the sad and bad, like you see me cry and everything, and it goes. His feelings aren't like continuing with me because they're used for soul. They're used so that, wow, somehow I just turned to a page and it's saying what I want to do. So I did not. It said let go of that energy, pass it on. So okay, it's gone. I pass it on. They told me not to worry about that stuff no more. I ain't worried about it. I got a roof over my head. I'm gonna keep eating every day, and I'm gonna, as much as I enjoy coming on here, I'm gonna keep coming on here. And who knows, my schedule might change, and I might come on and put a video for the day and say I'm leaving the house. I'm gonna go travel. I don't know, so I won't be here 9 hours a day no more. I might change, might not. However, however the road goes, I'm happy to be where I am. I'm happy to continue doing this. I'm happy to continue life and Aurochs, Orus, Old Norse, Or. The U rune, or the Or rune, is the mother of manifestation. In mythology, this is represented by the great cow, or Lumla, which licked a great icy block of salt in order to form the primal androgynous body. Also, she was the source of sustenance for the cosmic giant Ymir, or Durma was herself formed from the dripping rime produced when the world fire met the world ice. This is also the unmanifested energized essence from which the cosmic ice and Ordulma were originally formed. Or is the patterning and formulating power in the multiverse, the source of the ordering principles that lead to the final formulation of the world. The U rune is the unmanifested pattern of matter, contrast with the antimatter nature of Isar. This is the cosmic seed, the world force analogous to the semen virile. It contains the mystery of the formulation of the self, a composite paradigm of all the aspects of the psychomatic complex, just as the multiverse is framed from the various worlds. Or is the forming force, not the form itself. The Or rune is the shaping power that defines the origin and destiny of all things. This mystery may be demonstrated through the shape of the staff as shown in the next figure, or is the eternal reservoir of archetypal patterning. Because of its shaping power, Or is a rune symbolizing wisdom and lore, as the pattern of preserved tradition that is sprung from the natural order. Just as this indicates a healthy society, one in accordance with natural order, so too is this a rune of good physical health in the personal realm. The Or rune promotes strong and harmonious organic systems. It is the rune of vital strength and virility. Now the camera shows it backwards, so just if you're wondering what the rune looks like. we're going to come forth to Jera, or an Old Norse Ar. This is the good year, harvest. Ar embodies the cyclical pattern of the universal expressed in the formula a rising being, becoming, passing away to new arising. This is a basic pattern working throughout the rune row. The J rune is one of the two central runes in the scheme of the Elder Futhark, and it defines the cyclical nature of the ever-becoming horizontal plane. It is the secret of the omnipresent circumference. This is the mystery of the 12-fold cycle of the yearly solar cycle. Raido is the daily path and guiding force of the sun. Or Jera, her yearly path, and Sowilo, the archetypal sun herself. Jera, or Ar, is the reward for honorable, right and lawful, natural past action. This has no real moral implications. It is a natural law. If the sowing is done correctly, according to tradition, and luck, Hamijia, Harmija, is with you. Hamija. Then the reaping should be great. It is the fruition of efforts well spent toward a willed or instinctual goal. This is true and valid for the numinous as well as phenomenological realms. The cosmic fertility aspect of this rune points to the Vernic god Freyr, who is invoked. Til oss Orkfrid har, til oss Orkfrid har, til oss Orkfrid har, for good season, harvest, and peace. The Old Norse name Ar provides us with the popular association of this rune with the eagle, On, or Ari, as a symbol of the swift flight of the archetypal sun. The key words here is cyclical development, solar year cycle, 12, reward, fruition, eagle. Jara, 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 jo, jar, jo, jar, 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 jor, jara, 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 jara. Juja, jo, jor, jor, jar, jar, jor, jara, 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 juja, jo, jor, jor, jar, jar, jor, jara, or. The knot of all set, Katamanalket, the water of life, the divine mother, the fountain of youth. Energetic stabilization with the buckle of the beloved. Each initiate has their own unique spiritual blueprint with particular skills, talents, and higher destinies unfolding that use their unique attributes. Part of your spiritual blueprint is a special relationship to the energies of the goddess. This means that not only do you have the important spiritual task of helping her thrive in this world, but you are afforded her power, protection, and abundance too. You are now deepening your connection to her. You are under the spiritual guidance and protection of the Divine Feminine. Part of your high destiny this lifetime is to heal and flourish through the Divine Feminine in her many forms, especially in those forms that truly resonate and hold meaning for you. This healing will happen on your personal path and may well be part of the work that you offer in service to the world, which may be simply in how you live your life. This oracle brings special indication that your soul is braiding or twining with the divine feminine energies in a particular form. For some, that will be a specific goddess, and the energetic process will often be strong and deep. The initiate will feel as if they are integrating the part of this goddess that is not just in them, but is part of their own consciousness. It is a deeply personal, spiritually powerful, and beautiful growth experience for the soul. This process does not make you lose your individuality. If it is happening in a genuine way, you will not believe yourself to be the goddess in question. You will instead experience her as part of your own being, and your being is a part of her. You will not cease to exist as an individual light, and yet you will have grown more into divine communion with the sacred divine feminine. For others, there will be a sense of the divine feminine in many forms and faces, and you will enjoy her variety and vastness as you grow spiritually. You will not sense a particular goddess so much as you feel a deepening soul connection and awakening to the divine feminine principle, which is the animating force behind all goddess energies. For still others, there will simply be a knowing that love for the divine feminine, whether a man or a woman, is a key part of your spiritual journey in this lifetime. That is your important spiritual task, to just love her and to be loved by her. Living with honor and respect for the body, the earth, and being committed to growing conscious awareness as to how to best express that love and respect in a genuinely healing way. Whether you feel the connection with an individual goddess or the divine feminine more holistically as your soul braids or twines with her, you will feel your awareness and consciousness of your own divine feminine nature become stronger, more integrated, and more balanced part of your life and sense of self. The body will also be integrating this shift in your soul, as any work with the feminine energies helps bring body and soul light together, blending the physical and inner worlds of light together until they begin to feel very connected and harmonized. Eventually, as this process continues, when you feel your body, you will feel your soul light present there. There will be no distinction between your soul and your body. It is a magnificent, luminous, joyful state of wonder to embody. People will be asking you what you have been doing to have such a beautiful inner glow. As an initiate of the Divine Feminine, you are offered a sacred tool to assist you in integrating and honoring her energies for your own benefit and for the benefit of the human collective. This tool it will help your soul blend with the Divine Feminine in higher vibration, and this in turn will naturally draw body and soul into deeper connection and harmony. You're invited to experience this sacred tool for yourself by calling upon the sacred healing and protection of the Knot of Olset. The knot or buckle of Olset protects, guides, and stabilizes your energy field while it is in transition from one state to another. It is especially useful for spiritual growth, with the feminine energies because these are intimately related to the body and the relationship between the soul and body, creating light within the body, connecting soul and body as one conscious, harmonious, illuminated being. The knot of all set is like a container that holds you together while inside in a gentle way. You will fall apart enough that you can be reorganized, restructured, and reformed within the sacred container of the sacred knot. Once you are stable in your new soul structure, the knot is no longer needed until the next transition point in your relationship between your body of growing light and your soul as they become more fully united as one. You may call for the knot of all set as a symbol that you visualize or an energetic support structure that you may not perceive directly but will feel in effect a sense of being held safe and firm to the perfect degree. Anytime you need this, you can do the ritual that follows or the simple invocation beneath it, as long as it is prefaced with in unconditional love. You shall be supported in exactly the way that best serves you. Because you are integrating high level vibrational energies, rest and meditation, ocean swims, and time in nature, as well as working with pyramids of light and crystal, can assist with this soul twining process now, too. Listen to your body's soul as it grows with divine feminine wisdom and trust that she will guide you, whether man or woman, deeper into your own healing, which benefits us all. This oracle comes as a clear confirmation that you are integrating high level vibrational energy. If you have been wondering if your dreams, intuitions, goddess related meditations, and communications are genuine, then this oracle serves as confirmation. If you have pulled this as the Lady of Stars, along with the Snot, the high vibrational energy that you are accessing has a celestial quality of highly advanced spiritual civilization as well. It will have a stellar, non human quality that is loving, wise, and free of fear. Drawing this card as well with the High Priestess is then the new energy of the divine feminine that is being integrated by your body and soul at this time will form a significant element of your unfolding life path in spiritual destiny on this planet in the future.
If you would like to join in this guided meditation, you may do so. Close your eyes and imagine that you're being gently rocked in a vibrant red cradle that feels safe and stable, neither too small nor too large. It is just the right size, shape, and movement for you to feel perfectly comfortable. The cradle radiates the most beautiful red you have ever seen or felt, vibrant and glowing, and in it you feel safe, secure, and loved. Within it, you can grow, and magically the cradle grows as you do so. It is always perfect shape and size for you. Allow yourself to grow as large as you like, your energy field growing, pulsing, expanding with light and strength. The divine goddess energies until you feel as large and strong and as potent as is correct for you at this time. This cradle is a symbol for the knot of all said, and you are held. Stay with this feeling for as long as necessary. In all ways, we are held and safe as we grow and take our place in our high spiritual destiny for the benefit of all humanity. The knot of all said supports us in love and light and of our own free will. So be it. In unconditional love, I call forth the Ulcer knot. I am held in love like a baby in a cot. The buckle of beloved has me secure as my energy field now does mature. The goddess within my body and soul, the knot of all set helps me grow whole. In unconditional love, I call forth the all set knot. I am held in love like a babe in a cot. The buckle of the beloved has me secure as my energy field now does mature. The goddess within my body and soul, the knot of all set helps me grow whole. In unconditional love, I call forth the all set knot. I am held in love like a babe in a cot. The buckle of the beloved has me secure as my energy field now does mature. The goddess within my body and soul, the knot of all set helps me grow whole. Mm. The universal soul of the world, motive power of heaven and of the spheres, it was held, exercises its creative energy chiefly through the medium of the sun during his revolution along the signs of the zodiac, with which signs unite the perihellions that modify their influence and concur in furnishing the symbolic attributes of the great luminary that regulates nature and is the dispository of her greatest powers. The action of this universal soul of the world is displayed in the movements of the spheres, and above all in that of the sun, in the successions of the risings and settings of the stars, and in their periodical returns. By these are explainable all the metamorphoses of the soul, personified as Jupiter, as Bacchus, as Vishnu, or as Buddha,
and all the various attributes ascribed to it, and also the worship of those animals that were consecrated in the ancient temples, representatives on earth of the celestial signs, and supposed to receive by transmission from them the rays and emanations which in them flow from the universal soul. All the old adorers of nature and theologians, astrologers, and poets, as well as the most distinguished philosophers, supposed that the stars were so many animated and intelligent beings, or eternal bodies, active causes of effect, and here below animated by a living principle, and directed by an intelligence that was itself but an emanation from and a part of the life and universal intelligence of the world. And we find in the hierarchical order and distribution of their eternal and divine intelligences, known by the names of gods, angels, and genii, the same distributions of the same divisions as though by which the ancients divided the visible universe and distributed its parts in the famous divisions by 7 and by 12, appertaining to the planets and the signs of the zodiac, is everywhere found in the hierarchical order of the gods, the angels, and the other ministers that are the dispositories of that divine force which moves and rules the world. Hmm. We got Chiron, chapter 7. Seems like we got a lot of sevens rolling out here. We'll grab some coffee. Oh, I forgot I added honey in there. That's pretty nice. Usually I just drink my coffee black. That's a surprise. Sign of the more good surprises to come. That's what I'm gonna say. And you know what? That's the whole world, man. That's the whole world. That's the whole world. That's gifts coming right out of heaven. Mhm. Definition of Chiron by sign is a highly controversial and complex issue. In contemporary astrology, Chiron is extremely elliptical and by distribution is located heavily in the eastern signs, Aquarius through Taurus, for 30 years, and lightly in the western signs, Leo through Scorpio for 8 years. Thus, many more people have Chiron and Aquarius through Taurus than in Leo through Scorpio. And the historical phases at this time have a heavier influence from the vibration of Chiron and Aquarius through Taurus. But individuals with Chiron and Leo through Scorpio probably play a stronger role in breakthrough consciousness because their chironic perceptual base is less attuned to the cultural vibration. They are radical movers and shakers instead of being at ease with convention. We have much observation ahead of us on questions such as these. Also, due to the precession of the equinoxes over time, the signs which contain Chiron change for longer or shorter periods of time. The definition of Chiron by sign is highly controversial because this is the first book defining Chiron rulership as vertigo. Richard Knoll has been a trailblazer in Chiron research, and I am exceedingly indebted to his work in Chiron, the new planet in your horoscope, and his lectures. However, I am forced to respectfully disagree with him regarding his comments on planetary rulership. Knoll notes that the obvious importance of asteroids, especially the main ones, Ceres, Pallas, Giorno, and Vesta, indicates that the system of planetary rulership developed by Ptolemy in the 2nd century is an artificial scheme which has certainly outlived its usefulness. He also notes its usefulness and naturalness due to affinities between certain signs and planets. This book is evident of the power of working with planetary sign affinities. Also, I do not think Ptolemy developed his system of planetary rulership. I believe he recorded the teachings of the Babylonian and Egyptian astrologers, who in turn had received their information from the Atlanteans. At any rate, until the human brain involves the greater integration with the galactic synchronization, we still need analogical reasoning. Until more is revealed of the true nature of reality, we require the Hermetic system of correspondences to relate Earth experience to planetary energetics. But this disagreement is a both and question and not an either or one. Just like utilizing both logical and analogical paradigms, when one ceases to rely strictly on rationalistic thought processes that something is either this or that, then the both and mentality is productive. For example, in the Ptolemaic system, 7 planets are used to read the zodiac. Knoll comments that Ptolemaic system of rulership began to break down with the discovery of new planets, starting with Uranus in 1781. No one agrees with that point of view more than I do. My work questioning the rulership of Libra is proof of it, but many Indian astrologers read brilliantly with only 7 planets. Astrology is a divination skill, and divination is ruled by the master initiator, Chiron, not by the particular system the diviner employs. In Eye of the Centaur, astrologer Aspasia of Thrace in 1550 BC was using the inner planets to rule everyday events, and the outer planets, unseen, to rule psychic influences. The inner planets could be observed, the outer planets were intuited, and she also utilized the stars. Western rationalism has taught that Uranus was first sighted in 1781, but ancient astrologers were using the outer planets. Zacharias Sitchin proved it in Stairway to Heaven. And why were the ancient Minoan deities such as Saturn, Cronus, Uranus, Skyfather, Neptune, and Chiron so significant if astrologers were not aware of the outer planets? The myth that the outer planets were first sighted beginning in 1781 is as outrageous as the myth that Columbus discovered America. The grip of the Western rationalistic mythos is breaking down, and the power of ancient wisdom of Hermetic correspondences is emerging. The obvious significance of the asteroids is a major issue. We have lost Tony Joseph, but we have his work. Joseph dedicated his life to remythologizing astrology or reawakening holonomic thought processes from my point of view. Holonomic thought processes are the ability to perceive the whole in a single event. For example, a person might see that many American politicians in the 1980s are reincarnated Saturnian Romans, and then the possibility of viewing their behavior as a repeating myth is available. It is a return to a very ancient way of thought, which sees the earth and its stories as alive in the middle of a vital universe. Western rationalism has come very close to destroying our ecosystem and the planet itself, and holonomic thought processes will predominate with the sighting of Chiron as a signal for hope again. Joseph works with a family of images for Virgo and Ceres, Persephone, and Vesta, which have a special affinity with Virgo. For Joseph, the Ceres archetype is clearly expressed in the life of Demeter, the earth mother who guards the fields. This was ritualized in the Eleusinian mysteries, which were based on the eternal life of the community, which was dependent upon the power of the harvest. This is, of course, an ancient form of ecology which has obvious affinity to Virgo. Then Demeter loses her daughter Persephone to the underworld, and this introduces the complexity of the subconscious mind into the simple cycles of nature. Possibly the myth of Demeter Persephone is a feminine counterpart to the story of Chiron, as well as being very Platonic. Both Chiron and Demeter go to the underworld of Pluto, and the Persephone myth is in itself very Plutonian. And Vesta, the hearth goddess, feels very Venusian, very much the archetype of the second house. As with Chiron, identification of a sign and house rulership, along with application work on many charts, reveal the real energy of the asteroids. The point being made here is that the probability that Ceres also rules the sixth house in Virgo does not diminish the power of Chiron's rulership of Virgo. Possibly, the asteroids and other minor bodies add nuances to the houses, but the planetary rulerships define the dynamics of house polarity, energy, and the essence of house mode. Each sign of the zodiac is ruled by a planet which defines its energetics. Aries is ruled by Mars, aggression, Adamus, power, and Martian issues have to do with the use of force for desired goals. Taurus is ruled by Venus, receptivity, anima, attraction, and Venusian issues have to do with the use of attraction for drawing to us what we need. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, mind integration, communication, and Mercurial issues have to do with how well our mind helps us integrate and communicate on Earth. Cancer is ruled by the moon, the subconscious, the mind, the response, the reaction, and lunar issues have to do with how we screen all perceptions coming to us and how we learn to respond. Leo is ruled by the sun, me, will, shining, and the solar issue is becoming all that we are, so we shine on earth. Virgo is ruled by Chiron, alchemy, transmutation, initiation, and chirotic issues involve learning the method to connect earth mind with galactic cosmos awareness. Libra ruled by Nibiru or another outer planet cycle, the other, the mirror, the balance, And Nibirian issues involve learning to mirror our true self in the other side so that our view is polarized instead of being inside ourselves or located in the other. Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, underworld, evolution, eruptive change, and Plutonian issues are the journeys into the underworld to get the most powerful source of energy. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, expansion, comfort, higher self. And Jupiterian issues are learning to make ourselves bigger so we can get in touch with the higher self. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, control, father, responsibility, and Saturnian issues are mastering the earth plane. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, electricity, idealism, galactic resonation. And the idealistic test is to galvanize human will into universal serving. Pisces is ruled by Neptune, divine mother, ecstasy, holonom, holo, holonomics, and the Neptunian ecstasy is the attainment of galactic mysticism. What happens when Chiron rules each of these signs? Ooh. Okay, we're gonna keep reading there because this is actually some pretty good info. All right. Mm. I'm gonna go use the bathroom right quick. I'll be back 45 seconds maybe. Something I enjoy using is arnica gel. It's pretty good stuff. There's another one out there called Tiger Balm. It works really good for the muscles. Since I do a lot of reading, a lot of speaking, my throat feels it. So this actually gets really underneath Um, anyways, it's homeopathic. I'm gonna keep this around on my spiritual stuff so it can get good vibes from everything. When Chiron is in Aries, the search for identity predominates. Who am I? Why am I here? What do they want from me? What level of questioning becomes chirotic or a life and death issue? And until there is a satisfactory answer, the native is restless. But an answer will come with time because Chiron's natural form as a warrior initiate is very attuned to Mars. When these natives were born during the last two most recent Chiron cycles, in 1918 to 1926 and 1968 to 1977, the atmosphere in general was very spirited and pioneering. The parents of this generation were living through the roaring 20s and the me generation of the 70s. These children will feel an urge to carry through the energies of their parents, and Chiron natally and Aries will offer them the means. My clients who have Chiron and Aries are all trailblazers. They are known as courageous people. This position causes quick action to break through Saturn barriers and act idealistically with Uranus. But unless there are other factors in the chart which foster mysticism, these natives may not activate the subtlety of Chiron. The warrior energy is the most powerful manifestation for these natives. They need to be encouraged to systematically develop a discipline which will enable them to empower Chiron and get in touch with the potential power of the etheric plane. Good examples of such discipline are Carlos Castaneda, Carl Jung, Jack Anderson, and Aleister Crowley. All four of these men have created great power in their disciplines and made great impact on their times. A deliberate development of initiate warrior power by these natives will cause Chiron to become a very great tool for bringing their greatest essence into being. Generally, these natives are frustrated unless they are extremely active, and an analysis of the house position of Chiron and Aries will reveal the area of life where they can initiate progress. Limitation will drive them crazy. The women born from 1918 to 1926 have experienced extremely difficult lives unless they found a way to take on power. If not, the incidence of cancer in this group is very high. The men tend to be very powerful and Saturnian and unreceptive to Uranian higher consciousness. Many of these men are present day political leaders who are blocking Aquarian energy with great force. Chart 13 belongs to Carl Jung, psychoanalysis, who is a great example of the potential energy of Chiron and Aries. A wonderful esoteric resonance with Chiron is available from the contemplation of the astrological energies of Mars to Venus. Mars rules the first house and is the first planet beyond Earth. It rules the Animus because it is the first orbitable plane beyond Earth to the universe. Venus rules the second house and is the first planet within Earth orbit to the Sun, symbolizing the primary need for us to ground on our planet, Earth. It rules the Anima because its first orbital plane with Earth to our center, the Sun. At the time of Chiron's sighting, November 1st, 1977, the human polarity dynamic of Mars and Venus, Animus and Anima, had intensified to an orgasmic level of Earth vibration to galactic resonance. This can be seen by the appearance of initiation, crystal and body mind healing therapies in 1977. The higher planes really have been grounding on Earth. Chiron transited out of Mars' vibration of Aries, the intense drive for self-identification within this larger cyclical time of alchemical resonance, and it moved into Venus' vibration of Taurus in 1977. This sighting signaled a coming age of receptivity toward a new level of willpower to balance Venus and Mars. The children born since November 1st, 1977 are free of the fear of chirotic energy, and they will teach the grandparents who were born from 1918 to 1926 to let go of their death wish. Last cycle, before 1500 BC, Chiron was Mars dominated because it was the age of Aries. In this cycle, Chiron was born in Venus vibration to energize material values of Earth, of Gaia. All of reality is in resonance, and we can again use divination to know our place in the cycle of Gaia. See the birth chart of Chiron, number 53, to reawaken divination memories in essence. What I see is that Chiron was sighted when it was in Taurus to signal that the age of Aquarius will rebirth many of the temple and healing technologies that were used during the age of Taurus. Okay, so what we're talking about, what I'm reading, is very important to be aware of how to reawaken memories in essence, how to do past life memory recall. So I'm going to tell you exactly how to do it. It's not hard, and anybody can do it, especially those born in Aries. I suggest that you utilize this. Anyways, if you're on the path or not, whatever the case, you're free loaded. I'm just watching. So, like for instance, if I were going to start this today, then tonight before I go to bed, I'm going to remember all of today's activities as much as I can. Every single lead detail, I'm going to try to remember everything. Then tomorrow night, I'm going to try to remember that day plus the day before. And I'm going to work towards going further in my history. So every single night, I'm actually going farther and farther and farther into my history, into my past. I'm remembering this life term first. And I'm remembering as much as possible. I go all the way back to my childhood. I remember everything. Yeah, that includes all of it. The trauma, the happy, good, bad, all of it. All of it. And since you do so much of that, you keep going back on your own. This is after weeks, months. It's going to take time. It will take time to actually be successful. It takes years. I mean, you might be speedily along, and that might be reduced. Anyways, to each their own on that growth. Though, for myself, I got to a certain point to where I started remembering past life experiences, and those experiences were correlating. I want to end it on this note. The most important thing about remembering, don't do past life regression. Don't do that. You have to build this up. This takes time. This takes effort. It's a muscle of your mind and your heart you're building. Though you want to remember the lesson. You don't care about the memories. Okay, I was a lion in the last life. Okay, but what did I learn? I learned that my roar, I don't hunt. I'm not the one who do the hunting. I roar and I stun the target while the pride actually does the actual work. They're the hunters. I just stun the prey. I just stun them. They caught in the flashlights. Ah! I'm like, look at me. Anyways, I'll stop that. But you get the idea, and I will move forward. Grab the lesson. You can get more lessons. That's what you want to bring with you. You don't care so much about the specifics of the details of what happened. You only got so much you can bring back with you. Anyways, I'm moving on. Chiron in Taurus. When Chiron is in Taurus, a search for values on the material plane predominates. This position takes the question of material values to a very critical level. What is right or wrong, permanent or not, becomes a crisis. These natives rarely bring something new into reality, though they are manifestors of material from other people whom they believe in. They want to preserve the values they see in something which already exists. The house position of Chiron reveals the nature of the values they are interested in. The historical period they were born within was characterized by a search for value, and these natives were equipped natally to respond to the needs that were the concern of their parents who came out of the Great Depression. These individuals are adept at coping well with few financial resources. My client with Chiron and Taurus are all heavily influenced by a morality system which they value greatly. It is important to analyze these clients to see if they are stuck in the value system to the exclusion of creativity. Free will and the ability to act for justice is blocked without creativity. This system is valuable if it is being actively utilized. Otherwise, it functions as an opportunity to block chirotic energy. The house position of Chiron and Taurus is the key. First, examine the house. The house position to see if the value system of that house is active in the life of the client by questioning the client about it. For example, someone with Chiron and Taurus in the 10th house would show evidences of marked valuing of power and activity in the outside world. R.D. Lang chart number 31 has Chiron and Taurus in the first, and his life work has been defining the ego structure of schizophrenics. Often, natives with Chiron and Taurus have bizarre sexual habits because of the strong influence of Chiron with Venusian energy, making them receptive to Kundalini energy. Is the sexual behavior pattern disturbing the normal pattern of the 10th house? Chiron natives making their mark? Three of the nuns who have Chiron in the 10th house have Chiron in Taurus, indicating they have been able to transmute the chirotic force into religious careers. All three have a very mystical prayer life. Another is a priest who has been functioning as a bridge, working with Catholicism and Native American ritual. His Chiron is in the stellium in the 10th house with Jupiter and Mars. His fusion of the Native American Catholic value system has had a major impact on contemporary spirituality. The publisher of chart number 3 is an excellent example of Chiron in Taurus in the third house of communications. They have been a prominent leader in reintroducing the values of earth, religions, and pagan values into culture. He was born during the Depression when many people suffered from energy loss, and now the power of magic and power over one's own reality is brought through as a solution by him. Earth religions and pagan spiritualities value powerful Kundalini flow. It is important to acknowledge and reinforce the wonderful gifts that those with Chiron and Taurus are giving to culture. Often these individuals are great contributors who feel guilty about not making their own mark with something they have invented themselves. These individuals are preservers of values and not creators, unless some other aspects in the chart indicate great innovation. Chiron is in Taurus in Chiron's own natal chart. When Chiron is in Gemini, there is a personal crisis about integration here on Earth, which affects balance and the nervous system greatly. These natives are highly attuned to the consciousness of individuals around themselves and to mass awareness. They were mostly born between 1933 and 1938 during Nazism and atomic experimentation as Pluto manifested again on Earth. Their crisis is to find new ways of perception and integration here. This group will become very important to the human race as they wake up and realize they possess the native tool. Chiron and Gemini to understand and communicate about the crisis their parents suffer with. And thus, astrologers must work hard with these clients to guide them into their natural role as teachers and communicators. Their birth placement of Chiron means they will experience their Chiron returns between June 1983 and June 1988 when the culture needs their awareness for its very survival. Natives will learn not to be so heavy. Gemini always loves to be in the middle of everything, so this is awakenment. This is awakenment, and this awakenment will be pleasurable for those with Chiron in Gemini. Thus, Chiron return will be intense because transiting Uranus in Sagittarius, Uranus in Sagittarius will oppose transiting Chiron often during 1983 to 1988. I was born 1984, 12/23. As Richard Noel put it, awareness is the key note for persons born under this Chiron sign, whose prime existential mission is to understand the way we think in order to effect changes in our mental realities. Thus, these individuals are meant to learn that the way we think creates the reality we live in, and that we can change it if we believe that. These natives will believe it when they experience it, and their very awareness will alter the hologram if they can become conscious that how they think alters reality at their Chiron return. Some of my most remarkable clients have Chiron and Gemini. In a general sense, they are very plugged into mass consciousness and are deliberately using their attunement to manifest changes they feel strongly about. Four are therapists working in the newest areas of body, mind, and research, and they seem to be able to feel where electrical energy is flowing in the body. This next chart belongs to a famous author who is also a nun with Chiron in the 10th. She has brought the power of God as mother back to us again with beautiful feminine paintings. Since Chiron is the bridge from Saturn to Uranus, 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 individuals Chiron and Gemini galvanize their awareness into form. Saturn, then Uranus manifests easily for them because Uranus is the high mental form of Mercury. Balance only comes into individuals with Chiron and Gemini when Saturn form has been mastered and the energy of Uranus is brought forth. Okay, this is what I want to share on here. That last portion. So if you're Gemini, and you're feeling guilty for not making your mark, literally, hands down, is to say like no, believe it or not, you have an idea, and then sometime later you see that idea is $5.99 Walmart, whatever store, online, Amazon. Go buy it. Anybody could get it. You're like, man, I had that idea. They stole it from me. This is what I've learned. There's a bunch of stuff, but there's inventors, and then there's like mass producers. I get an idea. I believe we're all millionaires. We're all rich. I get an idea, and instead of keeping it to myself, I share it. I share it because I ain't gonna be able to do it. There's no way I'm gonna be able to sell that. Well, hey, maybe I could. Maybe I could set up some distribution company. I can meet a few people now, and things can change. We got a new path. We got a new future. So that future is open book, plain pages. So that's all changed, right? We made that adjustment a moment ago.
So the idea goes out, it's shared, and now everybody has access to it. Everybody who had that problem now has access to it. So believe it or not, whether you got the physical dough to, you're responsible for that. You're responsible for that idea. Yeah, it's not your name on the patent. Yeah, you're not getting the pay, but you actually impacted our world with your creation, with your idea. It was a beautiful idea. So don't feel guilty because you actually have contributed. If you really accept what you have witnessed, just like me accepting my own life and the reality that continues to just happen. So I've been going down this path anyways. I'm not going to get carried away with that. It's been years on this path. I just keep going forward because the doors keep opening up. So don't feel guilty. Know that you have contributed in more ways than one. I love you so much, and I thank you for being part of this world and creating, co-creating our awesome world. Okay, it's an awesome world moving forward. When Chiron is in Gemini, there is a personal crisis about integration here on Earth, which affects balance in the nervous system greatly. These natives are highly attuned to the consciousness of individuals around themselves and to mass awareness. They were mostly born between 1933 and 1938. Oh, did I just read that one? Oh, yeah, I think I did. Yep. No? Yeah, I did. Okay. Did I? No, I didn't. I did because that's right there. Is that? Okay. I'm going to keep moving forward. Okay. So, oh, yeah. Gotcha. During Nazism and atomic experimentation, as Pluto manifested again on Earth, their crisis is to find new ways of perception and integration here. This group will become very important to the human race as they wake up and realize they possess the natal tool, Chiron and Gemini, to understand and communicate about the crisis their parents suffered with. Thus, astrologers must work hard with those clients to guide them into their natural role as teachers and communicators. Their birth placement of Chiron means they will experience their Chiron returns between June 83 and June 88 when the culture needs their awareness for its very survival. Natives will learn not to be so heavy. Gemini always loves to be in the middle of everything, so this awakenment will be pleasurable for those with Chiron and Gemini. This Chiron return will be intense because transiting Uranus in Sagittarius will oppose transiting Chiron often during 1983 to 1988. I did read that completely over. As Richard Knoll put it, awareness is the keynote for persons born under this Chiron sign whose prime existential mission is to understand the way we think in order to effect changes in our mental realities. Thus, the individuals are meant to learn that the way we think creates the reality we live in, and that we can change it if we believe that. These natives will believe it when they experience it, and their very awareness will alter the hologram if they can become conscious that how they think alters reality at their Chiron return. Some of my most remarkable clients have Chiron and Gemini. In a general sense, they are very plugged into mass consciousness and are deliberately using their attunement to manifest changes they feel strongly about. For For our therapists working in the newest areas of body and mind research, and they seem to be able to feel where electrical energy is flowing in the body. Chart 14 belongs to a famous author who is also a nun with Chiron in the 10th. She has brought the power of God as mother back to us again with beautiful feminine paintings. Since Chiron is the bridge from Saturn to Uranus, Uranus, individuals of Chiron and Gemini galvanize their awareness into form of Saturn when Uranus manifests easily for them because Uranus is the high mental form of Mercury. Balance only comes into individuals Chiron and Gemini when Saturn form has been mastered and energy of Uranus is brought forth. Chiron and Cancer. When Chiron is in Cancer, the native has a crisis over cultural roots and or a crisis of personal protection. The native sees his or her own ability to feel safe and secure on the planet as a personal and cultural dynamic, and the ecological power of Chiron usually predominates over the personal crisis. No one has mentioned it so far, but Chiron in Cancer is a very difficult position because the native is tied to the past and very threatened by the present Earth crisis. These individuals were born in the depths of World War II to parents who feared for their own survival and has created a profound dilemma for the security seeking Cancer type. Most of these natives also have Uranus in Taurus, and some have Saturn in Taurus. They have been deeply shaken, and out of the power of Cancer will come a healing of Earth when these natives experience their Chiron return in 1988 to 1989. After the Chiron and Gemini group have identified the crisis in 1983 to 1988. In the meantime, these natives have an intense insecurity dynamic operating which astrologers can attempt to heal. Also, the critical Earth's healing cycle is exaggerated only during the Virgin cycle of Chiron. From 1977 to 2028, just as the Virgin cycle of Pluto, approximately 1930 to 2170, is very intense. As we all aware, these are apocalyptical times. The apocalypse is now, as we experience the rebirth of powerful solar system dynamics evident since the sighting of Uranus. The struggle to break Saturn, control, and let go of Uranus electricity is a very tough battle for those with Chiron and Cancer. They need help to see that influences occurring from Saturn on this planet are also forming because of the Uranian dynamic, that what we think about creates our reality. We are actually much more free to act with most individuals with Chiron and Cancer comprehend, and if they can recognize their own power as manifestors, they will be at the forefront of manifesting true security for Earth. Natives with Chiron and Cancer will either be desperately seeking a means for real security or they will have the crab shell around themselves and hiding. A few exceptional clients will be at the very forefront of the Earth crisis. One of my clients, the futurist writer ecologist on chart 16, has awareness of the aliveness of the Earth and its relationship to the galactic cycle that is mind boggling. But he also became an alcoholic during his struggle to break through to his free will, Uranus. He also has Moon, Jupiter, and Pisces. I have observed from clients that natives in Chiron and Cancer have a great struggle with alcohol because alcohol inhibits Saturn control in the short run. At all costs, these natives need to resonate with the power of their own willpower. They need to help manifesting their fifth house, for the only real power is the power of creativity. Newer forms of astrological counseling, which teach the natal chart as a dynamic for increasing free will help tremendously. These natives are meant to be leaders in the battle to alchemize the earth. They will break the hold of the conservative Pluto in Cancer generation, those born from 1913 to 1939. The house position of Chiron will reveal the way in which these natives feel the security crisis. The house position reveals the chaotic dynamic. First of all, the house shows where the native is seeking release from Saturn control. It shows where the experimentation is occurring. Those or the experimentation is occurring.
Those experiences ruled by the house position, which have to do with control and letting go, must be examined. Aspects must be carefully analyzed. The writer ecologist, who also had an alcoholic crisis as Chiron exactly trine Jupiter in Pisces in the seventh, worked as an ecologist to save him from the horror of alcoholism. He has chosen life over death, the Chirotic crisis. Clients with 12th house Chiron and Cancer have exhibited a life and death struggle with occultism. One has sold their soul to develop the Star Wars system. Chart number 44 with Chiron in the 12th house belongs to a healer who is working with addictions and is intensely involved in work with dolphin ecology. Thanatos or Eros, love of death, love of life, is the essence of this position. Understand the house dynamic in relation to the security struggle of Saturn, Uranus, and the inner struggle of natives with Chiron and Cancer will be revealed. And notice that the Chiron in Leo group coming next often have Saturn conjunct Uranus natally. Many of them have been at the forefront of developing chirotic healing technologies. They can offer counseling help to those with Chiron and Cancer. May the All Father and All Mother create a protection in any specific or all dimensions of existence that are able to penetrate one's thoughts. Honla. Honla. When Chiron is in Leo, a great crisis over the ego exists, which will gradually refine the native into mastering the will. Yes, we are in Chiron in Leo. Leo Aquarius is the polarity of the will. The lesson of Chiron is to break Saturn form so that the native can move into Uranian dimensions. And Chiron in Leo signals a life-death struggle to develop the higher will. The higher will has great affinity with the higher self. The higher self represents the form of our soul, the essential being working through a series of incantations. The higher will represent the ability to choose to resonate with the higher self, to choose to bring the higher self into life during any incarnation. The higher self will not manifest in the body unless the crisis of the fifth house is resolved. The fifth house represents empowerment and shining. The power comes from creativity, co-creating the universe, and Chiron in Leo actualizes the royal person or soul being in the body. Natives with Chiron and Leo feel something special about themselves, which attaches itself to the ego in the early stages. For most people, the way to break the ego holds is to minimize oneself, to identify with a purpose larger than the self, so that the self takes on proper importance. For natives with Chiron and Leo, a different dynamic prevails. They must become the ego. Their life and death struggle is preservation of the ego as long as it is required for survival. The key is that they cannot let go of the ego until they have matured enough to handle Uranian energy. They are in danger of being overwhelmed by Uranus until they are very secure and mature. Thus, the ego structure is maintained longer, but suddenly dissipates. While it is being maintained, these natives are strung out. They seem desperate and they are involved in activities which attract a lot of attention. Generally speaking, they cannot drop the ego structure until they have experienced Uranus opposite Uranus. And they usually experience a very difficult Saturn return because the ego structure is so large and empowered. Then the structure becomes Uranian and it carries the higher will. When they are ready to let the ego go and release their gift through creativity, they fuse with the higher will of Uranian dynamic. Any identification of purpose is very helpful to them, and resignation relieves their anxiety. Identification of their gift enables the astrologers to counsel patience. Their time will come. Worrying won't help at all, and any work these clients do to learn to ground on and relax will help. But telling them to ground and relax won't help at all because they will have no idea what you mean. If you hear their anxiety about their desire to make and give their divine gift, it will speed the process. The creative process must be honored. A person who creates a beautiful garden or family is just as creative as the great painter. With Chiron and Leo were born from 1941 to 1943. They experienced their Uranus returns in 1981 to 1984, and they have been really bringing through their gifts. In my files, there are three clients with Chiron and Leo in the second house. One is a body healer, and one is well-known theologian, and another is a famous musician. All three clients are confusing two other people because recently they have become egoless. Their professors are their gift. They are not attached. Another client has Chiron and Leo in the sixth, and she is a great healer. Chart number 33 has Chiron in the 10th, and this native is manifesting esoteric symbols for the New Age. These natives are the manifestation of high use of willpower, and they are a gift to their age when they move beyond their own ego structure. Nostradamus has Chiron in Leo. Since the atom split occurred in 1942, chart number 50, Chiron is in Leo in the horary chart cast for the split, the birth of splitting matter. Chiron in Virgo. Chiron reveals its true essence in Virgo, the sign which the centaur rules. At this time, Chiron is in Virgo and Libra for only 20 months every 50 years. Therefore, the Virgo dynamic was felt for 20 months during 1943 to 1945 and will return in 1993 to 1995 for a short visit. Natives with Chiron and Virgo are our greatest source on this dynamic because the historical documentation is small. Subtly, the exactitude characterize these individuals who are coming into their own due to the sighting of their planet. As we struggle to describe the healing centaur, we create a new definition of Virgo. The low form of Virgo dynamic is compulsive and Saturnian. Saturn control is being used to hold the great feared Uranian energy in check. Men with low Virgo tendencies often are compulsive workaholics who express Uranus with kinky sexual behavior. Chiron was in Virgo in 1891 to 1893 when plutocrats were born. Though women tend to hold absolute power in the office or home and then lose their control at parties. The energy of Uranus is avoided and feared, and aging is Saturnian instead of Uranian transformative growth. The high energetics of Virgo develops a keen understanding of the positive use of Saturn, which is to bring matter into form, but not to hold it. The ability to allow Uranian transformation matures with time and evolves into a deep intuition about perfect timing. One of my clients who taught me about high Virgo energy made it possible for me to write this book. She's an outstanding yoga teacher. With Mars, Mercury, Chiron, Venus, and Jupiter in a stellium in Virgo in the 10th and 11th houses, she has mastered the ability to form Saturn in yoga postures and move it right into Uranus awareness so that electricity moves freely in the body and chakras. Another client who is a priest taught me a lot about lower form Virgo dynamics. This client takes a religious training, Saturn, too seriously, is scared to death of Uranus, and is afraid of any thought outside the realm of doctrine. Reality is frozen in a Saturnian time frame, which blocks normal evolution. As already stated, Chiron rules the exact time and place where transformation, energy, Uranus interfaces with form, Saturn. The house which contains Chiron and Virgo expresses the way in which this native is working on locating transformation energies on Earth. The priest just described has Chiron in the second and is very stuck in Saturn form. He is also creating new Catholic ritual forms in the Orient. He feels Uranus but blocks his power. Another client builds roofs, previously described with Chiron in the second house, and he actually loves giving Saturn form assistance to homeowners. Generally speaking, Chiron and Virgo in the second, fourth, and seventh houses causes problems with Saturn fixation. Chiron and Virgo in the third, fifth, ninth, 10th, and 11th favors comfort with Uranian transformation. All people with Chiron and Virgo require counseling because the past definition of Mercury ruling Virgo has created a great negative illusion. Those incorrect Mercury rulership helped explain the mental Uranian qualities of Virgo. But where was all the compulsion coming from? There has been a damaging tendency to define the Saturn side of Virgo negatively as if somehow Virgo just created this compulsiveness out of thin air. Even work, which is ruled by the sixth house has been treated negatively. The healing power of the sixth house and work has been understood deeply enough, and poor Virgos have just been left to somehow deal with themselves. And poor Virgos have just been left to somehow deal with themselves. But in Chiron ruling Virgo demonstrates that the Virgo dynamic is to teach perfection of form on earth so that the bridge to the higher dynamics can be built. Virgo can be the essence of love of earth healing combined with joy and higher consciousness. But Chiron ruling Virgo demonstrates that the Virgo dynamic is to teach perfection of form on earth so that the bridge to the higher dynamics can be built. Virgo can be the essence of love of earth healing combined with joy and higher consciousness. The spirituality of Virgo has been shown to me by one client with Chiron and Virgo in the ninth, and another with Chiron and Virgo in the 11th. Both clients came alive before my very eyes when their inner dynamic was given outer form by coming to know the warrior healer within. The client with Chiron in the 11th in a stellium squaring the lunar nodes realigned his consciousness, and his access to Neptune is actually palpable. He is Christ like, The client with Chiron and Virgo in the ninth, chart 9, was on the verge of destroying his nervous system with excessive Saturnian control. He has put his Saturn energy into karate and his Uranian powers into photography. He does nature photography, and the unseen creatures, the devas, are triggered in the subconscious mind of the viewer. We have much work to do on this critical archetype. This is the healing archetype because only total passionate love of Saturn form on Earth and letting go into Uranian power will bring Neptune bliss and compassion back to all who live on Earth. When Chiron is in Libra, the native is balancing the self in relationship to the other side. So we're moving to Libra. Understanding of self is garnered by looking at oneself in the mirror, which is offered by other people. These natives are trying to balance elements to make order out of chaos, and they only know themselves by the degrees of harmony they observe in others, no matter how much this native claims to be on his or her own. In reality, this person is measuring him or herself by others' responses almost constantly. On the low side, the sense of the self is undeveloped and the individual craves constant new experience. On the other side, this individual has a truly remarkable understanding of him or herself that has come from observing others. Consequently, this native may possess great artistic skill. As with Virgo, Chiron is only in Libra for 20 months during this precessional phase, and the faculty for knowing oneself and others is not well understood. In fact, these natives require strong relationships with plenty of feedback to get in touch with who they are. The first to seventh house polarity involves trying to stretch the self and the self in relationship to others as far as possible. Just as Chiron in its seventh house favors Saturn control over Uranian transformation because relating to the other side is so complex at this time, so does Chiron in Libra cause Saturn fixation. In fact, my clients have demonstrated strong fixations on the ruling parent from childhood. The power of Saturn over those who have Chiron in Libra can be observed physiologically, and often these natives seem very old for their years. Often they require relationships just to exist, yet the relationships bind them until they experience Kundalini release at their Uranus of opposition. As I studied 13 charts with Chiron and Libra and visualized each client, I felt constriction in my shoulders and air loss in my lungs. Thinking about their lives thus far, I saw their pathways of struggling to breathe as they were smothered in relationships which would not let go until they had grown. And then I have seen them smile. Zane Stein said about those with Chiron and Libra, what one major lesson these people must learn is how to really tell when something is fair or just. They have a personal imperative to discover which side is correct and a hatred of injustice. It must end now with it must end now. With my clients, they are either heavily involved in work which involves compassion and justice, and or they are still working hard on their own relationship lessons or past karma. There is some blindness about who they are within karmic situations as they relate to others. Knowing and feeling who they really are comes with knowing who they are in relation to. So, figuring out how they are doing involves carefully noticing how they are doing with others. The house positioning of Chiron in Libra reveals the nature of this native's journey into finding the other side. One client with Chiron in the first in Libra confused all her relationships and became an alcoholic until she married a man she could find herself with. Together they built a compassionate relationship and now they are healing others. Another couple, both with Chiron and Libra, is an interesting example. The woman has Chiron and Libra in the fourth house, and she has been helping refugees from El Salvador. His Chiron and Libra is in the ninth, and his own spiritual search is connected with her search to find homes for El Salvadorians. Together, they have created a marriage which serves the community on many levels. Another client is a therapist who has Chiron and Libra in the 12th and has given their life to helping other people balance their own karma, though they have difficulty hearing feedback from others. They are missing a mirror dimension for the most part. An ex priest, if there is such a thing, has Chiron in the 10th at the top of a T square with the Sun in the second and Saturn in the eighth. He is a composer, bringer in the harmony of Libran Chiron, balancing Sun and Saturn. But his primary relationship is very difficult. There are many more examples, but relating to others is the primary form of learning for these natives. My clients seem to be involved in more karmic situations than would be expected statistically. Chiron and Libra seems to point to individuals who are immersed in burning old karma off or creating new debts. Out of 20 in my files with Chiron and Libra, 4 are homosexuals. These natives can be assisted if you try to how do you figure out how conscious. We're going to skip over that part. Um, Teach their own. Those who are involved in taking advantage of other people are in grave danger at this time when each one of us is given the opportunity to intensify our connection with the cosmos and heal the earth as we heal ourselves. Negative karmic involvements will spin those out of time who choose to misuse energy just like the fallen angels. Misuse of sexuality is especially dangerous now. Past life therapy can be very helpful for those indulging in negative karmic relationships because seeing why they are involved as they are can free spirit. At any rate, effort needs to be made to help make these individuals conscious of their actions with others. Chiron in Scorpio. When Chiron is in Scorpio, the transformative and evolutionary energy of Pluto becomes the personal quest. The energy for evolution is chirotic. That is, it focuses Plutonian depth and process directly into space and time. This is like the power of the multidimensional energy felt in integrated cultures during the age of Leo in Atlantis, about 13,000 to 11,000 BC during the age of Taurus, 4,400 to 2,200 BC, and which will be known again during the coming age of Aquarius. Right now, individuals with Chiron in Scorpio feel a deep memory of the time when Plutonic force was acceptable to the culture. But at this time, they think no one can imagine how they feel inside. It causes the struggle between Saturn and Uranus to be volcanic, and these natives are either extraordinary in their personal evolution, or they have not found an avenue to express this increasing power within. They also may be expressing low Pluto by searching for power and pleasure at the cost of all others. The evolutionary force of Pluto will express itself as a learning through death of Saturn or Kundalini life force Uranus. Experience is Plutonian or evolutionary, and the process of the psyche at any given moment is death or life orientated. Chiron is focused in space and time, and Pluto is unceasing evolutionary movement. Work must be done to see if the client is already dying, and behavior must be examined to see if this native is manifesting low or high Pluto attributes. Those born with Chiron and Scorpio face a death crisis or a significant choice to live relating to the issues of the house containing Chiron. Many in my files have Chiron and Scorpio in the ninth house. meaning they cannot feel alive until they bring in the higher self with strong Kundalini energy flow. That is probably why they went to the astrologer in the first place. They were born between late 1946 to late 1948, and I do not have a client born late 1896 to 1898. So far, natives with Chiron and Scorpio in the ninth are not very expressive. In fact, they are markedly subdued as a group. They may just be watchers of people and they may prefer to remain silent. One client has Chiron in the ninth in a grand trine with Moon and Mars, and she is a major artist. Chiron in Scorpio encourages occult sensitivity, and this artist really brought her work together when she began to work with spiritual material. Another client has Chiron in Scorpio in the eighth, squaring a Pluto Venus conjunction in the sixth. When she came, she was very repressed. She had a gravely diminished vital force. Usually, I avoid counseling. Usually, I avoid counseling clients on raising Kundalini energy because it rises naturally at Uranus opposite Uranus. There is substantial evidence that triggering it early may trigger unnecessary neurological consequences. With this client, I advise that she just get a great lover and forcefully bring it in sexual Kundalini energy because she evidenced high Pluto energy but was terribly repressed by Saturn. She found a lover. She found a lover, and her vital force is releasing her from the deathly side of Chiron and Scorpio. Sometimes it is better to blow off a volcano before the seismic level becomes too intense. Next, we have Chiron and Scorpio in the sixth house, squaring Saturn and Pluto. This native is very interesting because the Scorpio Chiron is placed in the house ruled by the Centaur. He is a great yoga teacher and very adept at focusing the Saturn form in yoga posture. He has a wonderful balance between Saturn and Uranus because he is exceedingly disciplined in his yoga work. And he also is doing important work in neurological effects of foods in the body. He exemplifies Chiron in its ruling house, and the effects can be easily seen through the power of high Scorpio. The last example is a weaver. With Chiron in the seventh house, she is bringing in powerful magical symbols right from the depths of her being, and her primary issues have been worked out in relationships. The dynamic with Chiron and Scorpio is to notice whether the client appears to be repressed or not. Do they have a feeling for their own power? Is the issue ruled by the house position of Chiron empowered? Is the value system of that house understood? Is there any evidence of evolution there? Natives who have not had their Uranus opposition yet and who also seem repressed need chart examination for major blocks. Aspects to Pluto, Saturn, and Uranus are critical. Many born in July, September to 1947, and March and June 1948 have Saturn conjunct Pluto along with Chiron and Scorpio. These natives seem repressed, but the power of Saturn will loosen with Uranus opposition. Some of these natives had a death crisis with themselves or someone close to them around the time of their Saturn return, triggered by the Saturn Pluto conjunction, and the Saturn loosening will be difficult. Ultimately, these natives will emerge as teachers about Chiron and death. At this point, what matters is to assist them with the grip of Saturn. When Chiron is in Sagittarius, there is a crisis about integration of the higher self into one's consciousness. These natives are on a quest to become ensouled, to bring the highest essence into their own form so they can connect with the central organizing principle of all their incarnations. This connection is blocked until the higher self is embodied. Jupiter is the home of the masters, the beings who love us and care about our progress on Earth. People born with Chiron and Sagittarius are instinctually in tune with these teachers until they begin to bring the higher self in and become ensouled. They will go on many quests and explore many religions. Once they comprehend that they are the bridgers in their own bodies between Essence, Uranus, and Saturn, Earth, and they become electrical conduits. It is no accident that those born with Chiron and Sagittarius late 1948 to 1951 will experience their Uranus oppositions during 1987 to 89, as Chiron also opposes Uranus by transit, and Saturn conjuncts Uranus by transit. That is, many with Chiron and Sagittarius will have transiting Uranus conjunct Saturn opposite Uranus conjunct transiting Chiron. This group will ensoul at that point. They are going to be the teachers of the chirotic force. They will be the prophets of the age of Aquarius, and Sagittarius is such a focusing arrow in consciousness that many of them are already in power positions so they can play their role in the upcoming difficult transition. Many astrologers believe that Chiron rules Sagittarius, as already mentioned. This confusion arose partly because Chiron rules the method of the quest, but Sagittarius is the quest. The ninth house is where we connect with the higher self. The masters who live on Jupiter are calling us, and the Sagittarian focus is the way to ensoul. But just as Chiron rules the tarot reader, Chiron rules the initiation process. Sagittarius is the focus and direction, and Virgo is the battle between Saturn and form and Uranian energetics that create the pragmatic solution to make it to Jupiterian expansion. Thus, the centaur's body is placed in the ninth house to symbolize all individuals who go on the quest to unite body and soul, human and animal self. The proof of this question is shown by the fact that the mythological Chiron stayed in his house of healing, Mount Pelion, and he sent out the questers he had initiated to go on the journey. Because Chiron has been sighted, astrologers will find it possible to be Chiron in a reading and determine the sacred skill of clients and initiate them into their quest. This teaching will empower clients to activate the ninth house, the Sagittarian focus, into awareness. My files of those with Chiron and Sagittarius contain more individuals with high consciousness at an early age than is statistically probable. Literally, each one of 19 clients is very mystical and searching. One is a brilliant physicist, those whose first book has changed the lives of many readers. Others include a priest who is creating transformative rituals and a jeweler working with the resonation factors in gems. A client with Chiron and Sagittarius on the ascendants is the key person in the middle of a new age teaching movement. Another is working on the question of sacred energy and blood and DNA. Another belongs to a publisher working on books to heal the earth. Often, when I feel discouraged by the density and struggle of the late 80s, I think of this group as a beacon of hope for the future. Individuals with Chiron and Sagittarius require counseling if the natural acquisition of high consciousness has been blocked. Most individuals born 1949 through 1959 have Chiron squaring Saturn in Virgo, ruled by Chiron. I'm just going to mention that when you really look at the stars, the Western version of astrology is wrong. You think you're Capricorn? You ain't Capricorn. Well, you might be. They kind of overlap, but every 70 years or 71 years, it that the stars change by like a day or something like that. I forget the exacts. So, I technically am Sagittarius, not Capricorn, even though my birthday is. Anyways, I mentioned that. Moving forward. Therefore, the Father blocks the ability to bring in the higher self, and Saturn will hold their energy until Uranus opposite Uranus. Then the mature energy of the square will be awareness. As already mentioned, cosmic synchronicity has it arranged that these natives will experience Chiron opposite Uranus during their Uranus oppositions. The transiting Chiron will be on natal Uranus as it is opposed by transiting Uranus. The Saturn father hold will break the tremendous chirotic neurological force, and these natives will do beautifully if they understand this. The Saturn father hold will break with tremendous chirotic neurological force, and these natives will do beautifully if they understand this, or they will have mental problems. It is predictable that his accidents and violence will intensify during 1987 to 1989 because of these aspects. These natives will cause a new awareness about Kundalini energy as a healing force. The higher self cannot become embodied without Kundalini integration, and natives with Chiron and Sagittarius will experience this crisis personally. The chirotic neurological system is the inner body pathway of systems which hold energy in the body. Saturn and the energetics which cause Kundalini energy to flow, which are electrical and ruled by Uranus. It is the balance within the Saturn bone, muscle, and blood systems which makes possible positive and negative polarity energization or Uranian charging in the nerves, the spine, the brain. The in between place is the arachnoid membrane, which is a thin membrane of the brain and spinal column between the pia, internal, mater, mother, which receives into the body, in the dora, external, mater, which protects the central nervous cords. Excuse the complication, but this is an incredibly powerful image of the way Chiron works between Saturn as an external force, or Dora encrusting our response, and Pia is the inner place allowing entry of the soul or higher self into the body. Also, this membrane corresponds to the vein Allen belt, the force field around the Earth which mediates between Earth atmospheres and the solar system. Physical images are the most powerful forms of meditation. The arachnoid membrane is where Chiron is in your body as the bridge between inner matter and outside communications. And the Von Allen belt is the galactic resonator to Earth. Natives of Chiron and Sagittarius will teach us how the arachnoid membrane and the Van Allen belt are spider webs of interconnectivity and outer holism. The native chart is an energy healer who has developed a triangulation technique which he visualized in the aura for healing. Chiron and Capricorn. When Chiron is in Capricorn, there is a karmic crisis about succeeding in one's quest and balance in life between success and and nurturance. This is a complex position. When Chiron is in Capricorn, there is a karmic crisis about succeeding in one's quest and balance in life between success and nurturance. This is a complex position because the natives are personally invested in their own success while they are still relatively unevolved. They have great difficulty being open to any path outside of their own. This path is understood to be a path of the higher self as well as the normal desire for success and power. Thus, the individual invests this quest with spiritual significance. The result is a great difficulty hearing or seeing the way of other people, resulting in the loss of the mirror sight offered by feedback from others. This position is the essence of the Capricorn goat on the top of the mountain. These natives possess great power and energy because they hold Uranian force in a Saturn body and are adept at manifesting it. I imagine Alexander the Great had Chiron in Capricorn. Richard Knoll noted that these natives even desire to conquer time, but the time they wish to conquer is the Grim Reaper. Saturn always wins over those who are unable to let go. Patience is the key word for those with Chiron and Capricorn, for they never stop believing they will get what they want. In fact, they do get what they want. They usually get it all. But when they wake up from their endless sleep of entrapment on the physical plane, they are all alone. The most important lesson for these natives is to listen. They must pay for readings because they will not listen unless they value the lessons being offered. The real dilemma for natives with Chiron and Capricorn is, first of all, to be able to hear other people in order to get feedback, and then to find a way to desire the freedom of Uranus. They hold Uranus in the body and use it as a power tool against others, but they do not know the experience of Uranian Kundalini ecstasy as personal joy. Taurus and Capricorn are the trines to Virgo, and the natives with Chiron and Taurus and Capricorn are prone to missing the bridge from Saturn to Uranus because they are at ease with Saturn. Missing the point is most likely with those Chiron and Capricorn due to the Saturnian rulership of Capricorn. The secret in reaching them is to examine the part of fortune and the fifth house very carefully. Those born with Chiron and Capricorn aren't having any fun. The seriousness must break down, or the quest will be an iron fisted search for control over everything, even the passage of time. Richard Knoll has a marvelous example of Chiron in Capricorn's control over time in Chiron, the new planet in your horoscope, to show Chiron in Capricorn. He represents the chart and analysis of Karen Ann Karen Ann Quinlan, who had such control over time that she even managed to keep on living until recently after her respirator was removed in 1976. The clients in my files with Chiron and Capricorn are almost all early achievers and very proud of it. The clients who have not succeeded at a young age are the ones who may do better in the long run. The primary characteristic of these natives who have manifested early success is some blindness towards others mixed with remarkable skill. Our next chart belongs to a great teacher of manifestation. Another chart is an MD who is developing a scientific method for measuring Kundalini power in the body. Another chart belongs to a cancer healer and another to an astrologer. But they aren't having any fun. The deadly serious quality of their work will backfire eventually unless they learn to listen to others. The extreme knowledge these natives possess about electrical energy in the body is striking and is evidence they know a lot about Uranus. All of my clients with this position are only between 31 and 35 years old. I suspect the other levels of Uranus will come to them with Uranus opposite Uranus, but attunement with part of fortune or how to feel good and work on the fifth house will help. The one client I have who was born during the early phase in 1901 is well balanced and very good at having a lot of fun. And he feels that success is the most important goal in life. Natives with Chiron and Capricorn who are not especially successful and need special help in defining their true purpose. They are sensitive to people because life has not been easy for them. Other people have hurt them a lot. They feel underappreciated because they're tense about not meeting impossibly high standards they've set for themselves. They need to know there's plenty of time. The fact that they haven't given everything to the goal may help them because they are more patient. And conversely, with natives who have really made it, perspective about the many facets in life they've missed may help them. With either and conversely with natives who have really made it, perspective about the many facets in life they've missed may help them. With either one, the need for Cancerian nurturing for the small seeds in life will have to be balanced at Uranus opposite Uranus. With Capricorn Cancer polarity, imbalance is usually common, but Chiron and Capricorn signals that this dynamic must be resolved. It is interesting that so many in my files with this position are electrical healers. They're great at it, but no healing is possible in the long run without nurturance, comfort with the earth, and a sense of humor. And the centaur Chiron's greatest dilemma was his inability to die. He finally gave up his immortality. When Chiron is in Aquarius, there is a crisis over being grounded, over existing on Earth in a balanced way. This is the opposite dynamic of Chiron and Capricorn, and an understanding of these two placements yields an understanding about Chiron as the bridge between Saturn and Uranus. Higher consciousness, Uranus has no place to exist without a body, Saturn. And as we move into Aquarius, we are being taught about bridging by the ecological crisis. Chiron, the centaur, embodies the issue with his horse, man, body. We have to have animal, human, earth, sky, body, and soul, or we perish. Chiron, the centaur, embodies the issue with his horse and man body. We have to have animal, human, earth, sky, body, soul, or we perish. Those born with Chiron and Aquarius are electrical, not grounded. They are airheads. These natives are meant to manifest idealism, to bring great gifts to the culture in areas ruled by the house location. But they must carefully connect deep into the earth and become realistic. They possess great potential if they can balance and connect. Those born from 1955 to 1961 are also slated to move into power positions and experience their return around 2000 to 2010 AD, and they will greet our extraterrestrial brothers when the communion time comes. Therefore, on top of their natural difficulty getting grounded, they also are resonating with a galactic vibrational attunement. Files of only four individuals born during the 1904 to 1910 phase of Chiron and Aquarius. Three died by age 70, which is young these days, and those three had a very hard time connecting here. When I knew them in their more mature years, they were isolationists. All three felt let down by life, their early idealism squashed by the two world wars and the Depression. When they experienced typical old age trauma, they just checked out. The fourth one is still living. She is a poet and she has managed to keep her ideals alive. She still is ungrounded at age 79, but she was protected by a family cocoon and she is a Taurus. It is difficult to say a lot about those born between 1955 to 1961, yet because they are just starting to continue, or just because they are just starting to come for readings, they have only just begun experiencing their Saturn return. But for a few traits already stand out. First of all, the nine clients all are noticeably ungrounded except for one. He is the Native American political leader of chart number 23, and his culture has grounded him. He is also an occultist. With Chiron in the first, his charisma is a striking spectacle to observe. Although he is also Aquarius rising with four planets in Aquarius, he still is grounded because of his Native American upbringing. This indicates that people can learn to be grounded with Chiron and Aquarius just as those with Chiron and Capricorn can learn to let go of control. Either way, natives with Chiron and Capricorn and Aquarius are powerful teachers about the potential chirotic force if we are to build the Rainbow Bridge. The Rainbow Bridge is the connection between Saturn, form, and Uranian electrical integration. The point is that astrology is all about free will. We can identify the areas in our lives where special discipline is required and make choices about becoming holistic people. The other eight born between 1955 and 1961, who are generally ungrounded, came for a reading around the time of their Saturn return. This is a generalization requiring more work to back it up. But there was an unusual tendency to try to avoid the consequences of the Saturn return, to experience difficulties, but to refuse to learn from the experience. However, most reported that their reading was very powerful for them. But most people who have readings at Saturn return are strongly affected. They say they got their lesson, but so far their behavior doesn't correspond. Much more observation is needed. But it would seem that Saturn lessons are harder for these natives to get than is usual. At any rate, counsel on grounding, on bridging or balancing, and on valuing experiential learning is helpful. When Chiron is in Pisces, there is a crisis over connecting with the God force, the universal openness. This native is hearing the siren call from across the sea, seeing the willow wisp in the swamp is hearing the flute of Pan or Coco Perle. He or she hears different music than most of us. This is a fascinating position because we now possess the experiential tool, the analysis of Chiron in the chart to gain a truly palpable grasp of Neptune. For humans, nothing can really be completely understood unless we have a material, emotional, mental, and spiritual grasp too of it. The Chiron focuses space and time is the key to the materiality of Neptune. Remember and visualize Chiron as the focal point of a vortex with Neptunian resonances as the wide rim. Individuals with Chiron and Pisces are the manifestors of the subtle force. A chirotic force but they are way out on the wide rim of the spiral. This teaching about Chiron and Pisces is the most obtuse in this book. That is because it is about the astral plane. We're only now beginning to understand how astral energy affects us on this planet because we could not get a grip on its energy until the sighting of Chiron. But working with astral energy is part of the process of clearing what we need in order to manifest high Neptunian energies, being in touch with the divine. I will explain the qualities of Neptunian manifestation as clearly as I can at this time. Naturally, Neptune is hard to understand because of its great subtlety, but seeing the way Neptune manifests here on Earth is the way to know it. Neptune is the only planet which exists in the form of etheric material on Earth. That is, we experience Neptune here by means of Neptunian matter. It can be grasped, but we don't realize it because we have not had the conceptual tools to grasp it until now. One way in which you already know this is by means of the tradition of personal experiences with demons, ghosts, and astral invasion forces, which have exist which have existed as an attempt to keep people into the reality of this disturbing and real force. These essences have been described by many as wispy, sticky, gray, net like interferences. This is, in fact, how Neptune invades your mental or physical reality. Before you shy away from considering this material, please take note that the more you know about this reality, the better you can identify it. The less it can control or affect you, and most importantly, no force in the universe is good or bad. It is only used well or poorly. For example, the way I really saw Neptunian sticky stuff was in a movie called Fantastic Voyage, which came out on the late 1960s. In this movie, a group of scientists are reduced to microbe size and they journey into a man's body. The man has congested lungs from smoking, and the sacs around his lungs are filled with sticky reticular fibers. The people in the ship get all stuck in the fibers in the sacs, which originally had formed on screen out smoke in his lungs. That is, the stickiness is a defense against some evasive force. It will develop in you until you stop assaulting your body and or mind with negativity. Until you identify this dynamic and respect its potential power, you may be weakened by it. It can suck your energy. You can clear it with visualization techniques if you can identify it for yourself. As long as it exists in you as a protection against something, you will lose energy to it. According to what you do with your consciousness, this energy can invade your aura. What needs to be understood is that it is real, it is palpable, it can be known, identified, and you have free will about it. Until the discovery of Chiron, humans did not have the means to identify this potential possession. We had to rely on exorcists, shamans, and medicine people when it invaded us. No more. Now we have the power to clear these energies and manifest high Neptune, which is ecstatic mysticism, emptiness instead of stickiness, oneness with the cosmos, and resonation with one's greatest potential. The point is, higher awareness draws from emptiness. It can come if we are already filled with protective stuff. The teachings on astral interference of this Neptunian stuff are extensive. Recently, some have found it effective to deal with it by means of deflection with shields or by means of Pluto purification. It is true one can become so emotionally pure that one is not affected. You can seek an exorcist, a shaman. Both of these techniques work very well, but at what loss? Shields move us into a defensive position and imply separation, and too much Pluto purification often destroys Eros. Shields and purification rituals require energy. It can be energy well spent because otherwise astral interference can suck your power. They can de energize you. But now, because you can visualize and comprehend the materiality of Neptune, we can utilize Chiron to identify the chirotic point, that exact place waiting for Neptune. We can simply choose to see the interferences caused by our own lack of awareness or deliberate manipulation by others. I'm talking about seeing the astral realm. Once you see this and understand it, your will and power are free to be clear. Shields and purification techniques are good, but they use energy that could be expended in cosmic merging. You can feel the heat of the universe. It never stops beating. Only fear of the unknown allows the astral to invade your reality, and thus you build up shields and protection. Individuals with Chiron and Pisces are trying intuitively to grasp the teachings I have just put forward. With the sighting of Chiron came the missing link. We just did not have the tool of Chiron until 1977. One is not given the vision, just offered without deserving it. Haha. I saved the spot and I looked at it. I will pick up right. I'm just going to pick up right here. I might be repeating myself a little bit, but in any regards, individuals like Chiron and Pisces are trying to intuitively grasp the teaching I have just put forward. With sighting of Chiron came the missing link. We just did not have the tool of Chiron until 1977. One is not given the vision, just offered without deserving it. But this vision is a sense of living which will soon come to many. The only way for anyone to get it is to learn to heal. That is, natives with Chiron and Pisces must be helped to comprehend the conquest just delineated. They must be taught about the healing attributes of the house containing Chiron and Pisces. Then they must be instructed how to activate the sixth house. And the level of Pluto natally needs to be studied according to the techniques offered by Jeff Green Pluto in Evolutionary Journey of the Soul. Healing teaches the opening of the heart and the way to use Chiron. One must learn chirotic focus by deliberate bringing down into body of the higher will and higher self. We are ready now to heal this earth. Our children, our mother, our father, with this power of bridging Saturn and Uranus comes the clear crystal pathway to Neptune. The only reason Neptune has sticky astral essence is because we have sticky astral essence. It's clearing with our awareness. The materiality of Neptune is now known, and the way to reach it is to manifest with its newly identified polarity.
Chiron opposite Pisces is the rainbow bridge of the polarities. Neptunian ecstasy and mysticism will flood consciousness once Chiron is mastered as a tool. The most fascinating synchronicity in this whole astrological evolution exists in the fact that the group born between 1961 and 1968 with Chiron in Pisces almost all have Pluto in Virgo opposite Chiron in Pisces. This means that this group of future healers will walk the rainbow path in their lifetimes because their sense of Pluto is an evolutionary force to be used for total clarity. Already out of 9 in my files, 4 are healers. One is the young New Age healer shown in chart 2. Another began spontaneously speaking master teachings to everyone around himself when he was under 20, chart number 24, already known to be an occult master of formidable powers. The native chart 41 is only 17. Another is a Native American priestess who is seen as a visionary for her tribe. We are only beginning to see the powers available because those with Chiron and Pisces experience their first square very late. High levels of consciousness seem to be spontaneous, and the other 5 who have not shown their potential yet are using drugs. The high drug usage of this group is probably an attempt to avoid manifesting who they are. I watched them as they experienced their first Chiron square, and their individual integrations of Saturn formed the Uranian energy were quite amazing. The teacher came fully into form with his first sexual initiation at the square, and he broke through his greatest difficulty. Polarization. The healer has brought electricity into the form into her hands. The Native American priestess saw the ugly reality of the Anglo world of ecocide with clear eyes, and she made a full pledge of ecological publishing. The occultist has not experienced this square yet. I have 4 clients who were born when Chiron was in Pisces, 1911 to 1918. Richard Knoll says those with Chiron and Pisces may be totally alien from the perspective of prevailing cultural norms. Of my older clients, this is definitely true. They all show great difficulty bringing in the vision carry of the cosmic earth harmony. The remarkable behavior of my younger clients would indicate that the world we live in now is more receptive to ecological wisdom and higher consciousness. And the more the world really shifts, the more the younger ones will be able to manifest the world of balance and safety. Above all, natives of Chiron and Pisces need encouragement to manifest their powers and to be given acknowledgement about their gifts. They especially need help with Chiron Pluto opposition by means of house analysis. They need to be carefully watched and guided when they experience the first Chiron square, or they may try to check out with drugs. Many contemporary astrologers experience the first Chiron square at a much younger age and are more comfortable with the chirotic force. Those who experience it late so far have demonstrated a strange tendency because Chiron is in Pisces. They think they know about the other worlds and the interface from this place to the other side, but they do not know this bridge until they experience the first square. They feel left out by spiritual forces which they intuitively know about. Help them. They will be our teachers about the essence that materializes from the planet Neptune. They will experience Chiron, opposite Chiron, when Chiron is in Virgo, September 1993 to September 1995, just as Chiron is also conjuncting natal Pluto in Virgo. This is the period just before the ultimate stress point of the potential apocalypse of 1996 to 1998. These individuals will be many of the guides who will help us synchronize the energy to a higher level of vibration instead of bringing destruction into manifestation.
The human soul of each individual, having its memory of the past, is not available to the carnal consciousness and can never be without hope. For during the dark, dismal ages of the past, it has experienced trials and tribulations never known in this material life, and having always survived the expected annihilation. It knows that it is immune to lesser destructive forces. To this knowledge, we can attribute the spirit known as hope. Hope in the immortal evolution of life. During the evolution of the human soul from the first stage of life to its present form, there has been a gradual acquisition of knowledge that enables the human soul to become aware of its divinity and of its immortality. Immortality is a man's supreme hope and constitutes the greatest venture of faith. The hope of life after death provides an incentive for moral perfection. It enlarges and intensifies the worth of personality. It gives significance to many facts of human experience that would otherwise be meaningless. Upon this hope rests our faith in the inherent benefits of the world order or discrimination of values, and our conviction that truth and justice will ultimately prevail. The hope of immortality constitutes one of the greatest stabilizing forces of all mankind. As the soul evolves and becomes conscious of its destiny, it begins to differentiate between that which is true and that which is false. It realizes that some individuals personify the attributes of good, while others are but an expression of evil. With its gift of reason and choice, the soul affiliates itself with one or the other. If it aligns itself with those who are good, it becomes, in a sense, the agent of the divine, and by its acts, it assists in bringing to a realization the brotherhood of man. But on the other hand, if it affiliates itself with the exponents of evil, it increases their power, and thus life moves on either positive or negative. When negative elements predominate in human life, God in his divine wisdom looks down, so to speak, upon the earth and decrees that justice shall prevail, and sends his Son, who by his teaching and example brings back to the minds of men the realities that exist, and again he creates order out of chaos. Due to this application of the divine, the human soul, which has experienced these things in the past, is imbued with the spirit of hope. Have you felt frightened or insecure lately? If so, this is a signal that heaven is aware of your feelings and has come to your aid. You are surrounded by heavenly beings who love and protect you on an ongoing basis. The fairies remind you that your thoughts of danger are triggering your feelings of vulnerability. In your mind, you have given power to some outside entity. You believe that this idol that you've created has power to hurt you, yet the only power it has is that which you have attributed to it. The fairies urge you to awaken from this mistaken concept. See that you have the power to create a happy and secure dream and make the decision to feel safe. I'm going to say this 4 times, and I encourage you to say it 3 times. It's an affirmation about feeling safe. I am safe. I am secure. I am completely protected at all times. I am safe. I am secure. I am completely protected at all times. I am safe. I am secure. I am completely protected at all times. So be it.
Okay. So we have 21 minutes. And I have been in the I want to flip to another book. I want to flip to another book because that's what I've been doing all day and most days. But within, it seems like I get the last few minutes to share my reflections, my ideas, everything that happened, kind of construct, or go to cards, or say what I feel, some last words for the day. All right, that sounds like I like that kind of a. Oh, that's cool. I do my best all day to keep my mouth shut, and if anything, just give a little supporting comment or be like, "No, we don't like that idea," and that we're just going to skip over that information, whatever the case. So I'll keep my mouth shut, and then the last few minutes, I'll be able to take some notes while and I'll go look back at that at the end of the day and share what I learned, shared what I processed. I can't help but put all the things together. Everything that I read seems to be talking about myself and my dreams and my life and a lot of positive realities. And that last from the fairies, that was feeling safe. That's it right there. That's the message of the day, feeling safe. I did that earlier. I was told to let go, wipe my register of the energy that I was holding on to, recognizing the miracles that are around me and accepting that's the future. That's the way the future's going. That's what the cards saying. We didn't really pull cards too much. We went to the books. We went straight to the books. Our cards. I got a card here that just flipped out for me, which is never had this card before. Maybe I did, but in any regard. I've usually been just going to the books here, so let's see. Let's see what a little message at the end of the day here is. I'll say the 8 Pentacles. Okay, maybe become rich. Interesting. It talks about becoming rich in the law profession. It talks about receiving inherited property and acquiring money. Interesting. There's one deck I've been staring at all day, and it's my grandma. My grandma Daisy. She was awesome. She's an awesome old lady. She's a goddess, I'll tell you what. I'm not gonna say the bad words that she said, but at some point in my life, it's like my grandma was trying to reach out to me, and this deck came to me. Let's see. I know I got the explanation to him somewhere. I gotta find that first before I pick any. That's for sure. Well, you know what? I just want to take that as a clear indication. I'm gonna say thanks. I'm gonna say thank you. I'm gonna say thank you to everybody that was here and everybody that listened and the fairies and all the families in the world, all whatever classification. I don't know. My mind says fairies, and I think of angels and gnomes, and I lose track of the words, and my mind just runs off in a big scene of everything. I just forget all the names because I'm too busy just in the scene, I guess. And
certainly rise above problems in the world. That is certainly done by letting go and laughing, having a good time, enjoying the beauty that's all around you, and seeing the possibility of dreams coming true. It's just really bring you some peace of mind. And isn't that what we're all after? I know that's what I was after. I found peace of mind. And, ooh, hey, there's a book. Stop thinking about it, and then it just pops out right there in front of me. So whenever I do a reading from this, I think of my grandma. She had a twin named Maisie. And I was like, Grandma, there's a daisy flower. Where's a Maisie flower? I was just a little kid. She's a sweet old lady. Let's see what we got. We got acorns. Acorns are real nice. Acorns 9 and an ace. We'll work ourselves backwards of what we drew. You will be rewarded after your great efforts. An authoritative figure will support you. Profitable business trips are expected. That sounds cool. A generating force, and then the ace of acorns is a generating force. Determination and willingness are the ingredients for the success of your new goals. Good omens for those who aim straight for their goals. Generating force, determination, and willingness. Those sound like 3 great ingredients that anybody can apply. Well, I know I apply those about every single day. In the morning, I got to get the generation going. And then we got enough juice to go through the day. What did I mean by all that? Well, in the morning, pretty much roughly about 8 hours and 14 minutes ago, if I'm not mistaken, that would have no, yeah, I am mistaken. Roughly about 8. We do a whole 9-hour broadcast. We're about 14 minutes short of completion. So, the beginning of the broadcast, we go over blessings. Those blessings, they bring in all sorts of wonderful things. They're in other languages, from cultures that I've interacted with from around the world. Some were direct relations. Some were just came to me through my mind. One time I started receiving all these Chinese information in my head out of nowhere. Did some research on the computer and poof, popped out some actual. I found some real ancient blessings. I was like, man, I found the translation. I was like, I agree with this. So I threw the blessings in with the rest of them, and when I found that out, I happened to look up, and there was a Chinese celebration happening in China at the time. It was real big. I forget which one it was exactly. And so I've interacted with cultures through various amounts of ways. And one thing that we're all tribal. That's one thing everybody got in common. And it don't matter how many suits of armor or pretty stuff you got. We all the same, and we share a commonality in all things. And I like that. That was a wonderful broadcast today. It's like, let's pull another card. Okay, let's pull a card. I've been looking at this deck. I've had some cards pop out to me. Some last cards. I mean, the last words of the day could be some last cards drawn of the day. I don't know if that'll be a regular thing, but we'll see. Maybe. Let's go with the flow. Huh. What do you know? Hey, Joe, what do you know? Temperance popped out. We found temperance. Temperance popped out earlier, and Temperance popped out again. So I know there's certainly some people that weren't here earlier, and perhaps I read it for some people earlier, maybe they don't remember it. In either regard, I'm going to go ahead and read it because it's a pretty nice one to draw today. Sagittarius governs the hips and thighs which support the body. Sagittarius is the restless intellect symbolized by the archer, beginning of organization and logical mental reasoning by the physical human who is full of spirit. The the hermaphroditic figure of an archangel, clothed in a pure white robe, pours the waters of life between two gold cups. The water flow equalizes the stream between the cup of the subconscious and the cup of the superconscious. I'm going to read that again for myself. The water flow equalizes the stream between the cup of the subconscious and the cup of the superconscious. The water ripples as it flows, representing the cosmic vibration of the universe and the constant cyclic process of formation, regeneration, and purification. The transferring of water in the cups also refers to the raising of that which is low to a higher plane. The archangel stands with one foot on the physical world and one foot submerged in the pool of the soul. The red spiritual triangle on the angel's robe refers to the Trinity. The peak of the triangle is the irradiating point to which all within the triangle are instinctively drawn. The wings of the angel suggest motion and progress and spiritual illumination. A shining aura emanates from the spiritual psyche. A path leads from the pool to a light which glows over the mountains. Of wisdom and understanding in the distance, 3 yellow irises and the bud of a fourth suggest radiance and promise. Temperance is the perfect harmony of the universal psychic and material vibrations. It represents an exact mix and balance. The subconscious and the self-conscious are united in a state of harmonious with the vibration of the universe. A state of harmony with the vibration of the universe. The Temperance card refers to moderation and control. The intellect drives one to experience different ideas in trying to organize a productive existence. One must finally learn to adapt to the life from which the soul can most benefit. Overindulgence in any one aspect of or physical action in life can deter this progress. The archangel warns that excess in any state or form is a deterrent from the one path. The archangel guides the soul to the path of spiritual enlightenment. Moderation and control in all actions and affairs, adapting to new circumstances, diplomacy, even temperament, harmonizing of the psychic and material aspects. Sounds like what we've been experiencing. And what I feel like, I mean, give me a sign if otherwise. But here it is, 2:53. And I feel like everything was spoken. I think that's time to close down. Yes, past couple of days I stayed on pretty late, so ooh, okay, I'm gonna take that as a sign to wait till 3. Because this card I was going to read earlier, and when I was going to read it, I was like, nah.
And I just pulled it, and that's the one. That's the one. I put it back in the deck, so I'm gonna read that. I'm gonna wait. That I said otherwise. Send me a sign. I just got it. I don't think I don't think that was a sign. I think I know what it says. That was what it was. Four of Pentagrams. Oh, okay. My scheduling, I was talking about it earlier today of being quiet and reading the books and letting my hands guide and my mouth speak for other divines, so forth and so on. And so that the timing within that time allotment. Anyways, Four of Pentacles. Description: a well dressed woman gazes alertly ahead as she stands in front of a solid wall. Walls symbolize that which protects, restricts, and limits. One pentacle is balanced on her head, on her crown, meaning it is in the realm of her thoughts. She holds three more pentacles in front. Her crown and rich robe suggest material attainment. Concentration on money suppresses feelings in other areas. A misery personality impressed by material gain and standing. This overdeveloped interest in wealth limits others' interests. Follow that heart. Woo! Open it up to follow your dreams. Meditate on your heart's desire. Rearrange your schedule so that you're spending time in ways that are truly meaningful to you. Sometimes it's difficult to know what you truly desire. You have so many outside influences as well as personal fears tugging at you, demanding, pay attention to me. You wait for a free moment that you could devote to your dreams, goals, and aspirations, yet that moment never seems to arrive. The fairies ask you to take charge of your schedule. First, they ask you to meditate on your heart's desire. Make a list of 5 priorities in your life, then write down a schedule in ink so that you'll spend the necessary time engaged in these activities. It is not important what you specifically do during these times. What's most important is that you invest time and energy in that which makes you happy and fulfilled. Ha ha, ha ha. I get the message. I was taking that as myself. That's what I read earlier. And I am following my dreams. This is my time here. This is what I want to do. This was for you. That one was for you. I always applied everything to myself. You thought I was talking about you the whole time. We're all like that. That's why we get along every day. That's why we come back every day. The fairies said to laugh, and at the end of the day, I got a good laugh. If you don't have anyone else around to do it, maybe you should give yourself a good hug. I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn myself 3 times. It's just something I do from time to time, and you can join me or not. But I kind of, anyways, I'm going to do it. I hope you've enjoyed today. I certainly have enjoyed today, and we've covered a lot of where humanity's been and where we're going, what we want to do, and how to get there. And you're the integral part of that future. You're the creator of our future. Your activity, your participation creates heaven on earth, creates the world to be a garden in which the fruits overflow. Your creation, your love, along with the whole world, we can change it. We do change it every single moment of our lives. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for having a wonderful day with us. Covering tarot. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be covering all of this. Well, I can't say all of this, but every day seems to have its own priority of information and events. And
I will leave it on a personal note.
no, we're good. Good. Everything's been covered. Our replay will be up later on today once that gets uploaded. And it's 3 o'clock. So, Donna De Guay, love you very much. Until we see you next time.